Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Harem Deku had overpowered like Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was always a special child, always one who would help anyone in need no matter what. He had a strong sense of right and wrong, but there was just one small problem. Izuku Midoriya was the only boy in his class who hadn't manifested his quirk. While all his peers had manifested their own quirks, he was the only one who remained without a quirk. And in a society that thrived with everyone having quirks and individuality, Izuku was inevitably going to be labeled quirkless, or so he thought. He'd always known that not everyone was born equal. He'd known this ever since his classmates had unlocked their quirks. But still he had his own determination and beliefs. And so as he now stood before his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo and his two cronies, behind him lying on the ground was their recent bully victim. That was mean Kaken. You made him cry. I won't let you hurt him anymore. Izuku knew it was useless. Ever since Kaken had got his quirk, their relationship had become strained. Kaken had become a bully, and sometimes his attitude became downright villainous. But now none of that mattered. Even though the boy behind him had a means to protect himself, it proved fruitless. And so Izuku had already moved in front of the boy, acting as a shield for the injured child. Katsuki laughed and punched his palm, creating a miniature explosion. You playing a hero, Deku? You don't even have a quirk. He said nothing. Kaken had made sure to remind him of it every day. He and his so-called friends had no qualms with beating him down despite his handicap. Today was no different, he thought, bracing himself for the inevitable. In another world he would have kept quiet and taken the beating quietly, but this was a different world. A hero would never use his quirk to hurt someone innocent, he whispered, his tone laced with conviction. Katsuki reared his fist back. You should really learn your place, Deku. And this was where everything became different. The moment Bakugo got close, Izuku's entire body glowed with power, a golden aura that seemed to move to protect its user from harm. It formed a flimsy barrier in front of Izuku, and as soon as Bakugo's fist made contact, it pushed back. The resulting clash sent both kids flying away. The last sight that Izuku saw was Bakugo's cronies looking at him in fear, and the kid he had saved looking at him with the same look he would give when he saw a hero. And this would completely change his future. Well, it seems as though young Izuku-kun does have a quirk, although it is far different than from what I've ever seen before. Both Izuku and his mother were at the hospital after the fiasco with Bakugo. As they listened to the doctor's conclusion of Izuku's new quirk, you seem to be capable of manipulating as well as create a type of energy. Could you please summon your quirk again? There's a few tests I would like to have answered. With a nod, Izuku focused inward and searched for his power. After focusing on a warmth, he pulled the feeling upwards. As he opened his eyes, he saw the doctor staring at him in fascination. A gold sheen was covering Izuku head to toe. He noted it wasn't as strong as it was when he was facing Bakugo. As he turned to his mother, he saw that she and even the doctor seemed at peace. Then abruptly the glow receded, and almost as though they were broken from a trance, they stared at him in awe. The doctor cleared his throat as he spoke. Well, it seems as though I was right. Seeing the confused look from both parent and child, he decided to explain as simple as possible. Your quirk, Midoriya-kun, would be a very powerful asset to heroes. It seems you are capable of manipulating light energy, but it seems a bit different than the norm. You are capable of what is closest to magic, and I don't mean the pulling a bunny out of hat trick. You see, your energy might be capable of many feats, as its very nature seemed to affect us passively, a sense of peace. And your quirk could be manipulated to create light-based objects, as I can recount from your tale about what happened with your friend. As the doctor finished his explanation, Izuku and his mother were thrilled. Izuku was ecstatic. He could be a hero. He could become like All Might. And then the doctor spoke again. Midoriya-kun, I would recommend that you train your quirk as much as you can. I shall make arrangements, as it is the first time we have ever encountered something as special as this. There are multiple incidents that have occurred due to the lack of experience in handling one's quirk. I'm sure that within a few years you'll be in harmony with your quirk. It was a good day to be alive. The sun was shining. The birds were chirping, and Bakugo was running towards Izuku to deliver a beating. Or what if the teacher hadn't restrained by the teacher? Details about Izuku's newfound quirk spread around the school within just a few hours after the incident. Most were exaggerated about where he used his quirk to punch the living daylights out of Kaken, and another where Bakugo fainted like a bitch when he saw the might of Izuku's quirk. The last one served to be the reason as for why Bakugo was being a little ball of sunshine right now. The teacher, after he made sure that Bakugo was not out to kill Izuku, explained to the class that the rumors were highly exaggerated and that it was merely Izuku's quirk awakening that caused both him and Katsuki to become unconscious. The rest of the day went normally. Well, as normal as a world where superheroes were considered normal. Izuku was pestered by the class to showcase his quirk, while technically against the rules. Everyone knew that they were merely guidelines to follow. Taking a deep breath, Izuku willed the energy forward into his arm and made a small solid sphere the size of a ping-pong ball at most. And then he carefully made it move forward towards the class, and then he started changing its direction with an increasing ease, and then he started to change its shape, making it into a larger sphere until he clenched his fist, making the sphere pop out of existence in a flurry of sparks. A round of applause broke out with muttering about how cool Izuku's quirk was. And through all of this, Izuku broke out a small, almost hesitant smile, and his eyes were filled with tears. He'd done it. He was finally able to be a hero, and he was accepted by his peers. Izuku stared out the window as school was over. The past few years had been the best in Izuku's life. Although there it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine, it was enough for him to be happy about. After his quirk had appeared, his peers had patched up with him, some even apologizing for their behavior, well, except for Bakugo, that is. While Izuku has no anger towards Kaken, it is not the same vice versa. While Bakugo seems to stop antagonizing him like before, he still calls him Deku, but also his rival. Izuku had gained a small reputation in his school. He had always disliked bullies, and so he had made it a point to try and curb the number of cases of bullying in school. And while he didn't actively go searching for trouble, it seemed as though trouble came searching for him. He always came in between the bullies and the victim. While he didn't hurt any of the bullies, he had never hesitated in defending both the victim and himself. This, of course, had set him at odds with Bakugo. But after a few clashes against him, along with a lot of joint detentions, Bakugo had started to mellow down, and also he had curved in his temper. His train of thought was interrupted when he heard explosions ringing out in the field. Izuku let out a sigh as he got up and started to walk towards the sound of the explosions. He felt the familiar thumb of his energy just beneath his skin. His energy had, of course, become an integral part of his life. It had merged with his body, providing a network of energy. He had frequent trips to the doctor, mostly because after some time his quirk started to become activate without his knowledge, to which he found that his quirk was becoming a passively activated quirk, which in turn caused him to have a running system of energy in his body. After many tests with the doctor, he had found his energy to be capable of healing many types of injuries, which ranged from scratches to the most advanced he had healed was a victim of a car accident. He came to a stop when he found the cause of all the explosions, namely a walking ball of destruction, Bakugo Katsuki Aka Kaken. He calculated the scene in front of him, a few what seemed to be delinquents on the ground, while Bakugo was trying to blow up another delinquent who seemed to have a water-based quirk. He saw one of the people on the ground get up and run towards Kaken to tackle him. Izuku raised his arm, and a small rope of light extended and wrapped itself around the guy's leg, and with a pull, his face made contact with the ground hard. This seemed to gain the attention of Bakugo and his opponent, the former of who had a smirk on his face. Taking advantage of his distracted opponent, Bakugo put him down with a haymaker. Izuku, on the other hand, walked up to each person and healed the minor bruises and scratches most likely from the fight. By the time he was done, he saw Kaken waiting, for he and Bakugo were not best of friends as they used to be. They had a mutual respect for each other, and Izuku had always proven to Bakugo that he was on the same level as he was, although all of that were behind them. Bakugo had changed after the continuous fights with Izuku. He had stopped being much of a bully, but his personality had left much to be desired, and he was always able to take his frustration out on some of the idiots trying to boss around the weak. And soon enough Izuku joined him. While Izuku was diplomatic and kept damage to a minimum while also making sure the proper measures were taken before, much like informing the teachers. Bakugo was a punch first, ask questions later type of approach person. The teachers had almost always turned a blind eye to the problems of these types, which was why they didn't get detentions most of the time. As they walked to the teacher's room, they had been thanked by said teacher, where he left them and headed to where the Rouge students were being kept. Bakugo took this opportunity to speak. I had it under control, you didn't need to butt in. It lacked the heat, and he was sure that Bakugo was just making small talk with him. Izuku raised an eyebrow but merely smirked and returned the friendly banter. Sure you did, I just didn't want to get called by the teacher because they caught you fighting. Because for some strange reason, they think we always have a hand in everything. Who cares what they think, they're literally sheep, Bakugo replied with a scoff. While Izuku didn't like how Bakugo put it, he knew that it was true. It was a sad fact. Are you applying for the UA? The question was sudden and abrupt. Izuku stared at Kaken, who was staring at him unflinching. It was no secret that Bakugo was applying for UA, and Izuku also plans of doing the same. Yeah, I've done the mock tests, and we both know that UA is the best. Mom says the same. Bakugo said nothing, and with a nod he left Izuku to his own devices. Izuku stared at the retreating form of his friend and let his feet take him to the hospital, where he was gonna having his appointment with the doctor, as well as continue his internship under him. Due to the various effects with his quirk, he had regular contact with the doctor. His mother at the beginning had made it a point to visit the doctor every time Izuku had experienced problems or anytime his quirk acted out. which was when Izuku had a heightened emotional state. And whenever he had a nightmare, Izuku would bathe the entire room in a golden light, and his mother had become worried even after repeated assurances from both him and the doctor. Soon enough, after Izuku had turned 12, he had asked the doctor to issue an internship under him as it would let him gain a better control of his quirk. The cause had been when Izuku had witnessed a small accident, and a lady with blonde hair and 2 pigtails and a green Haori from the crowd had healed the person to the best of her abilities and had saved his life. And with his motivation set in stone, Izuku had begun his apprenticeship with the doc. The checkups were done to find whether his quirk had undergone any mutations, as had been frequent when he was young. The doctor had always prescribed him on a routine of physical exercises to keep his body healthy enough to contain his quirk. Izuku had also taken up karate as a club, which had led him to have impressive physique for his age. The doctor finished his checkup and turned to Izuku, who had finished buttoning up the apprentice coat to his frame. "It seems as though you are in good health, Izuku-chan. Your quirk continues to amaze me. It seems as though it breaks down anything extra and fuels your reserves as well. Keep energy for your body to function longer than average." Izuku gave a small smile at the doctor. He had always been able to keep his training consistent due to his quirk. Being a passive effect, it had done wonders. Izuku had a physique suited for athletic individuals, a solid 5'9". He had to undergo rigorous training so that his body could keep up with his quirk. His body was with a coat body fat which covers powerful muscles. While not particularly evident, it was noticeable. His hair was still messy, but had an array of spikes in the front. It was the first time on record that a quirk could be stronger than the user. But Izuku hadn't complained. The pros far outweighed the cons. Izuku and the doctor went about their rounds together and had consulted with many patients about their ailments. Izuku had a knack of understanding healing arts and procedures. It came as easy as battle arts and tactics came to him. This allowed Izuku to have an extensive amount of medical knowledge in his brain. Izuku had also practiced his abilities under supervision of the doctor to heal minor injuries, soon after which they had moved on to harder and more complex injuries, and with practice Izuku was able to do these procedures alone. Yet he had always felt inexplicably tired. He gave an awkward smile as one of the old ladies thanked him for his time. He had made many breakthroughs with his quirk, yet he had never been able to actually let loose. His training with the defensive aspects of his quirk was going well enough, but he had truly wanted to experiment. His healing capabilities were marvelous, as dubbed by the doc, as he was able to help and heal patients as well. The fact his aura allowed him to induce a sense of peace with the patient. Regarding the more offensive and supportive capabilities, he had practiced creating constructs which lead to achieve a certain level of proficiency in the art of his construction aspects. The more complex the structure, the more energy and concentration it needed. But once he was familiar with the object he was constructing, he could project it in less than a second. He could also make his projections denser by saturating it with his energy. Then was his natural aura and a small sensory field. His aura had helped him in calming down patients and of such, whereas his sensory field, when actively used, can give him a rough idea on his surroundings, such as the number of people as well other details. And then was his favorite augmentation. He could in a sense augment limbs with his energy, allowing him a great array of abilities, increase of strength, speed, reinforcement, as well as an all-around battle upgrade. He was brought back to reality when the doctor bonked him on the head while berating him for scaring the patients with his muttering. The next day was the final day he had in school, after which they would enroll in academies to pursue their dream of becoming heroes. As Izuku sat in his class, his classmates around him were all excited as they waited for their teacher to get in the classroom. As the teacher entered, he told them all to settle down, after which he gave them all a heartfelt farewell and wishing them all the best of luck, as well as telling that he believes in all of them. Although one Katsuki Bakugo smirked and decided to have some fun. "Hey, teach, don't lump me together with these extras." As the rest of the class realized that they were all insulted, an uproar rose within them, causing most of them to get out of their seats, waiting to fight Bakugo. The blonde had a savage grin as he stood on his desk, miniature explosions appearing on his palms, showing that he was ready to fight as well. He shouted at them, "Oh please, as if your pathetic quirks could match up to mine. Oh yeah, you're enrolling to UA High, right Bakugo?" He still had his grin as he pointed to the sky and shouted to everyone around him, "That's right, I'm gonna be the next big hero, surpassing even All Might himself, fame and fortune, and it all starts at UA High." "Ah, well then you'll have a good competition. Midoriya-kun is also enrolling to UA as well." As their teacher told everyone that, they all immediately turned their heads toward Izuku, who, while used to the stares, was still a bit embarrassed, which was given away by his wife's eyes as well as the small blush on his face. Then, everyone broke into a conversation. "Oh yeah, Midoriya is not that hard to believe. I mean, Midoriya has a really powerful quirk. I heard that he managed to stop a lot of delinquents. And his quirk is even capable of healing and other cool stuff." Izuku turned his head towards Bakugo, who was giving him a look of anticipation. Even though Bakugo acknowledges that he has a powerful quirk, he believes that his own explosion quirk is better. Well, I wish everyone the best of luck, and so let's begin with our final day. Izuku was walked towards his home with a beat in his step. After bidding farewell to all his classmates, he left in a hurry to meet his mom as he had promised to help her cook today. He took a left and reached the tunnel that would let him reach his home faster. Suddenly, he felt his sensory abilities warn him, and so he subconsciously augmented his limbs and jumped to the side, and the place where he was just a moment ago was immediately covered by a sludge that seemed to take shape. I didn't expect you to dodge that one, kid. I won't hurt you much if you stay still now. I have a rather troublesome shadow that's following me. And with that, the sludge man shot forward to capture Izuku, who was frozen in his place at the sudden shift in his day. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses when his energy burst from his form, erecting a shield that halted the villain's advance. Izuku's eyes sharpened, and suddenly more energy burst from his form and transformed into golden weapons and shot towards the villain. He aimed to stall and not to injure, but was surprised when the villain laughed as all the constructs passed through him. I'm in liquid form. Nothing you do can affect me. And with a bellow, the villain shifted to become a tidal wave, completely trapping Izuku within him. Then the sludge villain started to possess Izuku's body, who retaliated with all his power. A bright light erupted from his frame, slowly fighting the sludge from his body. The villain was surprised before it redoubled its efforts. This power, it's incredible to be capable of putting up such a fight. Izuku's airway was suddenly blocked, causing a sharp pain as well as even greater panic. Izuku tried to pull his hands away but was met with no other change to his situation. He then called his quirk to the surface and tried, as futile as it was, to fight the villain. His quirk rushed to fill the demand, solidifying itself to rise to the demand. Izuku concentrated harder and poured all his energy to force the opponent to pull away. The brightness from Izuku's quirk blinded the villain, and the energy seemed to heat up further, preventing the villain to come close. As the villain was finally forced to let Izuku go, he sneered as he attempted to intimidate Izuku, only to see a sight that stopped him cold. Izuku's body was covered with a gold aura. His normal green eyes had been replaced by golden orbs of light that shone with power. But before Izuku could move, the aura receded, leaving Izuku powerless and on the verge of unconsciousness. The villain stared at Izuku before his expression changed to a twisted smile. Yes, with that power I will defeat him. With that, he was about to pounce on Izuku, only to stop by a sudden voice. You won't do anything. Why? Because I am here. And so the last thing Izuku saw before he slipped to unconsciousness was All Might rearing his arm back. As Izuku was beginning to come back to senses, feeling like someone was shaking him, as he opened his eyes, he realized that he was actually looking at All Might himself. He was shocked at first, and then he screamed, scooting a few feet away from the hero. All Might simply laughed. H-a-h-a-h-a-h-a. Are you all right, kid? Gave me a scare for a second. The poor boy was speechless, as he was meeting his idol for the first time. He was unable to form an actual sentence, but his mind was overloaded with multiple thoughts. In his current state, he simply asked All Might, hold on, see, could why you sign this? As he pulled out his notebook, he realized that All Might had already signed his signature on it. After continuously thanking All Might for it, he saw that All Might was coughing a bit, and he turned away from Izuku. Izuku's sudden medical experience kicked in and ran to All Might and grabbed him. The latter, who didn't notice in his desperation to get away, jumped high into the skies. When All Might felt something tugging at his legs and saw that Izuku was on him, he said, Kid, I know that you're a fan and all, but could you let go? I prefer that I don't get killed. Oh yeah. As the two landed on top of a building, Izuku finally let go, taking in deep breaths while All Might was looking at the city. After a few moments, All Might said, Oh shit, All Might, are you, what the All Might? You're smoking. Suddenly, All Might disappeared into a heavy cloud of smoke, shocking Izuku. As the smoke cleared up, Izuku was now looking at an incredibly thin man, wearing All Might's clothing. The boy was beyond shocked, seeing that his idol had turned into a cough, and a stream of blood interrupted his thoughts. Are you bleeding? It's no problem. You can't say that when you're losing this much blood. The hero simply sighed, and had both him and Izuku sit on the floor and told him. Izuku immediately started using his quirk to lessen the blood flowing out and started using his quirk to try and find out what was wrong, all while the hero simply stared at him. Feeling inexplicably calm, yet he could feel the energy slowly taking away his exhaustion. After a few silent minutes, it was Izuku who broke the silence. All Might ... What happened? I was trying to diagnose your condition with my quirk. I know I shouldn't have without your permission ... But I suddenly went with the flow. I got the feedback from my quirk. All Might ... You have severe internal damage. Could you please tell me what happened? All Might stared at the form of Izuku. He could see the emotions dancing in his eyes. He felt touched at the care expressed by the boy, and so he lifted his shirt up. And Izuku saw heavy scarring all over his left side. It made him sick just looking at the wound. All Might told him, It was 5 years ago. I had fought an extremely powerful villain. He managed to destroy half of my respiratory system and the whole of my stomach. Izuku covered his mouth with his hands to stop the gasp coming. All Might, if he noticed, didn't bother and continued. I've been able to hold my hero form for only a few hours. No way. Yes, I know it's hard to believe, but that is the truth. I continue to fight crime because I cannot let the symbol of peace be daunted by evil. As a pro. Well, a pro must always be willing to risk their life. Izuku gulped. He could feel the weight carried in those words. Izuku contemplated the information, his mind going into overdrive. It explained why there was only limited amount of footage of All Might the past few years. It then struck him at how taxing the injury was causing All Might. What's your name, young man? Izuku turned to All Might, who was giving him a kind smile. It's Midoriya, Izuku, sir. Well, Midoriya, I must ask of you to keep this new information a secret. You mustn't mention it, even by accident. Izuku nodded in. Whatever Izuku wanted to say was washed out by an explosion that took place a few blocks away from them. Both of them looked at each other and suddenly rushed down the building into the place where the explosion took place, only for them to have their blood run cold. In the middle of the debris and fire was the same villain that All Might had fought and its newest victim. Oh no, Katsuki Bakugo wasn't having a very good day. He was out minding his business and planned on going to the arcade, then suddenly he got attacked by a sentient blob of sewage. You have quite the quirk, don't you? The sewage asked as he wrapped his body over Katsuki. In response, Katsuki let out another explosion, causing more collateral damage. Very nice. With your body, I'll be able to beat All Might and that other kid. Katsuki, in retaliation, continued using his quirk on their surroundings. Kid, calm down. One of the heroes trying to help him called out. With all of your explosions, I can't get near enough to help you. The hero, Kamui Woods, looked to the other heroes for help. I got my hands full. These fires are a bigger problem. There are still civilians in those buildings. Backdraft, the firefighter hero, called out over the noise. Someone else needs to go. I can't get in there. There's not enough space for me. Mount Lady replied. Izuku, who was close to having a breakdown, ran to the front of the crowd, leaving All Might on his own. Izuku watched the chaos and was filled with guilt and dread. He looked to Kamui Woods and asked, Why won't you help him? Why won't you save him? He asked faintly. He needs help. How is this so hard to understand? Wood and fire do not mix, kid. We have to wait for a hero with a suitable quirk to come. Izuku's eyes went back to Bakugo, who was getting desperate. He could understand what Bakugo was feeling. Izuku was consciously fighting his desire to abandon all reason and rush into the fight. Suddenly he heard the talk of the crowd. I wonder why All Might isn't here. I mean, he was chasing after this guy, wasn't he? All Might is here. Really? Yeah, I saw him chase that sludge guy. Where the hell is he? Izuku's eyes filled with tears. He was sure exactly what happened. All Might must have dropped it while midair. Izuku felt the guilt. It was because of him. And that was what broke the camel's back. Izuku let out a scream as a golden shroud of energy covered him. His body had already moved before his brain could process what he was doing. His quirk enhanced his speed, fueled by his adrenaline, let him make a beeline straight towards the villain and Bakugo, his body working overdrive to evade the debris and explosions. The screams by the hero and the crowd seemed distant, but it caught the attention of the villain. I'll kill you, the villain screamed out before he shot a ball of sludge towards Izuku, who retaliated by conjuring a barrier and without slowing down. Izuku channeled his energy to form a ball of energy which shot towards the eye of the villain, stunning him for a few seconds. Kakin. Izuku ran up to his childhood friend and ripped the villain's sludge off of his face. He then used his quirk to scrape of the sludge from Bakugo. What the hell are you doing here, Izuku? It's just, you look like you needed help. All Might, who was enthralled by the sheer courage and determination of the child whom he met just minutes ago, suddenly felt disgusted with himself. He couldn't stand by and watch this destruction continue. His body slowly began to let off steam. The sludge man tried knocking Izuku away, but suddenly all of Izuku's energy lashed out and created a barrier which separated both Izuku and Bakugo from the villain. Izuku wobbled to his feet, holding Bakugo up. He felt almost all his energy leave as the villain reformed. He could see the anger in the villain's eyes. In a last-ditch attempt, Izuku used his energy and augmented his strength and threw Bakugo onto the crowd, where he was caught by Kamui Woods. The villain sneered, his body expanding. I'll kill you. As Izuku waited to be devoured by the villain, he thought about how much more he wanted to accomplish in his life. But he had a small smile on his face. At least Kakin is safe. Just before he was about to be devoured, a burst of wind shot by him. When he looked up, he saw All Might in his hero form, bleeding from his mouth. I really am pathetic, aren't I? To have to make a child step up and pick up my slack. We'll have to remedy that. All Might turned to the villain and ripped his arm away and reared it back. Izuku could feel the weight behind the punch, and with a roar, All Might screamed, Detroit, smash, as his right fist made contact with the sludge villain. A wall of air so solid blew the villain away, as well as causing the heroes to shield the civilians from the force that followed the punch. Everyone had trouble to stand straight as a testament to the power backed behind the punch. Slowly, drip by drip, rain started to fall from the skies, ending the fight and slowly extinguishing all the remaining fires. As Izuku walked home after being checked on by the medics, he was in a way happy, even though he came close to losing his life. The heroes had come to him personally and told what he did was foolish, but also told him what he did was the mark of a true hero. It also had nothing to do with the fact that Mount Lady gave him a kiss on the cheek for his bravery. Nope, not at all. Bakugo was still unconscious and was taken to the hospital, and so he was midway through the trek towards him home when suddenly, "I am here, All Might. I thought you were being surrounded by the reporters." "That was no problem, because I am all Blarghh." As he turned back to actual form, coughing up blood, shocking Izuku. After that little commotion, he looked at Izuku again and told him, "Kid, I just want to say thank you and to give you an offer." "What do you mean?" "I saw you run headfirst into danger, while I just stood there among the crowd, watching it all. Even when the pro heroes stood still, you young Midoriya-kun, you ran towards certain death and you won. The pros themselves congratulated you, and it's as they said. Every hero all had one thing in common: their bodies moved on their own, without a single thought." Izuku, hearing all that coming from his idol's mouth, went on his knees, overwhelmed and feeling tears coming out of his eyes. As he looked at All Might once more, he told the boy, "That is why you'll be the one to inherit my power." "What?" All Might burst out laughing when he saw Izuku's confused face. "What's that face for?" "I'm asking you if you want to inherit my power." Izuku looked confused. "You really doubt me that much?" Izuku panicked and tried to deny it, saying that he actually believed him, but he was cut off by All Might. "I have many secrets, but I never lie." All Might then held out his right hand and let his palm glow slightly as he continued, "I have the ability to stockpile and transfer my power. That's the quirk I inherited. It's called One for All." Izuku was shocked. He'd never heard of a quirk that could be transferred from one person to another, and why was it being offered to him of all people? "But why me?" All Might smiled at Izuku and pointed at him. "I've been searching for a successor for a long while now. And back there, you were more heroic than anyone else. You had also shown me that even in the face of evil, someone will step up to stop it. And that person today was you." Izuku choked back a sob. His idol was praising him and had just told him his greatest secrets. "And so, young Midoriya, I ask of you, will you inherit my power? Will you be the successor of One for All?" Izuku knew this was a no-brainer. He'd just been told All Might's greatest secret and been offered his power because he was seen as worthy. Izuku stared resolutely at All Might and answered with conviction, "Yes, sir, I accept." All Might beamed at his response. "Excellent. Now I want you come to Dagobah Municipal Beach tomorrow at 9 a.m. to start your training, so make sure you get your rest tonight." All Might sat on a fridge in his normal form, waiting for Izuku to turn up to his first day of intense training. He didn't have to wait long as he heard footsteps not too far away from where he was sitting, and when he saw a mop of green messy hair, he knew it was Izuku. "Midoriya, my boy, you have showed up for your training." All Might jumped down to meet Izuku. For the first time since All Might met Izuku, he properly got a look at him. Standing a respectable 5'9", wearing a white tracksuit with a black stripe running down the arms, his jacket was left open, showing a plain black t-shirt. He also seemed to have prior physical training, as he could see some muscles on his body. As All Might finished his analysis of his new apprentice and successor, he looked into Izuku's eyes to find no sense of doubt or fear. "Now, young Midoriya, I know you already have a quirk, but it doesn't seem to be of the normal kind." At this, All Might received a nod from Izuku, to which he continued, "I will change your training regime after you tell me what your quirk is and how well you can use it." Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself, after which he described his quirk, which he had named as Etha on the insistence of both his mother and the doctor. He explained the different aspects of his quirk, how it could be used to construct objects of light, healing capability, the passive effects such as a sensory field, aura, as well as passive regeneration, and of course the ability to augment himself. He then sighed when it came to a problem he could not overcome so far. "When I try healing people or try to push myself to go further, all I do is end up exhausting myself. While my stamina and my energy reserves increase, they still lack power. To prove this, Izuku created a dagger of light and threw it at the fridge All Might had sat on. The moment it hit, the dagger went in a few inches before dispersing. When he turned to All Might, he saw him in deep thought. After a few seconds of silence, All Might turned to Izuku and told him, "While I may not have understood the problem entirely, young Midoriya, what is it you feel when you use your quirk?" Izuku was silent for a moment. What did he feel? Thinking back on it, he always felt at peace, like he was wrapped a warm blanket. When Izuku explained this to All Might, he received a nod in return. "I see. While what I say may feel out of place, when I use One for All, I don't know how to explain it well, but I clench my butt while pour all my heart into the attack and yell from the depths in my heart, smash. As All Might did a punching pose, Izuku had already started muttering to himself. Considering that both mine and All Might's quirks are different than the norm, does that mean I have to find out a suitable position or a phrase for powering up my quirk? But since my quirk has multiple uses like healing and then there's manipulating my energy, what if they all have different positions? What if they have lengthy activation periods? Would I be able to do so in combat? What if Izuku was cut short by a small chop to the head by All Might? Izuku looked to All Might clutching his head before he looked a bit sheepish. While it is good to analyze your quirk, you must now train your body to become the perfect vessel for my quirk. If not, you will not be able to use my quirk safely. Hearing this, Izuku was surprised. It makes sense, I guess. My quirk is similar. It's too powerful for my body and sometimes it acts out and mutates itself to suit myself better. All Might was surprised but was now worried as they had no idea if the introduction of One for All would kill Izuku. He decided it would be better if they consulted with someone first. Now, your training is simple. Clear this beach of all the junk within 10 months. While doing so, make use of your quirk and your body corresponding to the situation. I saw that you were able to augment your strength with your quirk during the incident with the other villain. At this, Izuku shudders a bit. In a way, One for All is similar yet far more potent. But now, young Midoriya, we start your training to become the next symbol of peace. And thus started Izuku's extensive training for succeeding his predecessor. The past 2 months were absolutely brutal. The endless cycle of wake up, eat, train, eat, sleep became a ritual for Izuku. He became more fit and his body seemed more compact and his progress was outstanding. Izuku, when not training with All Might, he spent his time working on his quirk where he had a few discoveries, since he lacked power and got exhausted very easily. After a series of soul-searching by meditation, a lot of kabuki poses and followed by countless hours of work, he made a breakthrough, which is also why he is dancing around like a nut job. All Might was a bit peeved on how his successor was acting and decided to intervene to preserve both their sanity. Young Midoriya, what seems to have brought you into such a happy state? As soon as Izuku heard All Might's voice, he stopped cold in his tracks, which was in the middle of a slightly complex dance move. As Izuku crashed, he was almost immediately in front of All Might, seemingly uninjured. I did it, All Might. I finally understood how my quirk works. And as if to show his breakthrough, Izuku summoned a similar energy knife he showed the first, although the speed it took was quite less. And then when Izuku threw it at another fridge, and much to All Might's shock, the knife cut through the fridge and exited out the back before dispersing. Well, how did young Midoriya? It hasn't even been 5 months. How did you get to this level already? Blushing a bit from the praise his idol was giving, Izuku reverted to muttering and stuttering out broken sentences until a quick chop by All Might stopped him. As Izuku took a deep breath, he started. Well, after you told me how you activated One for All, I tried a lot of different ways to do the same until, well, instead of forcing it to happen, I did what I thought was natural. Well, that took some time too. What I just demonstrated was a week worth of training. So what is it that you did? Well, I found that my energy is easy to control, so manipulation was pretty simple. When I tried to focus on what I wanted it to do, it was pretty much smooth road from there. Like for the knife, I summoned it with the shape in mind and then invoked the concept of pierce, and well, there you have it. But then again, just doing that also caused a few more problems. My control is shot to hell. After that success, I tried invoking the concept of awakening, and while doing that caused me to gain more power. It ruined my control. All Might suddenly shifted to his buff form. Young Midoriya, you have far exceeded my expectations, and to think we've only scratched the surface of your potential. This has got me fired, you. And then he reverted back to his original form, coughing up some blood. Well then, I'll have to up your training again, seeing as we have lots to improve. Izuku, overcome with happiness, ran to All Might and hugged him. Thank you, All Might. Call me Toshinori, young Midoriya. When All Might first saw the beach, he was astounded. The clear water and the shores without any junk, and to top it all off, he saw his successor swimming in the ocean, training his body to the maximum. He did all of this in 7 months. His control over his own quirk was astounding. He was able to create moves which were modified from other heroes to the things he had seen from his games and even his own original techniques. He was brought out of his thoughts when Izuku walked towards him for the next phase of his training. All Might suddenly shifted to his buff form and stood in front of Izuku, his face glowing with pride. Young Midoriya, never had I expected you to reach this level in so little time. You have proved to me that I was indeed correct in choosing you as my successor. Izuku all the while had a goofy grin on his face, knowing that he had made his idol proud. All Might plucked one of the hairs from his head and held it in front of Izuku. He had consulted with multiple specialists in the field of quirks, and all of them had given him the go after he and Izuku had visited them multiple times. Take this to heart, Izuku. You earned this power fair and square. Izuku felt nothing but determination flowing throughout his whole body. That was until he heard 3 words from All Might that turned all that overflowing determination into pure confusion. Now eat this. All Might boomed, referring to the long blonde strand of hair in his hand. Huh, you need to eat this so that you gain my DNA for you to use one for all. This is not exactly how I thought this would go, Izuku said to himself as he took the hair from All Might and stared at it for a couple seconds before putting it in his mouth and swallowing the hair with a big gulp. I eat the hair, but I don't feel any different, Izuku stated as he looked around his body to look for any changes. Of course not. You need time to digest it. Now, young Midoriya, we shall move to combat. Wait, what? No, I'm not ready for combat. We haven't even used one for all. What if there were repercussions with my quirk? And he was cut off when Toshinori said, "Oh, young Midoriya, I went combat simulation." Oh, but where do we go, sensei? I'm glad you asked, young Midoriya. We are going to a training ground beside UA campus. Izuku went wide-eyed. He would get to train near the UA campus. But suddenly he asked All Might, "Is that allowed? I mean, wouldn't it be favoritism towards me, since others are not allowed to use their quirks outside tests?" And All Might stared at Izuku before a small smile of pride broke out on his face. You still think of others even when you are a chance most would take without hesitation. I have truly chosen a worthy successor. Izuku blushed a bit at the praise. But worry not, young Midoriya. There is a reason as to why I am suggesting this. While others have had their quirks since childhood, they will have an instinctive grasp over it, much like you with your other quirk. But since you now have one for all with you, you will not have those instincts yet, and you have seen what I am capable of, haven't you? At this he received a nod from Izuku. Izuku understood what All Might was trying to say. He wouldn't have control over his quirk, which may cause damage not only to him but to those around him as well. Let's go, sensei. As they reached the training ground, he saw two individuals that made him stop in his tracks. Recovery Girl and the Principal Nezu. As soon as he was about to pass out from the excitement and fear, the principal spoke. Toshinori-kun, is this your successor? Yes, Principal. Allow me to introduce Midoriya Izuku, the successor of One for All. It's very nice to meet you, Principal Nezu, sir. The principal stared at Izuku before finally making eye contact. I can see why he chose you. Your eyes, it's the same fire he had. Please, Izuku-kun, there is no need to fear. I was here to see young Toshinori and you before I leave. Please, use this ground to your fitting. With that, Principal Nezu left, waving at them cheerfully. So Izuku, step into the middle of the training ground and hit the dummy while channeling One for All. There will be some knockback, so brace yourself. With that, both Toshinori and Recovery Girl stood to the side as Izuku went in front of the dummy. He took a deep breath and reared his fist before punching it with as much strength he could muster, yelling in the process. And while the punch was powerful, he couldn't seem to channel any of One for All's power in it. Izuku looked at his hand a little sad, seeing that he couldn't muster the extra power. But before he could apologize, All Might spoke once again. Don't worry about it, young Midoriya, it is alright, fail the first time. Your body hasn't adjusted itself to One for All. But remember what I said, clench your butt while pouring all your heart into the attack and yell from the depths in your heart, smash. So put everything I can into the punch. Right, I can do this, Izuku murmured to himself as he prepared himself once more, pulling his arm back and closed his eyes in concentration and searching for the spark. When suddenly he felt it, he grasped the feeling before opening his eyes and yelling at the top of his lungs. SMSH. Izuku's fist covered in a red aura with lightning made contact with the dummy, sending it flying backwards and creating a huge crash as the dummy had caved in on itself and broke to splinters from the sheer power of Izuku's punch. Grinning like he was a kid at a candy store, Izuku tried raising both his arms in the air, but only felt one go up and then felt a large throb of pain in his right one. Izuku immediately went pale and tears began to form in the corners of his eyes as he clutched his shoulder, falling to his knees and screaming his agonizing pain that he could now feel shooting up and down his arm as it limply hung to his side, somehow bare as the cloth had ripped off in the punch. Recovery Girl and Toshinori ran towards Izuku, but when they reached halfway through, Izuku's arm was covered in a golden aura much more potent than what Izuku and Toshinori were used to, while Recovery Girl stared in awe. Once the glow subsided, the arm was seen to be in a better state than before, but was still not completely healed. Recovery Girl soon reached Izuku and assessed the damage before using her quirk to heal the remaining damage. Interesting. Midoriya-chan, your quirk seems to be very powerful. It sensed that you were injured and it thus tried its best to heal you, and it did in a sense, but it seems that it depends on your own will and knowledge for it to work. The arm was healed and was in a sense reinforced, and it seems to be doing the same to your body, all but at a very slow pace. Does that mean that I'll be immune to the knockback? Izuku asked hopefully. In response, Recovery Girl gave a hearty laugh. Oh no dear, nothing that godlike. It is just that your quirk is trying to get you used to it better. While I can assure you if you try something like this again, your arm will still feel the knockback, but maybe at a lesser extent to this. Maybe around 4% less. Although this could work for you, as you can now train your quirk to heal yourself and not just your manipulation, as Toshinori-kun told me while we were there. and then with a nod started Izuku's last leg of training before the UA exams. Izuku woke up to the beeping of his alarm, which showed that it was 8 a.m. All Might had told him to rest yesterday and today so as to not burn out. When he went downstairs for breakfast, he saw his mom making breakfast. She hadn't changed much over the years. As Izuku greeted his mom and sat at the table, he thought about how much progress he made these 10 months with All Might, especially the last 2 months. He understood how his original quirk worked, and he went further beyond by creating moves which would help him in various situations where he may need to restrain, knock out, as well, which would help him fight in different scenarios. It may also help that he took a lot of ideas from his manga collection. He able to reduce the knockback of one for all by limiting how much energy he would flood a part of his body. He did so by using his energy reserves as a dam, letting only what he needed to go out. While it wasn't a perfect solution as it tended to leave him winded, as well as the fact of needing energy every time he wanted to use one for all, left him in a pinch. But it served useful for whenever he wanted to surprise or finish of his opponents in one go. His healing powers and his energy attacks were of course his primary mode of fighting. He learned multiple tactics and attacks by discussing with All Might. And by watching too many anime too, he had found that reading legends and trying to recreate them had a better success rate for some reason. Izuku, you're muttering again, his mother admonished him as she flicked his forehead. Izuku had the decency to look sheepish. His mother simply smiled. His mother was a constant in his life, always going out of her way and supporting him in whatever he did. She would always be there to pick him up from school after karate club, or would cheer him up whenever he felt down. He was sure that she was the best mother in the world. As they talked about random things, Izuku noticed that it was 10 a.m., wherein he left to his room after thanking his mother for the food. Once in his room, he took out his notebook where he wrote ideas for tactics and attacks. He was currently working on a large-scale attack as well as a binding spell to detain villains with extreme strength. He gave a small smile before flipping the pages. Chains of Heaven, Light's Law. Oh, that flower shield may be. No, I should practice the construct barrage attack. And so Izuku went into making plans and studying his material for tomorrow's exam. And the first step to my dream of becoming a hero, Izuku thought as he walked through the front gates of UA, only a little bit out of breath from the rush across Tokyo. Izuku was wearing a set of clothes consisting of a set of tracks and an open black jacket with a white muscle shirt. As he was halfway through, he was met with a voice he hasn't heard in months. You finally reached A. Hugo asked Izuku. Yup, you been practicing? Sure have, I aced the mock test. So did I, although I wonder if we'll meet anyone we know here. I doubt it. Anyway, I wanted to tell you something. Prove that you're my equal, Izuku. I want people around me to make me stronger, not pull me down. With that he left, leaving a wide-eyed Izuku staring at his retreating back. Thankfully, it was short-lived as he felt a tap on his shoulder and was met with the confused, excited smile of a girl. A girl. And then Izuku heard her speak. It'd be sad if you just stare at the building while the exam already starts in a few minutes. So let's go on, ni. Izuku was in shock. A girl was talking to him. Oh no. He wasn't talking back. Suddenly, subconsciously, he activated his quirk, bringing him back to normal. Yeah, thanks for that. Oh, my name is IzukuxOchakoxMomo. Nice to meet you. My name's Midoriya, Izuku. Let's go in then, Izuku-san. When the two of them headed into the UA building, they were told to head to one of the main halls so that they could commence the written part of the exam. Izuku was well prepared for the written exam, which consisted of stuff he was quite familiar with or he could answer with using his analysis of heroes and the stories which All Might told him. Sure, the odd question here and there threw him for a loop, but by the end Izuku was sure he had done well above his peers. Izuku was paying attention to present Mike's opening speech about the practical part of the exam, where he explained the rules and how the exam itself was going to be conducted. There was a student who he guessed was a sticker for the rules, given how he went on about how there was a fault in the information while simultaneously using exaggerated hand gestures. Present Mike quelled his doubts as well as giving the class a final piece of advice, which was to ignore the 0-point robot. The old man that was driving the bus said that everyone had to get out. When Izuku got out of the bus, he was taken aback by the sheer size of the test arena, as it was literally the size of a city. Izuku scouted the competition. With Bakugo in another test site, he had a look at his fellow examinants. While most didn't catch his attention, there were some who did, the first being Uraraka-san, who was taking deep breaths. He momentarily wondered what her quirk was, then was the kid who interrupted the practical speech. Of course, a lot of them were looking at him as well. This white muscle t-shirt doing little to hide his physique, and his height added to the mix with his black jacket served to deter people from him. And again. Everyone turned around to where present Mike was and looked in confusion as his voice boomed across the large amount of land to each test site. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Run, run, run. Izuku thought about it for a brief second, and it made sense not having a countdown. As he looked towards the front entrance of the test site, he saw that everyone else was running towards it with pure determination. Izuku, seeing that everyone got a head start, knew that he would have to pick up slack. He channeled ether towards the soles of his feet, and after gathering and storing it, he released it all at once, shooting him forward. Izuku then further augmented his body by releasing the restraints on his energy. As his speed was being boosted, he quickly reached the middle of the group. Knowing that it would be foolish to go with the group, Izuku shot towards a building and used another burst of ether to allow him to reach the roof of the building. He saw that there were pockets of robots everywhere, but then he saw the group fighting for points in a cluster at the center. With his quirk helping him remain calm, he looked to a large building he guessed was the hospital. He saw that there were a lot of robots there. Izuku shot towards the hospital and created multiple sword constructs and shot them towards the unsuspecting robot. Catching 4 of them off guard, he mentally tallied 6 points, seeing as he got 2 2-pointers and 2 1-pointers. Sensing the intruder among them, the rest of the robots converged at his position. Izuku channeled his ether to create a dome where he caught 3-pointers. Using them much like a chain ball, he grew it at a cluster that was coming to him from his side. An explosion that gave him another 10 points, totaling him up to 14. He suddenly felt his instincts forcing him to duck, and duck he did, as not even a sec later a clawed arm was passing through where his head was. Izuku charged his fist with one for all while ether swirled around his arm, seemingly encasing in a cushion of energy. He hit the robot hard enough for it shoot backwards, totaling other robots unfortunate enough to get caught in its path and open up an escape route for him. His arm, while not useless, felt numb and saw that his knuckles were bleeding. His ether was already fixing the minor damage. Izuku used his ether and burst through before his path closed up, and not even a moment later did the remaining robots, which seemed to be around 13, to chase after him. He looked to the side and saw some of the examinees coming closer to his position. While he wanted to conserve his energy in case someone needed help or to heal an injured examinee, it seemed as though he'll have to take care of these robots first. He turned to the robots and his body was suddenly glowing with energy. Izuku pointed his palms to the group of robots and shouted, "Heaven's light, blade dance." His ether formed thin blades or flew towards the robots and cleaved them straight through. Izuku let out a sigh of exertion. While powerful than most of his constructs, it took a lot out of him. As he turned around, he saw a person hunched over holding his stomach. Izuku ran to check up on him. "Hey, are you all right there?" Who are you?" "And to answer your question, I just overused my quirk, that's all," he said with a haughty tone and a very foreign accent. "Let me see, I'll numb the pain for you." Izuku raised his arm at the person's general direction and let his ether numb the pain which was centered around his stomach. Well, it seems we have a very talented generation. I see everyone having diverse techniques to help take in points," said a voice. "Yes, I agree. Whether it was keeping a calm in this chaos, speed, or overwhelming strength, they are surely showing their worth," replied another. "And then there is him, Izuku Midoriya, is it? His very quirk is amazing. And not to mention his tactics as well as his actions this far. I wonder why was he not recommended to UA instead of taking the exam? He surely has the caliber." "I don't know how to answer that, but let's give these young ones their final test, shall we?" Merci. We make a good team, me and you. Perhaps we should count." Whatever he wanted to say was drowned out by an explosion that occurred in the center of the city. As the smoke cloud subsided, Izuku saw a colossal-sized green robot emerge from where the explosion happened, causing everyone to start running in fear. Izuku, on the other hand, was thinking differently. The sudden appearance of the robot may have caused injuries to the candidates. While there may have been precautions taken, nothing must be foolproof. Izuku ignored what the blonde was about to say and had already started going to the robots area using his ether reserves. He was met with interference from the other robots. He quickly created a lance of ether and threw it at the robots. It went through 2 of them before exploding, catching another 3 in it. He further increased the ether being channeled while making sure to have enough in reserve for him to use. He reached to a site of absolute pandemonium. People were rushing to get away from the 0-pointer. A complete lack of sense was evident. He knew he'd have to do something. Izuku gathered his ore and let it spread through the area while simultaneously running towards people who were trapped under large pieces of concrete and helped them by lifting it off them. He used his strength to break through the incoming debris, which clearly became taxing in his body. The others stared in awe at the maelstrom of energy that encased Izuku. After saving a handful of people, Izuku looked around to see if anyone else. Izuku froze on the spot there. Trapped underneath a large amount of concrete that could have possibly crushed and broken her leg was Uraraka, who was trying to crawl away from the now quickly approaching robot. As soon as his brain registered the scene in front of him, it was as though his body moved on autopilot. Throwing away all sense of reason and logic, Izuku forced himself beyond his limits, flooding his legs with ether, creating the mentally dubbed ether burst. It created shockwaves when he jumped towards the massive robot. The shockwaves cleared off the screen of smoke and dust. This, of course, gave the spectators a clear view of what was supposed to be unbelievable. All the while, Izuku smiled at the similarities of what happened then with Bakugo, and now his body moved on his own. Lacking the ether to reduce the knockback of One for All, Izuku reared his arm back and channeled the undulated power of One for All into his fist, and then he shouted out, SSSMMMASSSHHH. Izuku felt the impact for a brief moment, then saw the damage of what he did. The robot was breaking apart into nothing but scrap metal that was coming apart piece by piece, and it was now a few feet in the air because of how much power he used to hit the thing. Everyone was staring at the pure destructive power that he possessed with shock and awe. They didn't even bother to run away from the now scattering debris, as they didn't know how to comprehend the whole situation. Uraraka looked up in amazement at what power Izuku had before seeing that he wasn't slowing down. While everyone else in Test Site B was staring at the shattered remains of the 0-point robot, Izuku began to feel the pain hitting his body in one blow. Izuku's Quirk was working overtime to heal his arm, but knowing that surfing the fall was on the top of his to-do list, he diverted as much as power he could to create a platform beneath him. As the pain slowly faded, Izuku was able to concentrate better and was able to create a small platform beneath him, yet his descent speed was still too much. He spotted Uraraka running towards where he was going to land. With a slightly awkward movement in her legs, she then jumped onto a bit of destroyed robot and gave it a touch with all 5 of her fingers, making it float, and waited for Izuku to fall to a point where she could touch him. Izuku could see what she was planning and extended his left arm toward her. And just as they were about 20 feet above the ground did their hands make contact. But a small miscalculation on Izuku's part caused him not let go of her, and one thing led to another, and he began to hover a couple feet above the floor on his platform, holding Uraraka bridal style with his half-healed hands. Of course he couldn't feel the weight because of what he supposed was Uraraka's quirk. Our release. With that one word and a hand gesture from Uraraka, Izuku felt the weight on his, and pain shot up, but he refused to scream out. Izuku gently let Uraraka down on his platform before lowering them to the floor. Izuku turned his head with a blush on his cheeks and looked over at Uraraka and tried thanking her as she did the same, before covering her mouth and throwing up due to the weakness of her quirk. It's all over. Those 3 words filled Izuku with relief and a touch of nervousness. He was sure he got at least 45 points, and he was happy with himself for being able to save people like a true hero. Izuku felt his ether fixing his arm before he shifted to try and heal Uraraka's leg. Izuku didn't pick up on the large crowd gathering around him and talking about the power he just displayed. Holy shit, did you see that? It'd be better to ask who didn't see that. This kid must have a monstrous quirk. I mean, I still can't believe what I saw. And look, he's even able to heal other people as well. While people were still in awe over Izuku's performance, Recovery Girl made herself known as she started healing others before getting to Izuku. Izuku-chan, let me handle the rest, would you? Recovery Girl asked, which got responded with a nod from Izuku and him holding his right arm up to her. Recovery Girl bent down slightly and puckered her lips before they extended towards Izuku's arm. The moment the two came into contact with each other, Izuku's arm was consumed with a faint green aura with a touch of gold, after which she did the same with Uraraka. As people started leaving, both Izuku and Uraraka were close to each other and went on to have small talk till the end of the bus journey, after which they promised to keep in touch after exchanging numbers. I must admit that was truly fascinating. In first place, we have examine number 2234, Izuku Midoriya, scoring 54 villain points along with a whooping 80 rescue points, making him a true prodigy. Also, it's been a while since we had someone take down the 0-pointer, not to mention the way he put others before himself as well, how he went on to rake up points while still helping others along the way. We may have the greatest generation too. In second place, we have Examine 2233 Katsuki Bakugo with 77 villain points and 10 rescue points. Not to mention the recommendation we received on some candidates, don't you think, Principal? Yes, it does. And it will be our duty to raise them the best we can. Now then, dismissed, but Toshinori-kun, please stay for a moment. As one by one the people filed out, Toshinori kept a perfect poker face. It wasn't until the last person left did a smile that threatened to split his face come out. I truly am proud to have met Izuku, and not to mention the fact he will surely be the next symbol of peace. He had the instincts better than a pro hero, and that's saying something, isn't it, Principal? I agree with you, but we must make sure he is ready for all that he will face in his life. Train him well. He will be the one leading us to a better future. 1 week went by after the day of the UA entrance exam, and Izuku had been a bit nervous while he was happy with what happened. All Might hadn't contacted him. The whole week was eventful. He and Uraraka spent time training at the beach or just talking to each other, which also extended to texting each other. He was happy that he found a good friend in Uraraka. He had also worked out some moves and even talked about it with her. But suddenly his mind went back to his sensei. Nothing for an entire week. I wonder why. Is he caught up in work? Or is it ... Oh god, did I not get in? Know that. Oh god. IDN. Izuku's thoughts were cut off by the sound of loud approaching footsteps as his mother burst into the room holding what seemed to be an envelope while exclaiming, "Izuku, it's here. The letter, it's really here." He didn't know how to react. Izuku stared at the letter with a completely blank expression. His mind was torn. Was he gonna get in? Did he fail? as he walked towards his mother and thanked her before taking the letter from her hands. Taking a deep breath, he removed the seal and opened the letter. Suddenly, a small clinking noise echoed through the room as he and his mother saw a small metal device landed on his desk with a small light blinking on it. What is? Not even able to finish his sentence, the device shot up a beam of light that became a projection. All Might! Izuku shouted in disbelief as he fell backwards off his chair as the projection kept playing, while Izuku's face went from that of shock to one of trepidation. This is a projection. The holographic All Might exclaimed as he looked directly at the camera. Wait, what? I thought this was from UA. Questioning why he was seeing All Might on a recording device from UA. Now you're probably thinking, why is All Might on this? The answer is simple. I am in town to teach the next generation of heroes at UA High. That explanation alone made Izuku and Inko go wide-eyed as he now ignored the argument that went on between All Might and one of the cameramen telling him to get on with it. The holographic All Mights went down a little bit as he turned to the camera, now looking directly at Izuku. Young Midoriya, I must say, even though you aren't a student in UA yet, you already embody its motto, go beyond. Plus ultra, you were ranked first in the entire exam. Not only that, you made my colleagues acknowledge your strength, they called you a prodigy. You see, we had a separate system of points as well. And you, young Midoriya, had received 54 villain points and 80 rescue points. All Might boomed out at the loudest. Izuku had heard him while he just looked up in shock as happy tears began to fall. I can't believe it. Izuku tried to speak out. He was brought into a gentle hug by Inko, who was proud of her son. You've made it, young Midoriya. And you have made me proud. This will be your hero academia. Those words filled Izuku with nothing but pure unadulterated joy. As the projection finished, Izuku couldn't help but hug his mother back. His mother simply smiled and kissed his forehead before telling him that she always believed in him. He heard his phone go off, showing that Uraraka was calling him as they both talked about how they gotten, and Uraraka congratulated him on taking first place, to which he thanked her. They both agreed to meet up in front of school before they see which class they were assigned to. Izuku had spent his days refining his control over his quirks. All Might had told him of the many methods which would help his body adapt fast. Recover Girl had taken a liking to Izuku over the due course of when he was at the training ground and had taken over his teaching in the medical field. But he still spent time at the hospital under the doctor. He and Uraraka had formed a good bond over the month, and he was looking forward to meeting her again. The train from his home station to the UA1 took 40 minutes. He met a few former classmates he encountered who congratulated him on getting into UA. When he reached the gates, he saw Uraraka waving at him. He waved back, and once they were near each other, Izuku and Uraraka exchanged greetings before finding out that they've been assigned to the same class. Izuku led Uraraka to the door for Class 1 as he already knew most of the layout of the school. He opened the door to find a squabble between two of his classmates. Take your feet off that desk, Tenya shouted. Izuku glanced over and sighed at the form of Katsuki, leaning back with his shoes rubbing into the desk. Your actions are insulting not only to those who have come before us, but also to the excellent craftsmen who made that desk. Katsuki snorted. Shut it. What middle school did you go to where they stuck a massive stick up your ass? I went to Sumi Academy, and my name is Ida Tenya. Sumi. Katsuki's feet fell from his desk and he leaned forward. Get out of my face, you stuck-up elitist, before I blow you to bits. You dare threaten a fellow student? You should be expelled immediately. Katsuki snorted. His eyes drifted from Tenya, and Izuku sighed as they fell on him. So you're here too, Izuku. Morning to you too, Kaken. Izuku felt everyone's eyes turn to him, and a small blush took to his face. Good morning, my name is Ida Tenya. I hope we can get along, he said while he marched over. Nice to meet you, Ida-kun. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I hope we get along too, I replied. My name is Ochako Uraraka. I hope we have a nice time together, said Ochako, who introduced herself. I must admit, Midoriya, to think you understood the true meaning of the test, and along with the monstrous strength you had displayed in the practical exam, had actually left me feeling lacking. Although I am curious as to why you hadn't been recommended. This got the attention of everyone, especially two students. Ida was cut off from continuing his speech by the arrival of a sleeping bag. If you're here to socialize, then get out. A deep and bored voice spoke from behind them. Izuku looked over his shoulder to see a man in a sleeping bag with tired eyes as he maneuvered his arm and started drinking from a juice carton. The class just went silent at that before the man stood up and got out of his sleeping bag. He looked at all the students with uninterested eyes before holding out a blue tracksuit. Take one, go to the changing rooms down the hall and to the left, then meet me out back. I'm also your homeroom teacher, Aizawa shouted. Nice to meet you, Aizawa said in a bored tone, throwing a box of the tracksuits in front of them. Izuku tried to get a baggy tracksuit, but it ended up in failure as they had their tags written on them. After changing, they all assembled in the outdoor training ground. Today we're testing your quirks. More specifically, the limits of your quirks. Aizawa spoke in a dull tone as he was met with a little resistance. But he carried on, ignoring the complaints. We'll be using the standard gym tests you should have done in middle school as the test. Now we'll need an example of the top scoring student. Izuku, step forward, Aizawa stated, indicating for him to step forward. As Izuku stepped forward, he was handed a softball. Use your quirk and throw this as hard as you can. Izuku was suddenly nervous. He knew that he could get isolated by his peers. He had been lucky to gain his quirk when he did ... and if he made it look as though he was above them, Izuku would be made an outcast, and so he made up his mind and decided only augmenting his body and not use one for all or use the max of his ether. Murmurs broke out on how Izuku's practicals went, while Bakugo looked on with interest along with 4 others. Izuku stepped forward into the circle and had the ball in hand before throwing it with the help of his quirk, sending it flying through the air. Before a few seconds later, Aizawa showed on his device that he threw it 710.64 meters. This caused multiple eyes to narrow. Considering his entrance exam, Izuku sweated ... Even holding back, he received this much of a score. Okay, first event, 50-meter dash, but before that, Izuku, to me, Aizawa stated while gesturing the others towards a 50-meter track. Midoriya, care to explain to me why you are holding back? We both know what you are capable of ... When you trained here at UA Underground, you were capable of destroying dummies that have withstood attacks for years. This test is for you to understand your absolute limits of your quirk, and the fact you don't want to even do that is insulting and goes against what UA stands for. Remember, go beyond, plus ultra, Aizawa said as the cloth around his neck shifted to let him see the yellow goggles around his neck. Eraserhead, I'm sorry, I didn't. Izuku started but was interrupted by Aizawa. These people are gonna be your trusted allies and comrades for 3 years, and further, you've got to learn to trust them. And beyond that, they may even become your trusted friends in the long run ... So grow a spine and put yourself to the limits, Aizawa stated with an annoyed sigh. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. I won't hold back anymore, Izuku stated. Good cause, you'll have to redo the softball throw again. But before that, Aizawa left and started calling the students one by one. Tenya went up, joined by Asuitsuyu. He saw that Tenya clocked in at 3.04 seconds. It didn't look like you reached your top speed. 50 meters is too short for anything past third gear, Tenya grumbled. Uraraka joined them after her test, where she clocked at. Midoriya, Bakugo, you're up, Aizawa called out. Izuku hadn't wanted to try this out before he had tested it out, but it seemed as though fate had other plans. As they readied themselves, Izuku channeled as much of one for all he could control and let it spread around his body once. Then his magic reinforced his muscles and bones. Aizawa noted the shift in the aura around Izuku and grinned. Ready, go. Izuku burst forward, leaving shockwaves in his trail while Bakugo held on using his explosion quirk ... But it was too late. 2.01 seconds. Everyone, including Aizawa, was shocked as Izuku crossed the line in a time that had them speechless. Aizawa had dropped the device in his hand while Izuku had to resort to using friction to stop himself, leaving a trail deep into the ground. Aizawa quickly recovered from his shock and just told them to do the grip strength test and handed them the machine, which Izuku gripped with as much strength he could muster while keeping one for all augmented by his magic, but that was more than enough to destroy the machine. This continued for all the other events, wherein he had dominated most of the events, with Momo and Todoroki and him exchanging the top 3 positions in most of them. The softball throw was the second to last test for Izuku, as he also decided to really test his limits and flooded his hand with more magic while keeping one for all in harmony. Doing so, of course, had unexpected effect. First ... The ball reached a distance of 2.83 kilometers. Second, the backlash caused those near to him to fall onto their butts. Third, Izuku sorta destroyed half of his tracksuit. While Izuku had noticed he could control what seemed to be 5% of one for all, it seemed that it was not perfect, as his arm and body was a bit numb. Whoa, Midoriya is ripped, Kaminari said out loud, which brought Izuku to notice that his gym clothes were half ripped, exposing his arm and parts of his chest to the class, where every girl in the vicinity turned away with fierce blushes on their faces. Izuku immediately summoned his ether to create a cloak of light, which he wore. This, of course, had the unintended side effect of gaining the attention of Momo. Bakugo, on the other hand, was in shock. He knew Izuku was strong, but this blew it out of proportions. He clenched his fists at how empty his past boasts must have been to Izuku. Aizawa announced that class was dismissed after showing the leaderboard to them all, showing that Izuku was on the top with Momo just underneath him. As soon as Aizawa left, he was bombarded with questions on his quirk and how he got so strong. Izuku, while used to being asked questions about his quirk, was still a bit overwhelmed by the questions of his classmate. He turned around to see that Uraraka was speaking with Momo Yaoyorozu. He answered a few more questions before he was suddenly confronted by Bakugo. Izuku sighed. He knew that it was inevitable, especially considering how long they had fought along with each other. Izuku nodded and he went to locker room, so as to get out of his gym clothes. Bakugo went alongside him and soon enough everyone was headed to the locker rooms. Care to explain why you never busted out those moves before? Izuku and All Might had come up with a simple excuse for those you asked about his quirk. My quirk is a little different from the norm. It kept mutating and kept busting my control every now and then. It was just 2 weeks before the entrance exam that it finally stopped. You know, Izuku, that quirk of yours might be more than a little different. Well, then I'll have to pick up slack, eh? Can't just let you not have a rival, right? And with that, Bakugo left Izuku and walked towards the classrooms. Izuku never noticed how tight Bakugo's fists were clenched. It had been a bit crazy for Izuku ever since the quirk apprehension test, with a lot of people asking him to show off his quirk, as well as him never actually being adept at social situations. Yet through it he was able to gain a few friends, most noticeable being Uraraka, Ida, and Momo. Bakugo had also hung around then, yet he never actually took part in the conversation. Momo started talking to him while using his quirk's creation aspect as a topic. He was actually able to hold a conversation with Momo because of how similar their interests were. He wasn't surprised on how she got a recommendation to enter UA, especially after seeing her quirk in action. He also found that she was the one who had a higher grade than him on the written test. Soon they hung out a lot, after which she was regularly seen with him, Uraraka, and Ida. Now he was waiting for the heroics class to begin. After spending the morning going through the normal class, which was fun since he would compete with Momo to see who was the better student, the door was suddenly flung open and All Might arrived in his Silver Age costume. Come through the door like a normal person. Izuku grinned at his sensei's boisterous entrance while the rest of the class chattered with excitement as All Might strutted to the front of the room. He turned to them, grinning, and continued. Basic hero training. This class will put you through every possible scenario and forge each and every one of you into a great hero. Today is gonna be battle training, and for this you need to look good, so I have hero costumes, all of which was done in accordance to maximize your quirk's effects. Everyone stood as All Might finished. Once you have changed, come to ground beta. As they all took their costume containers and left to the changing room. Their costumes were based on the designs given by them along with some notes. These are sent by the UA to companies so that they are made of the highest quality materials. As they walked out onto ground beta, they saw each other in their hero costume for the first time. Momo had a simplistic costume which showed off a lot of skin. Ada had a very similar costume to that of Ingenium. Ochako had a pink bodysuit which seemed to be designed after a spacesuit. Izuku, on the other hand, was seen wearing a black body armor, which consisted of a black tight and full-sleeved shirt with silver accents which outlined his muscles, and a metal plate on his collar, and black pants that had 2 black straps on his thighs, and another 2 strapped around his shins separate from each other. He wears black metal-plated shoes, which appear to be attached to his trousers. To top it all, he had a white cloak which red flames licking at the end. Everyone's here, and you truly look like heroes, All Might said. Now, welcome, my students, to battle training. It seemed as though ground beta was one of the test areas that were used in the entrance exam. Most of the students started to talk amongst themselves, wondering what exercise they would be given. If I may, sir, Eda began. It appears that this is the same location used for the entrance exam. Will we be performing urban tactics again? No, not twice. We'll be taking it 2 steps forward. While most of the villain fights you see on the news are outside, statistically speaking, the more serious as well as tougher fights in our hero community occur indoors. The villains on higher scales act from the shadows in hopes of not being seen on the radar. Now I shall divide you into groups of 2, and then you shall battle against each other, where one group will act as the villains and the other as heroes. The villains have a warhead in one of these floors of the building, and in order for the heroes to win, you must either capture the villain or you must seize the warhead, while the villains need to prevent that from happening. This, of course, was met with a ton of questions from the students. All Might seemed a bit overwhelmed by the questions, but continued. We shall decide the groups and the roles by lots. Now Group A versus Group D. The A team will be the heroes for this simulation. The test will start in 5 minutes. With that, All Might left with the rest of the students following him. Izuku, we should make a plan, Momo said as she turned to Izuku, who looked to be in deep thought. Kaken is gonna gun for me the moment the simulation starts, so our best tactic is for me to distract him while you take it on. I'm sure that I'll be able to stall or even beat Kaken, but how do you think you'll fare against Ida? Well, I'd prefer we stick together, but from you have said about your school life, Bakugo would want to have a one-on-one with you. I'll take care of Ida, but make sure not to get hurt, okay? And D begin. All Might's voice rang through the test area from the control room. With a nod, both Momo and Izuku entered the building. 4 eyes. What do you think about Deku? Said Kaken with his back against Ida. You mean Midoriya-san? Well, he is very friendly. He seems to have extensive knowledge of heroes and their quirks. While at first he is a bit awkward, he'll ease into it after some time, and his quirk is very powerful and versatile. Is that enough? Replied Ida. Yay, that sounds like Deku alright. Stay here, I'm going after him, he stated while having a rather resigned expression on his face. Wait, Bakugo. We are supposed to work as a team, remember? If we don't, they will overpower us for sure. The pure destructive power of Midoriya's quirk is mind-boggling. Katsuki didn't bother replying. He simply walked out, determined to settle his mind on his thoughts on Izuku. As they both entered the building, Izuku placed his hands against the wall of the building. Momo was confused as to what he was planning as she reached out to shake him. His body suddenly released a wave of light that seemed to extend everywhere. After 10 seconds, Izuku clutched his head as if in pain. Momo was concerned about him and helped him up. After receiving a thanks from him, she asked, "What was that about?" Okay, not much time to explain. It was a bastardized version of a sonar. The feedback hurt. The weapon and Ida are on the 5th floor, and Bakugo is searching for us since I saw him on the 3rd floor stairs coming downwards. Izuku felt his headache recede a bit, but it was still present. Momo, the moment me and him start combat, I want you to gun for the warhead. Be alert, Ida is faster than you, so get your weapons ready before attacking him. Okay, I'll key. IzukuxOchakoxMomo. Izuku turned to see Kaken running towards him, an explosion charging up in his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Momo tensing for a fight. He looked back and saw that Kaken was just a few feet away from him. Augmenting his limbs with ether, Izuku rushed to intercept Bakugo head-on. Both Momo and Bakugo are clearly surprised by the tactic. Bakugo thrust his arm, planning on nailing Izuku in the face as he released his explosion quirk again. Izuku, as if already knew his move, ducked and placed an open palm on his stomach before his energy thrust him away. Not giving him time to recover, Izuku blurred towards Bakugo and took them both to another hallway, leaving Momo a clear shot to the stairs. As both Izuku and Bakugo engaged each other in combat, with Izuku using his knowledge of close combat to keep Bakugo from using his quirk, finally needing distance, Izuku cut Bakugo's right swing with a massive uppercut. Both of them didn't look too banged up, with Bakugo having just a few bruises and with Izuku's clothes being a bit singed and his face having a nasty bruise when Bakugo switched moves, surprising him. Izuku had been trying to subdue Katsuki, but it seemed as though today he was a man on a mission. As they both stood up, with a couple of meters between them, Bakugo's gauntlets suddenly glowed red. Bakugo looked at Izuku, and rather than having a face of anger that Izuku anticipated, it was actually a visage of determination. You know, Izuku, back in school I always thought that the rest of them were extras, that I was undisputed. We used to hang out together, and after a while I started becoming a bit arrogant in my power. I thought everyone would just drag me down. So I challenged each and everyone there, and as I beat everyone with no sweat, you of all people gain a quirk and knock me out. You refused all my challenges after that, or someone always got in between. So let's end it here and now. Show me that you can actually give me a challenge. With that, Bakugo raised his right arm, and a pin much like that which you see on grenades became visible, as he explained that these gauntlets store up the nitroglycerine to let him create a big enough explosion. All Might tried to warn Bakugo from using it, but it was too late. A massive explosion came charging at Izuku from Bakugo's gauntlet. Those in the control room watched in horrid fascination as the explosion bathed Izuku in fire. All Might seemed to be unmoving, and before he could say a word, he saw a trace of gold coming from the smoke left behind by the attack. And soon as the smoke subsided, it gave way to see Izuku hand outstretched with a massive shield of energy reminiscent to that of 5 petals. His arms seemed to buckle from the strain, and he was seen panting as the construct was dispersing. He looked a bit worse for the wear, but none too damaged. You know, Kaken, if you wanted me to prove that I wouldn't drag you down, it could have said so rather than trying to attack me all the time in school. But as much as I would love to patch up, I have a test to win. Heaven's Light, Swords Barrage. Multiple sword constructs flickered into creation and were all pointed towards Bakugo, who had a grin on his face. The swords came close to catching him before he revealed that he was charging another explosion in his left hand. Explosion met sword tip and knocked Izuku down from the resulting wall of air. As soon as he sat up, he found his sensory field urging him to duck, and not a moment later he found himself mere inches away from Katsuki's gauntlet. Ether shot forward from Izuku's frame and clashed with the arm, giving Izuku just a moment to stand. Both of them looked exhausted, Bakugo more than Izuku. It was then Izuku decided to end it. He sent multiple chains of light and spread them through the enclosed space as soon as Bakugo tried to combat them. All the chains suddenly dispersed, and soon he turned to find Izuku had closed the gap with his fist reared back for a haymaker. And so with a resigned sigh he took the blow. Izuku made sure to not use more 4% of 1 for all to augment his body, as he had found out that instead of augmenting a single limb with OFA, letting it flow throughout his body gave a better output than his previous assumption. Izuku let out a tired sigh as he spun the capture tape around Katsuki's. He was wondering what happened to Momo when suddenly the intercom burst to life. Hero Team A wins. His radio also beeped, signaling Momo wanted to communicate with him. Izuku, are you there? I heard a large explosion. Izuku gave a small smile before he placated her worries before asking her how she won against it. I captured Ada by luring him into trap by blinding him with smoke after his movements were sealed with a rope trap. He was in front of the mouth of a cannon, and then I just spun the capture tape around him. Izuku's sweat dropped. Wasn't that a bit overkill? Suddenly he thought of his fight with Bakugo and felt stupid for thinking that. The entire crowd was buzzing with the students chattering about what they witnessed. The girls were talking on how Momo and Izuku used tactics to defeat Group D, while the guys were going on about the fight between Izuku and Bakugo, and how Izuku was completely badass when he blocked that grenade attack. This was what Momo and Izuku saw when they entered. Of course, Uraraka ran to them and started fussing over them and their injuries, which weren't much thanks to Izuku's healing abilities. The rest of class also talked to them, and even Bakugo, who came after visiting Recovery Girl. Although he was a bit moody, All Might got the attention of the class. Now, that was a very interesting match. The hero team showed excellent response to all the hurdles they faced, and even though the villain team was divided, they all performed admirably. Although young Bakugo, I'd recommend that you don't use your gauntlet attacks and training exercises without prior permission ... as it could have caused injuries to both the students. It may also harm those near as collateral damage. Bakugo, who seemed much more reserved than normal, simply nodded. Now, since that is out of the way, let's continue with the simulation. The teams went on one by one. Izuku was talking to everyone about what they saw. He also received compliments about his costume and his moves. The class ended on a high note as they all left with a smile on their faces. All Might said that he was proud of each of them. As school ended, Bakugo came up to Izuku, who was with Momo, Uraraka, and Ada. "Hey Izuku." "Hey, Kaken, what is it?" Izuku was a bit on guard as he wasn't sure how Kaken was gonna react. "Look, you proved that you were strong, so I wanted to let you know that the next time I'll win, I'll be even stronger than last time, and that we'll face each other straight on ... and no tricks." "Got it." Izuku was stunned. He knew Bakugo long enough to understand that this was his version of friendship. With a smile, Izuku raised his arm out for a fist bump. "Sure, Kaken, let's give it our best." Bakugo seemed surprised before he returned the fist bump, smirking as he did so. Unknown to them, they were watched by All Might and Nezu. "He's a natural, isn't he, Principal?" "Yes, to connect with Bakugo through fists. I truly believe he will be in the epicenter of everything." The entire walls around the campus was crowded with reporters trying to get into the campus. News of All Might teaching the new batch of UA had been a major scoop. Currently guarding the entrance was Aizawa and Present Mike. You think they'd give up after some time? Like, sheesh, I'd rather fight a horde of villains than this. This, of course, was from Present Mike. The reporters had been hounding students and teachers alike for the better part of an hour, until now, when one of the more gutsy reporters tried to enter the UA by force, which in turn activated the defense mechanism of the school. Izuku and the gang were together talking about how they have been spending the day. Uraraka was by Izuku and was recalling how she had once used her quirk to make her bag lighter so she could carry it easier. Ida was with Bakugo, berating him on disrespecting the desks. Momo was on the other side of Izuku and was reading through one of his notebooks, while Izuku himself was content just listening to Uraraka's story while answering Momo's question. The door opened to reveal their homeroom teacher, Aizawa-sensei, who had a rather bored expression on his face. "Now then, I'm here to inform you of something very important. I recommend you listen well." The entire class was motionless, knowing the last time Aizawa-sensei threatened them with expulsion. "You have to choose a class rep. Do it however you want. I need the name after I finish my nap." The classroom sighed in relief. Before, of course, everyone decided that they were the best to class rep, which before it could escalate, both Izuku and Ada calmed the class down. After which Ada recommended a vote, which the class agreed to. The vote drawn led to the result of Izuku with 4 votes and Momo with 2 votes, and thus Izuku was lead to be the class rep and Momo the vice. Izuku was a bit overwhelmed, but calmed himself and promised the class that he would do his best. During lunch, they all sat together, where they found that Ida was the younger brother of the pro hero Ingenium. Before anyone could comment, the UA security system ordered an evacuation due to a security breach. The response was immediate, but pandemonium began to wreak across the cafeteria. Izuku knew that he needed to do something. Calling his aura, he heightened his abilities to the max, causing his body to leak energy to the surroundings. This caused most of the students to calm down due to the passive effect of his energy on allies. Momo created a loudspeaker to catch everyone's attention and spoke. "Please remain calm. We must first assess the threat before we do anything. Please maintain an orderly fashion." Izuku, still keeping his quirk active, created a platform for him and Momo to rise above the crowd, where they saw the supposed threat was nothing more than some rogue reporters who got in. This, of course, got everyone to settle down and return to the cafeteria, a bit on guard but overall calm. Izuku, seeing everyone going back, deactivated his quirk and sighed. He then got compliments from his fellow students. "Good thinking, Midoriya. It's a good thing we chose you and Momo as our reps, otherwise we would have looked like headless chickens on TV." They assembled in class where Aizawa had told them. For today's basic hero training, All Might, myself, and another hero will supervise. We will be preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. Aizawa displayed a long card, printed with the training topic. It's rescue training. The class was excited at the change of pace. I'm not finished yet, Aizawa said. He pressed a button and the wall opened, revealing their packaged costumes. You all have the option to wear your uniform or your workout clothes. Some of you have uniforms not suitable for today's training, but it's not my decision. The facility we'll be at is off campus, so we'll take a bus there. I'll take questions when we arrive. Class 1 strolled out to the bus bay, all dressed in their costumes. Izuku was with Momo trying to get everyone's attention so that they could board the bus. Line up, guys. After a few attempts, the class was soon in an orderly line and boarded the bus. He followed, near the back, and sat on the sideways seats near the front, with Momo and Ada on each side and Uraraka, Tsuyu and Bakugo on the other. The bus turned on and departed UA for the off-campus complex for rescue training. Midoriya, why is it that when you say the names of your moves they get stronger than normal and you seem to have get drained too? Tsuyu said after a few minutes. Oh, that a pretty good question, Asui-san. Call me Tsuyu, she responded. Yeah, come to think about it, when we saw the tapes from battle training, where your sword things, well, they seemed faster and more solid-like. Kirishima grinned and continued. And your quirk is awesome. You can do a lot with that, unlike my hardening quirk. His arms stretched out and soft skin turned into a hard, crystalline material. It's great for fighting, but it doesn't look terribly cool. Izuku, though, thought he should say something. Your hardening quirk is pretty cool. Kirishima, it's definitely a good quirk for going pro. You really think so, Midoriya? Kirishima asked. Having a strong quirk isn't all it takes to be a pro. Don't forget that you need to be popular too. Yeah, I mean, your hardening quirk makes better than a lot of people close combat-wise. And you're pretty sturdy for damage too. Mine is a bit different. The words I say sorta unlock something in my quirk. It's like I'm shaping my quirk to a concept. I can do a lot more, but my quirk usually cause a lot of AoE damage, and I haven't fully mastered them. Although it's pretty strong and cool, you, Todoroki and Bakugo are pretty much levels above us. Izuku blushed at the praise. Yeah, but Bakugo is unhinged. He'll never be popular, Tsuyu said, leaping right off of Kirishima's statement. Katsuki leapt to his feet, shouting, What'd you say, frog girl? Tsuyu pointed at his reaction as if it proved her point. You know, Bakugo, Denki began. It's pretty sad that barely 2 weeks in and we all know that your personality is worse than a backed-up sewer. Stop it, all of you. We're here, Aizawa called back as the bus stopped. They followed him out of the bus and into the massive complex they were parked in front of. Inside were 6 zones, each with their own hazards. The class looked around the building in awe. Looks like there are zones for floods, landslides, conflagrations, earthquakes, and more. Exactly. Their mystery teacher said, joining Class 1A. I've been waiting for you guys. This facility is home to nearly every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built it myself, and I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or for short USJ. Their mystery teacher was stocky, wearing a white spacesuit with a black dome and yellow boots. Or Universal Studios Japan, everyone thought. You're the space hero. 13, Izuku said as he recognized the pro hero from TV. Onto his side, Uraraka did a dance at meeting her, one of her favorite heroes. Hey 13, Aizawa said. Where's All Might? I thought he was meeting us here. About that, Eraserhead. It seems he overworked himself today during his morning commute. 13 held up 3 fingers and Izuku understood what she meant. Izuku felt guilty that he hadn't been of any use to All Might since he inherited One for All. It was illogical, but he couldn't help it. That man is the height of irresponsibility, Aizawa complained. He turned to his students, saying, if he isn't here, then he isn't. Let's get started. Before we do so, 13 cut in. There are some things I want to talk about before we start. As many of you know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can consume and destroy anything. While I use it to save people in disasters, it can easily kill. I can guess there are some here that have similar abilities, dangerous and even lethal. In our super-powered society, the usage of quirks is heavily restricted, monitored, and regulated. While it appears stable, all it takes is one mistake with a powerful quirk for many people to die, even if you plan to use it for good reason. I've been told a little about your previous classwork using quirks. Aizawa's test was meant to draw out your potential. All Might's battle training showed you how your quirks can threaten others. Today, however, you will learn how to use them to save lives. Your powers are not meant to harm others, and I hope that when you leave today, you will understand what it means to help people. Thank you for listening. As they applauded 13, Aizawa stepped forward. Now let's begin. He drifted off, looking down at the plaza between the different zones. But then a black and purple mist swirled, expanding, until a hand grabbed the side of the forming hole and a head popped through. With shaggy pale blue hair, red eyes, and a white hand covering his face. Huddle up and don't move, Aizawa shouted back at them. He ignored his students' confusion. 13. Protect the students. At this point, dozens of people, villains, were pouring through a giant, black tier in the USJ. What's going on? Is this a part of the exercise? Kirishima asked. Not at all, Aizawa said, pulling on his goggles. Those are villains. A figure emerged from the mist, formed from the same black and purple wisps. 13. An Eraserhead. Where is All Might? All Might is supposed to be here. So that was you, scum. That day the press somehow got on campus. The man with the hand stuck to his face stepped forward. Well, where is he? We've brought a lot of people so we could play together. All Might, the symbol of peace. Where is he here? His attention turned to the students standing behind Aizawa. I wonder if some dead kids will bring him here. Izuku was piecing everything together. They thought All Might was going to be here, so why would they want to face him? Suddenly it crashed in him. Were they here to kill him? Izuku activated his quirk on instinct. He knew that he needed to keep everyone safe here. He was the reason All Might couldn't make it, so he had to step up. This place is far from campus and we're the only ones here, Shadow said. Without the sensors activating, nobody at UA knows about what's happening here. They're here to kill All Might, Izuku said, causing the rest of the students to pale. As the final villain exited the black-purple mist, it appeared to be nothing more than a brute. Its brain was exposed. It was bulky and seemed to incapable of rational thought, but somehow Izuku's very being wanted to be as far away from it as possible. His body felt primal fear staring at them. He turned to the rest of the class. He knew that it was useless unless they escaped. That possibility was out the window as he felt the lockdown procedures activating. He felt one for all and ether within him. Almost immediately he had made a choice. 13. Aizawa shouted over any potential panic. Evacuate the facility and try making contact with the school. One of the villains must be jamming the sensors and our communications. There's a good chance one of their electric types is the cause. Kaminari, try to use your signal to contact UA. Denki nodded. Sensei, you can't mean to fight them all alone, Izuku said. You can't erase all of their quirks. Your fighting style is much better suited towards erasure and a quick disabling move. Fighting so many won't. No good hero is a one-trick pony, Midoriya, Aizawa said, calm as ever. Izuku stared at his sensei. He knew that even with the years of experience and training under his sensei's belt, this fight wouldn't be one he could shrug off. Finally, he decided to trust in his sensei, but a small request first. Sensei, could you please give her hand? Aizawa looked perplexed, but considering the situation he needed to buy them time, and Izuku can't be stubborn now without good reason. He raised his arm. Izuku aimed his arm at him. And suddenly Aizawa felt like he was in his prime, all his exhaustion from the night patrols leaving him. He stared at Izuku, astonishment clearly seen on his face. Seeing his face, Izuku simply said, Warrior's blessing. My quirk is primarily suited for supplementary type situations like this, and I thought you would like the power-up. Aizawa simply chuckled. His scarf released its tight bonds around his shoulders. 13. Protect my students. And Izuku ... You never cease to surprise me with that. He flicked his scarf out and leapt down the staircase. While Izuku wanted to help Aizawa take down the multitude of villains, he followed 13 and the others towards the exit. They were only a dozen meters from the doors when the black mist appeared before them. Terrible yellow eyes glowered from the black and purple fog. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to leave, it said, shocking them. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our intrusion, but we've come here to UA. High to kill All Might, the symbol of peace. To fight an entire league dedicated to killing All Might. This was not how today was supposed to go. Izuku had his quirk passively activated, ready to lash out at a moment's notice. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today, the smoke villain continued. It appears the schedule was revised. That is no matter. My role remains unchanged. While 13 prepared his quirk, Katsuki and Kirishima took the initiative and jumped past the pro hero to engage the villain. They both threw a devastating punch, hitting the villain simultaneously. You seriously thought we'd stay still until you finished your monologue? Kirishima grinned as he brandished his arm. The mist villain reformed, revealing a long metal collar and a simple black and white suit beneath the smoke his body formed. That was close. Though you may be students, you are still the best of the best. 13 shouted, get back you two. The villain expanded. Thick, dark fog began to overtake the young heroes. I'll send you all with my comrades, the villain said. Seeing that he possessed a warping quirk, he saw some of his classmates being warped away. Izuku started his counter-attack. Battle arts, exorcism. A blast of concentrated ether exploded from Izuku's body, deterring the expanding most from coming closer. Shoto, seeing his chance, reacted by sending ice spears as the villain, retreating backwards. This gave the students breathing space. 13, seizing the opportunity, told Ida to run and get back up. Before Ida could deny the plan, Izuku laid a hand on his shoulder. Looking at his friend's face, he saw nothing but trust in them. With a nod, Ida activated his quirk. You must be stupid to talk about your strategy in front of the enemy. With that, he expanded again, trying to catch all of the students again, but 13 activated his quirk, immobilizing and drawing the villain in towards his quirk. Ida, seeing the chance, ran towards the door. While you may have a very strong quirk, you are a rescue hero, which means you lack battle instincts. Before anyone could move, a warp gate opened behind 13, which caused damage to his entire back. Almost immediately, the villain flew towards Ida, who was already near the door trying to pry it open. Just as he was about to reach Ida, an ice wall blocked his path, and the moment he stopped, he was face to face with the Bakugo, who immediately aimed an explosion towards the villain's visible armor. Knowing that he couldn't risk getting caught with the blow, he warped himself to the air. And almost immediately he was assaulted with golden swords that seemed coming from all directions. As he saw from the corner of his eye, he saw the door was forced open and his captive had escaped. He was broken from his thoughts when he was locked together with chains of light and thrown towards the forested area. Izuku let out a breath of relief. While it wasn't a great victory, it provided him time to group up with his classmates and hopefully heal 13. Izuku looked around and saw that he had been able to save Uraraka, Shoto, Momo, Bakugo, Mineta, Mina, and Tsuyu. His mind quickly flew through all the different combat possibilities, with each having a rather low success rate. He cursed himself for being a reason as to why Toshinori-sensei was incapacitated. He quickly broke his train of thought and focused on healing 13 as much as he could. Prayer of healing, which admittedly wasn't a lot. He saw everyone group besides him. It was Momo who broke the silence. "How is he, Izuku? Can you heal him?" "Unfortunately, this is beyond what I can do. He is out of the woods, but he'll be unconscious until he can get proper treatment." Izuku went to his knees at how much energy he had used. This caused his friends to worry. It was Momo who helped him up. Shoto was the next to speak. "What's our plan now? We will have to step up to tackle the villains before they get the best of us. I believe that you should make a plan, seeing as among all of us here, you seem to have a better tactical knowledge with a better implementation than us." If this was another time, he would have stuttered and become a nervous wreck at the praise from anyone. Now, though, he only nodded before he laid down the best idea he had. "Among all of here, I believe we should go for a split where one of us guards 13 while 3 of us rescue or group up with the others. And the rest of us can be of use and help lighten the workload of Aizawa-sensei and incapacitate the villains until Ida is back." Mineta, who had been on the edge, suddenly broke down. "How can we possibly survive? You said that they might be able to kill All Might. We have to run Midoriya." Bakugo, of course, didn't like that and was about to roughen Mineta before Izuku's passive ability reached him, and Izuku spoke. "If there's a chance that they can beat All Might, then we have to our jobs. We have to fight, and we will win. If we don't, how can we call ourselves heroes in training?" His thoughts drifted back to memories, primarily his childhood watching All Might in their first training together. "You can be a hero." Izuku clenched his fists and turned to everyone who had determination etched onto their faces. "Momo, you'll have to guard 13. With your quirk, it should be easy. Mineta, Tsuyu, Uraraka, gather everyone and get them to a safe place. Anywhere that's not compromised. Bakugo, Shoto will have to be the ones mowing down the villain horde, seeing as our quirks make us most battle-oriented. I'll play as support for first contact. Bakugo, you'll be the tip of the spear. Shoto, I'm assuming that you're more proficient in your ice quirk than you fire side." To which he received a delayed nod. "Okay. Provide Bakugo cover fire, after which we'll join him in the front lines. Any opposition?" Receiving nothing but nods from each of them, they separated, each having their communications activated. The assault team started decimating the horde of villains close to their sensei with light spears and swords, icicle spears and explosions. As soon as he had made contact with the villain wave, he knew that this wasn't gonna end well. Even if he somehow defeated the entire horde of villains, the main head was the one with hands attached to all parts of his body, who was flanked by a giant with his brains exposed. Whatever his student had done to him seriously gave him an edge over everyone. But then he was worried about the side effects to this much power. He was erasing quirks left and right. While they lacked in quality, the number of villains was meant to make him get tired rather quickly, but it seemed much slower than in comparison. His battle instincts suddenly screamed at him to move from his position, which he of course paid heed to. As not even a moment later, he saw a fist making contact with the ground which he was standing on. Not a second later, the bird brain-like villain seemed to possess a high level of speed and strength comparable to All Might. It turned to him again and attempted to him again, but Aizawa seemed to dodge them by an inch or so. "Eraserhead, you're so cool. To be able to dodge Naomu's hits even if barely. I hate it when heroes live up to their height." Aizawa, on the other hand, noticed that the only reason he was actually able to dodge the blows was because he wasn't tired much, and also due to the fact that Warrior's Blessing was still active. Knowing he couldn't keep dodging forever, especially since the rest of the villains were surrounding them, he quickly jumped back farther and used his scarf to catch a villain by surprise and threw it at the giant, granting him a few more seconds. He saw from the corner of his eye that the mist villain had returned. and seemed to be in a bit of pain as he saw numerous scratches on his armor. The Namu seemed to stop movement as well, suddenly returning to their side. Seeing his chance, he attempted to attack the villain, but was thwarted by the rest of the goons. Kurogiri, let's leave behind some dead kids to tarnish the symbol of peace's pride. And just when he was about to activate his quirk, Eraserhead erased it, while simultaneously using his capture tape on one of the goons. Leave the children out of this, Eraserhead bellowed. Also, the famed hero complex makes an appearance. Tell you what, I'll let you in on a secret. Meet the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Namu, made to annihilate all might. If you can fight through all these waves, you'll fight the boss. Get it? The moment he said those words, all the villains on the front ran towards Aizawa, who, while not exhausted, wasn't at the top of his game. He ran straight towards a villain who seemed to have a quirk that made him look like a gecko. While he erased the quirk of a villain who was trying to get a pot shot at him, he spun around and kicked the gecko in the face and went into the air and used his scarf to bind another villain and threw him towards a group of shooters. Aizawa was a whirlwind of mayhem, showing the villains what happens when a pro goes serious, but then the inevitable happened. He slipped up. Overextending a step caused him to miscalculate on where his scarf would go. This gave a villain who seemed to possess a flamethrower quirk to shoot at him. Aizawa knew the only way was to take it head on and hope he survived. So he closed his eyes, grit his teeth, and braced for the pain, except ... it never came. Instead, he heard a familiar voice scream, "Die," followed by a very familiar explosion. Opening his eyes, he saw Bakugo with his fist buried inside the stomach of the villain. Then he saw that the entire wave was being frozen while a dozen or so energy blasts hit the remaining stragglers. "Hey sensei, nap time is over. We got to smash some faces in." Aizawa turned to see Bakugo standing in front of him, back turned, knocking out villains with his quirk. "Why are you here? You were supposed to escape with 13 and bring help." The mist idiot shut off that chance when he injured 13, seeing his teacher's face go grim. 13 is out of the woods thanks to Izuku, but we were only able to get 4 eyes out and he's using his quirk to get to UA. Wait, where is Midoriya then? He's playing support and picking off stragglers. Todoroki was providing cover fire. It's been 5 minutes, so they'll be coming down for close combat right about. Just then a villain flew above their heads and the entire left squadron was encased in ice. Now, Izuku landed in front of Bakugo, his white cloak fluttering behind him, and then Todoroki walked up towards them, creating an ice wall which separated them from the villains. Izuku further strengthened it by creating a wall of light inside. "Sensei, are you alright? Can you fight?" "Don't worry about me, I'm not a pro for nothing." "What happened to the rest of the class?" "We've been separated by the villain with the warping quirk. We've sent help, they'll regroup to a safe location." "And what about you 3? I honestly expected better from you, Midoriya ... to be prepared to throw away your life along with theirs so easily, and that too for no reason." The 3 of them have Aizawa a hard stare, which was returned with an even more vicious one. Todoroki sighed and said, "We came of our own free will, sensei. Midoriya is the one who made the plan, that is all." He turned to Izuku, who looked to the ground before he spoke. "We are heroes before we are students, sensei. And we can't just let you risk your life, huh?" Aizawa stared at the 3 of them before sighing. "We are gonna have a talk once this is over." Now let's. The sudden crash at the ice wall, which caused the entire structure to collapse, revealed the Namu with a fist outstretched. Todoroki's eyes widened. The wall was meant to give them more time than that. Namu raised his arm to destroy their last line of defense, which was the shield. Aizawa's eyes glowed as he erased the villain's quirk, but was met with surprise when the villain cracked the shield without even slowing down. The force threw all of them a few yards back and they crashed into the trees. The moment they regained their senses, they saw the fronts converging on their location. Todoroki and Izuku raised their arms and fired blasts of ice and energy, respectively, incapacitating the villains. "Sensei, why couldn't you erase that villain's quirk? My shield wouldn't break even to one of Bakugo's explosion. Yet that thing was able to shatter it like it was made of paper." Aizawa shot his scarf to one of the grunts who tried circling around them. "No, I'm sure I erased a quirk. Either he is physically as strong as All Might or he has multiple quirks. These guys keep on coming. Todoroki, Izuku, blow him away. Bakugo, is your grenade shot ready yet? If it is, shoot it at the Namu on my mark." Todoroki slammed his foot on the ground, causing ice to form all the way to the back. Izuku raised both his hands and shouted out, "Battle Arts, Holy Light." A ball of energy shot from his hands towards the villains and exploded at the center of their formation, which caused all of them to drop unconscious. Aizawa, seeing a chance, ran towards the supposed ringleader, and while erasing the Black Mist's quirk, the moment he did so, he was intercepted by Namu. A fist smashed to his right side, blowing him towards the left side of the ringleader. "Ha, you really thought that you could outrun Namu? He is faster, stronger, and better than All Might." Aizawa smiled through the pain. "No, it was just so that I could keep you distracted and erase that warping quirk of yours. Bakugo now." Bakugo suddenly emerged from behind Namu, his gauntlet aimed directly at Namu, who was in the path of both the other 2 villains. "Take this, a freak." An explosion struck true as Bakugo flew back from the recoil. Aizawa was brought to their side by Izuku's light rope and was already working on healing him. They waited with bated breath as the dust cloud settled. They saw Naomu with his entire left side gone. The ringleader stared at Bakugo before laughing. That's a pretty powerful quirk you have, but Naomu has a special ability. You wanna know what it is? Their eyes drifted to Naomu, whose right side was regenerating at an amazing speed. Izuku noticed that it was faster than his regeneration as well. The few remaining villains grouped up with Naomu in the back. The leader turned to Aizawa, who was partially healed, and spoke. Final round, let's go, hero. With that they charged. Aizawa jumped over majority of the villains and directly attacked the leader. Todoroki on the other hand froze any villain within proximity. Bakugo struck any of those that came close to their guards. Izuku stared at the fight in front of him. He knew that couldn't keep it up for long, so he decided to tip the scales. Heaven's light, prayer of salvation. Izuku felt his reserves go down to half, yet it was worth the cost as his allies felt the spell take effect. Todoroki gave Izuku a look of respect. He felt all of his attacks becomes 2x as fast and strong. The horde of villains were soon dwindling in number. Bakugo was like a fish in water, causing havoc and destruction in the midst of the villains. He saw the look of surprise in the ringleader's face along with the mist villain, but it was then he noticed ... the Goliath was missing. Aizawa realized the same thing, but due to diverting his concentration, his opponent scored a hit, causing him to rocket towards the other side to where Todoroki caught him. Even though Izuku's magic tried to heal him, it was of no use as Aizawa was losing consciousness and a lot of blood. Izuku could see that he was barely hanging on. Gee, get out of here, you guys can't take them on alone. Izuku ignored everything else and poured as much as ether he could into his next spell. Heaven's light, white art of healing, desperate prayer. A blinding light erupted from his hands to Aizawa, encasing him in magic, slowly healing him. Though he lost consciousness, he was now away from death's door. Izuku on the other hand felt his magic reserves drop to near zero. Seems you have a healer in your party, and it seems he is pretty high level. Good, I wouldn't like this to end so soon, especially since Kurogiri took so much time rounding up the kids. Izuku and Todoroki's eyes widened, while Bakugo's narrowed. And as soon as he finished saying those words, a warp gate opened to the right of all of them, and out came all of their classmates. Most were unconscious, and they looked as though they had fought back. Then he saw Momo and Uraraka come out with a partially healed 13. It seemed as though they were the most injured. Momo and Uraraka must have put up an even more violent fight, seeing as they looked to have the most injuries, save for 13. Izuku had to restrain himself from rushing over to them. Kurogiri appeared behind the villain leader. His armor was broken in a few places, and his eyes glowing with irritation. Some of these kids should know when to give up. Those little twerps were putting up such a fight. Sure, Garaki ... Why are we wasting time? Just kill them with your disintegration and be done with it. If the pros get here, we won't be able to escape without casualties. You worry too much, Kurogiri. Remember that we've set enough distractions around the city in case something like this happened. Sensei was right in doing so too. I've found an interesting group of enemy players. Izuku knew that in this situation it was next to hopeless. Their teachers were out of commission, their friends held hostage, and both Todoroki and Kaken along with himself were on their last legs. He watched the two villains interact with each other. He could do nothing as his exhaustion was keeping him from moving. Namu, kill those boys. With the healer out of commission, it should be easy enough for you, and make sure it's slow and painful. A shrill sound escaped the mouth of the beast as it slowly walked towards the three of them. Izuku's body filled with dread. There was no way that they could win. Even distractions wouldn't work on it, seeing if it is comparable to All Might. Then it could crush them all in a single blow. Todoroki did not seem to share Izuku's idea though, as a large amount of ice rushed towards Namu, who dodged back and continued evading as the ice followed him. Izuku, it would be best for you to recover while we deal with the villain. Take Aizawa-sensei towards the rest of them. I'll provide cover for you. Bakugo, make sure he reaches there. Bakugo scowled before giving a reluctant nod. Izuku carried him towards the rest of the class, who were slowly waking up. Todoroki summoned 3 walls of ice to cover them from the enemy, although he was worried at how long he could hold out until the villain decided to get serious. As Izuku reached the class, he laid Aizawa near 13 and turned to Uraraka and Momo. They stared at him, fear clear in their eyes. Izuku couldn't blame them. The villains had thought about this attack very clearly. The distractions must be simultaneous attacks on the city. Izuku knew that there was nothing they could do. Yet as he saw Todoroki and Kaken give it their all against the remaining villains, he couldn't help but feel lacking. They were giving it their all to keep them safe, while he was here licking his wounds. While he knew that he couldn't do anything, especially after using the last of his energy. Except, Izuku wouldn't take a backseat. He looked to the rest of those awake and gave a smile much like the ones All Might would give. It's gonna be alright. And with that, Izuku turned and stared at the villains. And then he channeled one for all to every part of his body. He could feel his body protest. He could feel it tearing itself apart. He could feel the undiluted power flowing within. This ... This was what All Might had entrusted him. This was hope. And then he disappeared. Not a moment later, a bunch of villains were sent flying away. Bakugo turned to the direction they came from and saw Izuku fist outstretched. Todoroki, freeze the entire place now. Kaken aimed the grenade shot at Big and Ugly. Both nodded. Another wave of ice covered the entire ground the villains were standing on. Bakugo took off the second pin and the shot went exploding towards the beast. Izuku went and aimed his fist directly at Kurogiri, who had been trying to warp away the explosion with no success. The bones in Izuku's body were strained at the backlash of the punch, yet they held on. He could feel his control slipping. After each movement he could feel more of OFA leaking into his body. But before the dust settled down he heard a scream. A very familiar voice screamed out in pain. Izuku snapped his head, saw Bakugo on the floor unconscious, and Todoroki trying to fend off the beast from finishing off the job. Izuku rushed towards them and channeled one for all to his fist and threw his entire weight onto the punch. Meteor smash. The punch struck true, but the beast didn't fly away, nor did it even flinch. Izuku stared at the monster in front of him. The beast raised his arm, and before he knew it, Izuku's body had already moved to try and protect Todoroki. The force behind the hit had sent them flying away, and they crashed into the fountain. Todoroki forced his body to move, and he could feel the anger bubbling within him. He had seen that in the last moment that Izuku had protected him. He saw that even in Izuku's condition he was still conscious. That was forcing his body. Todoroki laid Izuku down and said, "Don't worry, Midoriya. I'll protect them as you did for me, even if it costs me everything." Izuku's eyes followed Todoroki, his mouth trying to choke out words, almost as to stop him. It was futile before he saw Todoroki walking towards his classmates. The ice on his body slowly evaporating before a small flame lighted on his left. That was very impressive, hitting Namu the way you did and with a smash too. You must be a fan of All Might. Well then, playtime is over. Namu, kill the pros. Shigaraki shouted out. The beast said nothing and simply started walking towards Aizawa and 13. Izuku's classmates stared in fear, but then Todoroki stood in his path, after which Momo ran in front of everyone and stood their hands outstretched as if to shield the teachers. Uraraka did the same, and slowly everyone did that was halfway through the distance between them before Shigaraki halted him. "Hey, don't you know you'll be killed trying to stop Namu? Do you want to die that eagerly? Fine then, NOUMU. Destroy them." The beast let out a roar and charged. Izuku stared in despair, forcing himself to move. "Asen," he whispered, forcing his mangled body to work. "Stop," he croaked out. Yet it fell on deaf ears. He had to fight. A twitch of his arm. "For my sensei." Ether flowed out from his being, its color darkening. "For my friends." He then turned to his classmates. Then his eyes focused on the tears both Momo and Uraraka were shedding. Then something broke inside of him. And then, the mental locks on his power broke. The entire building was flooded with a golden light. Everyone turned to where the light was originating. There they saw Izuku, his body standing completely enveloped in gold with red lightning like accents throughout his body. His eyes shifted from their normal green to an otherworldly gold. Enkindu. Spiked chains of light coming from all directions caught the running beast and bound him to the ground a few feet away from the students. Power was oozing from his being. Shigaraki looked in fear and started scratching his neck in a panicked manner. "What is that? Why, you cheater?" Izuku ignored the villain's screeching. Instead, he walked towards his classmates, palm outstretched, while some of the students tensed. Momo and Uraraka stood in awe and complete trust. Heaven's blessing, divine barrier of gods. They were encased in a massive barrier about as thick as UAS walls. Izuku stared at the bound villain who had broken out of some chains. Quickly summoning 2 ropes of light, he brought Todoroki and Bakugo inside the barrier, before raising his arm at the villain. Battle arts, downpour of heavenly swords. They outshone the light of the long-distant suns. They gleamed in its darkness. Swords floated in the sky above them, held up by invisible hands. And then he let his arm descend, and coming down with it, the swords ... all onto one target. A scream tore from the beast as it was assaulted without restraint. The rest of the swords struck the villains in the legs, whereas Shigaraki and Kurogiri continued dodging the numerous blades. Izuku channeled energy into the palm of his hand. Battle arts, holy wrath. In the palm of his hands, shining like a second sun, shot towards the villain, engulfing it completely in a holy aura. And once it died down, they saw the villain, its healing almost completely stopped. It lost half of his left arm and all of its right arm. Izuku stared at the villain, then he clenched his hand. "I shall become the embodiment of all that is good in the eternal world. I shall become the sword and shield of humanity." The students felt the words reverberate through them like the ringing of a bell. Those words, they felt heavy, magical. So much so, that everyone awoke to the scene of Izuku, channeling all of his power into his fist, which shone with the intensity of 1,000 suns. And then he flickered to the beast and finished. War God strike. There was a violent implosion. The light shone brighter than ever before. With the entirety of his power forged into a single punch, he tore Namu right in the chest with a devastating uppercut which sent the black monstrosity flying, hitting the ceiling, which it tore through like paper, and beyond the USJ. Shigaraki stared at the figure of Izuku, who simply stood there, his body no longer glowing. It was clear that he was unconscious, yet he refused to fall down. This monster had beaten Namu. Without any rational thought, he ran towards him. He was intercepted by a spear of ice, followed by even more ice constructs. He saw that the Son of Endeavor stood in front of Izuku while the rest followed suit. He growled at them before he heard the main doors smashed apart. A tall figure, muscular and blonde, emerged from the ensuing cloud of dust, and then a gunshot tore through the USJ. The bullet hit Shigaraki's hand. The pro-heroes stood, a bit roughed up, and all of them had rage in their visages. The most fear-inducing was All Might, staring at the form of Izuku in his classmate's arms, unmoving. Then he stared at the villains, but before he could even move, Kurogiri warped himself in front of the injured Shigaraki and warped away. Their plan a failure, and their weapon lost. As the pros watched the leaders of the invasion warped away, they grit their teeth in frustration. They looked around the USJ and found it to be much like a battlefield. Villains decorated the floor. Deep trenches left behind by blasts. Ice structures were spotted in different places. But what caught their eyes was the hole on the roof, which meant that the thing hurtling away when they came here broke through the roof of the USJ, which was thick enough to withstand a small bomb dropping on it. They divided themselves into groups and rushed to the kids to see if any were injured. A burst of wind alerted them that All Might was now near his students along with Recovery Girl. The scene All Might reached to was one filled with dread. Izuku had his head on Uraraka's lap, and Momo was trying and failing to wake him up. All of the kids had tears in their eyes, while Aizawa looked on in a mix of pride and horror. Recovery Girl walked forward. The students parted to give her space, each of them pleading her to help. She stopped in front of Izuku, where the girls, with tears in their eyes, led Izuku's head softly onto a pillow Momo had created. As she looked at Izuku's form, she assessed the damage. His entire hero suit was barely hanging together. The cloak was reduced to a few pieces of cloth stuck to his left shoulder. The body armor was reduced to just covering a bit of his chest. As for injuries, his right arm was broken. Entire body seemed to be damaged from the inside, which meant he channeled a staggering of his full power without any restraint through his entire body. And then it seemed as though his skin was burnt. Actually, now that she thought about it, it seemed as though he completely depleted himself or any energy, which meant his healing factor was completely negated. Recovery Girl knew what she had to do. She turned to the students and asked, "Well, I don't know what he's done to himself. I can heal him up, but he lacks any energy or stamina inside him. My quirk would kill him in this condition. Now I ask that one of you volunteer to become a battery for me to heal Izuku. There will be a risk of overdoing it, so please choose wisely." Whatever she expected, it certainly wasn't all the kids jumping to offer what little energy had to help save Izuku. She smiled before telling them to put a hand on her shoulder and do the same until the end. Momo and Uraraka shot to both of Recovery Girl's shoulder, and the rest rushed over and did the same on theirs. Recovery Girl channeled the combined energy towards Izuku and saw that he became healed. His bones mended back, the skin flaked up and fell off, revealing new pinkish skin, and then she diverted the energy to his entire body, letting it soak up within him, causing his quirk to latch on and activate so as to help Izuku. This went on until Izuku simply looked asleep and not like a dead man. Recovery Girl cut off the connection and told the kids they could let go, which they did, although some of them immediately went to their knees as it must have taken a lot out of them. Toshinori stared at the form of Izuku. While he was healed physically, it seemed as though it would take some time for him to wake up. All the other kids only had some cuts and bruises. The only other threatening injury was 13, and he too would soon recover, as it seemed Izuku had done some healing immediately after 13 was struck, and along with Aizawa and Bakugo. Aizawa had a checkup and found that he was mostly alright other than some bruising in his ribs, which of course he refused to believe as he was struck by the Namu and was almost sure his entire chest collapsed. A fight almost broke off until the partly injured Todoroki explained on how Izuku used his remaining energy to heal him. This of course made both the doctors and the heroes wide-eyed, as seeing that even Recovery Girl would need the stamina of at least 20 people to get Aizawa healed. Before anyone could ridicule Todoroki's claims, Recovery Girl herself stated that Izuku was indeed capable of such feats, as his work in the hospital when he was a kid testified to those claims. Aizawa didn't say a word after that and just simply went out, but visiting every 6 hours or so to check up on Izuku. It was the first time Toshinori had seen Aizawa anything like this. Todoroki and Bakugo were fine other than a few broken bones which were fixed by Recovery Girl. They did express concern over Izuku in their own way, which was basically inquiring where he is and asked to be notified when he was awake. His mom was informed of what happened and she came rushing to the hospital, frantic to see her son. Those first wails had haunted Toshinori ever since. He had told that Izuku did what had to because of his absence during their class. Yet, to his surprise, Inko had said that Izuku wouldn't want her to blame anyone. That if anyone was in need of saving, Izuku wouldn't even hesitate to put himself in harm's way. After that, she left, leaving a stunned Toshinori. Then, of course, were his most frequent visitors, his classmates, and at the top were Momo and Uraraka, who spent any time they had in the hospital. It seemed as though he was already a heartthrob, Toshinori half-heartedly joked to himself. He thought about the accounts he had heard from the students when questioned about the incident. While most of them were separated at the beginning, it seemed Izuku had taken command of the remaining students and had them rescue the other students while he, Bakugo, and Todoroki assisted Aizawa. Then, of course, after Izuku proved his worth, things went downhill. The villain with the warping quirk, Kurogiri, he remembered, captured all of them and was about to slaughter them before Izuku truly went beyond his limits. From what Izuku's friends had said, he was on his last legs from defending them along with Todoroki and Bakugo. But then he was suddenly covered in red lighting. He knew from that account that after all of his ether was depleted, Izuku had channeled pure OFA throughout his body. Then he learnt that, after which he proceeded to decimate the villain who he heard was built from the ground up to destroy him. This, of course, had froze the blood of all who heard it. It also served to increase the respect towards Izuku, with most of the pros leaving get well cards as well as keep an eye out for him. Toshinori had never been more proud at Izuku than he had right now, but truthfully, he wished none of this ever happened. He wished that the villains never attacked. He wished they didn't have decoy attacks on the city so that their path to UA would be more time-consuming. Most of all, he wished that Izuku was awake. He had never felt so much fear as to what he felt when he saw Izuku in such a state as he was in when they reached the USJ. Recovery Girl explained that Izuku had forcefully removed any instinctual barrier he had placed on his quirks, but this had caused his body to act only to subconscious commands. Of course, he was only partially successful at this, but the fact that he once again blew them all away and saved the lives of his teachers and students filled him with pride. Nezu himself asked to notify when Izuku woke so that he could thank Izuku personally. He has proven himself in the eyes of so many people. The academy had given a few days off after the incident, but told the students to keep it under wraps so as to not incite panic to the public. But even after this, they had asked about Izuku's condition. Toshinori should not have been surprised. They said that even though Izuku was in his berserker state, the first thing he did was keep them safe with a barrier. He had truly surpassed anything Toshinori had hoped he would be. He was cut off from his thoughts when he saw movement at Izuku's bed. Izuku woke up to a white-tiled roof, the smell of disinfectant, and also the sight of his sensei looking at him through tears and shock. Pride. He to speak only to find that his throat was parched beyond measure. Toshinori, sensing his discomfort, handed the boy some water which Izuku drank in large gulps. Sensei, oh, why are you here? And where are we? Toshinori stared at Izuku, noticing that his eyes seemed to have a change in color, as his eyes were now a molten gold instead of the normal green. He shook himself and asked in a rather fatherly tone, Izuku ... what's the last thing you can remember? Izuku blinked at the question and turned his head to the side before actually thinking about it. Well, we were going to the USJ and met Third. The villains. Sensei, is everyone all right? The villain NOUMU. Before Izuku could short-circuit, Toshinori calmed him down and explained the situation as delicately as he could. After half an hour of explaining the story as well as convincing him that everyone was all right, Izuku rested his head on his hands and let out a sigh. Thank God that's everyone is safe. Izuku ... it was you who did that. You kept all the students safe. You were able to do a hero's work ... You were able to reach out to everyone. Your classmates look to you as a hero. You even have the respect of many pro heroes. You have truly surpassed all my expectations. You've made me proud. Izuku's eyes shone with tears ... to think that he was able to do all that. He was so happy. The door opened and came in Recovery Girl, who as soon as saw Izuku awake, sighed a breath of relief before walking up to him with a grandmotherly smile before speaking. Izuku-chan, are you all right? Receiving a nod, she continued asking questions on how she felt before. Now, would you mind telling me what you were thinking when you put your body beyond safe limits? Izuku was suddenly aware of how menacing Recovery Girl could look when she wanted to. Well ... oh, it's just that they looked scared and that they needed some help, you know. Recovery Girl gave him a look that said that this wasn't over. Well, let me explain what you did. You ripped out some of the restraints your body keeps so that you don't explode from all the power that's inside of you. And in doing so made some unexpected changes ... It seems as though One for All had evolved so that you can use it better ... It can now augment not only your physique, but now your ether. And there is a matter on what happened to your body when that happened. It seemed as though your body released so much potent energy that it literally burnt your skin off. And due to your healing, you were literally in a cycle of causing damage to your body and healing it. This of course made problems. You were literally empty of energy. It was thanks to your classmates that there are no permanent damages ... They lent me their stamina so that I could heal you. Now I recommend that you do not overexert yourself for the next few days, even though you physically in perfect condition. Also, your new eye color suits you. Izuku thanked Recovery Girl, who left to inform the principal was suddenly thinking on two things she said. First, he was alright only thanks to his classmates. This of course caused a warm feeling to envelop his heart. Second, what change in eye color? He found out when he was handed a mirror by his sensei. Instead of the green eyes he was accustomed to, it was now a molten gold. He suddenly noticed the numerous get well soon cards on the desk, some from his classmates and the rest were heroes. This of course caused him much happiness. The principal entered the room with Aizawa on tow. He clumsily bowed his head in respect, but the principal waved it off. Now, Midoriya-kun, I must admit you truly have a heart of gold. We saw your state after the incident and heard accounts of what happened, and you see most of them were centered on you. In such a dangerous situation you were able to rise above the rest and took the bull by the horns. I dare say that if you weren't there, the villains would have won ... And then there is one part of the entire thing that happened that truly struck me ... You see, at the end, even after you expended all your energy, the beast was able to overpower you. But then you did something incredible. You see, in the face of danger you displayed the most important aspect of a hero. The principal stared into Izuku's eyes. Because what else defines a hero than self-sacrifice? The principal walked to the door and turned before he bowed, shocking all three of them. So I thank you, Midoriya, for saving my students' lives even though you are one yourself. I hope you get well soon. The door closed, leaving the three people behind, stunned. Aizawa was the first to snap out of it. He coughed into his hand, grabbing their attention. Midoriya, Izuku ... What you did was not only incredibly reckless. Izuku recoiled at Aizawa's tone before Aizawa sighed, but also very heroic. You saved not only the students' lives, but you saved mine. I was pretty sure that would have been my last fight, but you in the middle of the battle healed me to an extent that no one would believe unless they were there to see it. So, thank you, Izuku. I believe you have the most potential I have ever seen. With a nod to both of them, Aizawa left. Toshinori was giddy right now. Well then, Izuku, it seems you have earned Aizawa's respect. Congratulations. Now, you should get your rest. Classes start the day after, and I'm sure your mother would love to have you home tomorrow. Izuku sat in class surrounded by his classmates, who were asking so many questions at once that he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He thought about the things that happened over the past 2 days. The moment he reached home, his mother hugged him so hard that he thought that she also had won for all, and then proceeded to bawl out and berate him for not thinking of his mother when he went and risked his life. Then a few hours later, around noon, he received calls from Ada, Momo, and Uraraka. While he was able to quell Ada's worries, it wasn't so simple to get the girls to believe him. And then he spent the next 2 hours hearing the girls scolding him through their tears, after which they demanded that they spend time together after school, which he agreed to, not wanting to incur their wrath again. Then, the moment he entered the academy, he was the subject to many whispers. And then it was mayhem when he entered the class, as all of his classmates were waiting for him to enter, which led to the current predicament. It was only when Eda came in and demanded that he not feel suffocated did Izuku finally get breathing space. After receiving a chorus of apologies, an awkward silence took place. Fumikage was the first to break it. First of all, I guess this is common for all of us. Thank you for protecting us, Midoriya ... You too, Todoroki, Bakugo. If you guys weren't there, we would have been finished. Hiroshima took the initiative and asked the next question. Midoriya, what actually happened at the end? I mean, we were prepared to be the final line of defense against that thing, and then suddenly you go beast mode and send that guy flying away like the finishing move in a video game. The entire class nodded in agreement. Izuku broke out in sweat, not knowing how to answer that question. But then he remembered how that they were the reason that he was still alive, so he decided to tell them as much as he could without breaking his promise to All Might. At the end, everyone was looking at him all. Well, Bakugo and Todoroki looked in respect, but the rest of them did. They heard the door open to show their homeroom teacher in all his glory. After a short speech on how proud he was on how each of them handled themselves, he went into business, which was the UA Sports Festival, which due to obvious reasons was scheduled a month and a half later rather than at the end of this month as planned. He went on to explain that they should take this opportunity to train as much as possible. Should we really be having the sports festival? I mean, especially after that attack? Minda of course asked, scared out of his mind. The UA Sports Festival is crucial for anyone who plans to go pro. 1 chance a year and 3 chances in all. The eyes of the world will be on UA, and as such many will be watching you. This is the chance for you kids to get scouted by the pros. Momo further explained the importance of making an impact on the pros if they wanted to go above the level of sidekicks, which most people won't qualify for. Now, class is dismissed. With that, the entire class started discussing their plans for the month as well as the preparation for UA. Momo, Uraraka, and Ida were with Izuku planning on where they should go after school. Then as soon as it was lunchtime, Izuku was hauled away by All Might to the teacher's lounge. Sensei, why are we here? A confused Midoriya asked Toshinori, Who was preparing tea? Izuku. The sports festival coming up will be your official debut to the world. You already have a name for yourself among the higher-ups. Your entrance scores were the highest we had in generations, and there is the fact that you were able to defeat that Namu guy. This will your perfect launch pad to being the next symbol of peace. Toshinori stared at Izuku with determination. The villains have realized that my time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end. Not today or tomorrow, but in the near future. That means you must be prepared to take up my mantle. You have already exceeded any expectations I had of you in the past months. You have all that it takes to be a better symbol than I ever could. And the sports festival is the prime opportunity to do so. Those who know of what you've accomplished will be watching you closely, including many of the elite. Izuku's eyes bulged out at the claim. Every evening meet me where we used to train starting tonight. It's my goal to see you that you are ready for the sports festival. And even beyond that, your main rivals will of course be young Bakugo and Todoroki. As class won a pack to go home, they heard sounds of something akin to a mob beyond their door. They all stared at the door, curious. Izuku, having an idea on what was happening, opened the door and like he expected, a large crowd was gathered, their phones out and eyes focused. Bakugo came to his side. "Get out of my way, extras," Bakugo shouted. "If you're hoping to scope out the competition, go somewhere else. You won't learn shit from us." The crowd grumbled, yet stayed still. While it's true that most of them came to get a look, a tall boy near the back said. He made his way forward. "You're humble for a kid in the hero course." Izuku, sensing the tension, decided to defuse the situation. "I'm sorry, but while it's strategic to scout the competition, you are blocking our way." "And who are you?" It was Kaminari who answered. "That's our class rep you're talking to." The other teen raised an eye. "Oh, so you're Midoriya, Izuku, huh? You don't look like much." This of course sent the crowd into murmurs. Hiroshima walked forward, preparing to give him a smackdown before he was interrupted by Bakugo. "You should put your money where your mouth is." The teen scoffed before turning his back to them. "Well, I should say this, while they were merely scouting the competition, I'm here to give you a declaration of war. So you better bring your A game to the festival. Looks like the sports festival is going to be fun." Bakugo said, "If everyone's aiming for the top, then I'll just have to prove that I'm better than all of you." It had been a week since Izuku's training had begun for the UA Sports Festival. All Might had taken it upon himself to make sure he would be prepared for anything that he would face. He had also tested how much Izuku could do when pushed to the limits. The spar between them was one to see. Izuku, while losing, had made All Might work up a sweat until he decided to get serious, and then proceeded to beat Izuku to the ground. While they were able to find out Izuku could control about 15% of One for All, which a staggering increase from the 5% he could a month back. They also found that his ether had upped his body to handle the damage he endured almost regularly. He also began to work One for All into this magic, which seemed to act like an amplifier to what he could do. All Might had given him a day off since he said he had to meet up with someone who could teach Izuku better than he ever could. Of course, Izuku had argued, saying that he was at the level he was only because of Toshinori, which of course had made Toshinori proud that his student thought so much of him. And so we find Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, and Ida at the local burger place. "You know, Izuku, I'm pretty sure you don't even have to train. You could fight us all off with one hand tied behind your back." Uraraka grumbled. Momo and Ida seemed to agree with her, which sent Izuku to chuckle a bit awkwardly. "Yeah, Izuku, I mean the only challenge you have are maybe Todoroki and Bakugo. Even then I'm pretty sure that you could still win." Momo said. "Yes, I agree with what they say, Midoriya. You three are leagues above where we are." Ida added his 2 cents. Izuku's sweat dropped at how they had placed him on such a big pedestal. He looked at the three who had become his best friends. With a nod, he promised himself to make sure that he helped them as much as he could. "You know, guys, the reason I'm this strong is because I know the best ways to use my quirk and maximize my capabilities with it." Once he had their attention, he turned to Ida. "Ida, your quirk is engine, which gives you super speed. So my advice is to develop a fighting style revolving around using your speed to overwhelm your opponent with your speed, and by scoring well-timed hits, or a fighting style which uses your speed to evade all of your opponent's strikes, and then when he is exhausted, finish him off. And you could increase the damage of your strikes by timing the activation of your quirk so that your kicks would literally hit at unblockable speeds." Ada seemed stupefied that Izuku gave him such good advice, especially when this could be used against Izuku himself. "Uraraka, your quirk is special mostly because if your limit, which seems to be 3 tons, is crossed, you could potentially be able to lift anything. And I'd say that if you practice hand-to-hand combat along with increasing your speed so that you could touch someone faster to activate your quirk. There is also the fact that you could use the weightlessness of the objects like ammo to throw at your opponent. Speed will get you far, and I'm pretty sure that you're very flexible, so why not, Parker?" Uraraka listened and wrapped attention to every word Izuku spoke and ended up blushing a bit at the end, which went unnoticed by the boys but not by Momo, who puffed her cheeks a bit. "Momo, your quirk is much more complex than my quirk's construct aspect. You are pretty much capable of a lot of things. You rank just below me in the Quirk apprehension test, which means you are pretty much perfect physically and you are the smartest person in class. I'd recommend fighting with weapons. Swords, particularly dual wielding, might suit you. I know that you are proficient with a bow staff too. The best thing you should do is push past your physical limits. Practice reducing the time it takes for you to create anything, and my best advice for you is this. If you ever come across an opponent you can't beat, imagine a weapon that can. Keep that in mind and I'm sure you'll do great. Momo noted every point Izuku told her, blushing whenever he complimented her, which of course only caught Uraraka's attention as the boys continued to remain oblivious. It was only when Izuku finally finished did he notice the looks he was getting from his companions. Izuku sweat a bit as he saw their piercing gazes. Ada was the first to speak up. To think that you would be able to formulate such helpful advice for us without us even telling you about our training or quirks and to deduce the best mode to progress our training. Truly, Izuku, you are a great tactician and an even greater friend. At the end of his statement, Ida had anime tears coming out of his eyes. Momo and Uraraka simply looked at him with a blush and sputtered out their thanks. Izuku, oblivious to their dilemma, simply left it at that, before telling them that they were friends and friends look out for each other. They then agreed that there would be no more talks of training for the rest of the day, and they will use this day to have fun before having to throw themselves into training. They finished their lunch before going to the arcade, where they challenged each other in games, where they found Ada to be great at dancing, and they also found Momo was as good a marksman as Izuku and Uraraka having quite a good reflex too. They continued go to places such as the park, simply enjoying the day without having any worries. Soon it was about to be nighttime, and time for them to depart. Ida left to his family's office, which was nearby. Momo said that she was getting picked up by her driver and suggested that she could drop them, which was politely declined by both Uraraka and Izuku. As the car came to the park entrance, Momo bid goodbye to both of them and walked a few steps before turning around and giving Izuku a hug and running to the car sputtering. Izuku was of course surprised by the gesture and thinking nothing of it hugged her back. And of course Uraraka was giving a death glare at the retreating car, while gritting her teeth while cursing about having the first move taken from her. As they both walked in silence to Uraraka's house, where halfway through Izuku asked her on why she wanted to be a hero. She responded a bit shamefully that she wanted to be a hero so that she could get rich and let her parents lead an easy life, as she explained the situation to Izuku, instead of a disapproving look she expected to receive. Izuku told her that her goal was noble no matter what anyone said, and that among all of them he felt that she was the most grounded. They stood in front of her apartment with Izuku giving her a bright smile. Izuku was then subjected to another scenario where Uraraka hugged him and ran towards her home yelling that she was happy that he believed in her. Two blurs were seen in the underground training ground at UA, engaged in close combat. Then suddenly the larger blur was bathed in gold and overpowered the smaller blur. That is until it suddenly vanished from view and appeared behind the golden one. A kick to back of the larger one sent it flying towards the walls where it crashed into it. But before the smoke could settle there was a burst of red and gold before the blur was in front of a short old man wearing an old superhero costume. With another bout of combat it was now he who was the one sent flying, but was back into the fight without even stopping. Toshinori watched on as his mentor duked it out with his student, while Izuku had the upper hand against his mentor physically. Gran Torino's quick thinking and experience gave Izuku a very hard time. He introduced them 2 weeks ago for the sole purpose of Izuku getting a challenge as well as for him to gain experience with a sparring partner who wasn't all might. It worked out pretty well. By Torino's prediction, Izuku should be able to reach 25% before the UA Sports Festival. There was one last collision and Toshinori's old mentor was tossed back. Izuku stood in the middle of the ground, wearing a sleeveless version of his hero costume. He was breathing heavily, and had a few bruises which were fast healing. He walked up to Gran Torino and initiated his healing abilities, his golden color eyes gaining a bit more shine in them. "You picked a good apprentice, Toshinori," Torino said, relishing the feeling his non-aching back. "Fighting him is giving me a good chance to work these muscles. He's a genius at this. He also has an instinctual control over one for all now, which is good, and not to mention his other quirk. Ever since that first beatdown I gave him, he's kept on improving." Izuku walked up to both of them, his eyes returning to their usual molten gold. While exhausted he had a smile in his face. "Sensei, how'd I do? You reminded me of myself, Izuku, but you are more capable than what I could ever do," Toshinori said. "You were able to give my sensei a run for his money, which means you should have a great chance in the festival. But your power won't help you if you get overconfident and underestimate your opponents. And not to mention that you have to keep an eye out for any villains that may attack you at your weakest." Gran Torino said, "I'd say you're ready right now and there's still a week left, but keep the other mode as a last resort. While it does make you more powerful, the resemblance to your other transformation at the USJ would cause too much problems." "I agree," Toshinori said. Keep to the moves you've remastered and your new ones, especially that air jump and speed skill. And most importantly, make sure you have fun. I'll make you proud. All might, Izuku said, his eyes glowing with determination. Well then, Izuku, I think it's time we made the finishing touches on your entire moveset and your fighting style, shouldn't we? With that, Toshinori turned into his All Might form and jumped to the middle of the ground, getting Izuku to do the same. Izuku grinned as he closed his eyes, and the moment he opened them, the color was now a bright gold filled with power. Let's go, wild sensei. In a burst of magic, he already covered half the distance between them, hand outstretched. Izuku let out a sigh as he rested on the couch. He had been told to rest for the day so as to be at his best tomorrow. He had talked to his friends, and they all have him good news, as they said they had improved leaps and bounds compared to their level a month ago. They had also made a lot of breakthroughs that each promised would surprise him. Izuku had also told them that his training was fruitful as well. They had agreed to meet up at the stadium together so that they could have a familiar face to calm their nerves. Izuku thought about the competition. In the hero course was mix of diverse and powerful quirks. In his research on the past UA festivals, it always followed the same structure. A qualifier, a team event, and then one-on-one fights. The qualifiers are basically an every man for himself event, which would mean that everyone would be put against each other. In the team event, he had already told his friends if they were willing to team up with him. This of course got Momo scolding him about how that they would always have Izuku's back. Hida and Uraraka agreed too, and the one-on-ones were pretty self-explanatory. Izuku stared at the ceiling, listening to some music so as to distract him from all the pressure. The sports festival stadium, resembling the old Olympic Stadium in pretty much every detail, was built to house over 1,000 spectators. While the third-year competition is traditionally the most popular, the USJ attack had drawn the public's attention to the first-year competition. It has also caused an increase in security, including a higher number of pro heroes in attendance than usual. Izuku leaned back in his chair, watching his classmates trying to keep themselves busy. In fact, even his friends were a bit nervous. Their prep room had been well stocked with simple furniture and water bottles. He took a deep breath to calm himself. It wasn't rational to get worried now. He would have to prove himself in the festival. Midoriya, Todoroki said. The heterochromatic boy stood in front of Izuku's chair. I look forward to facing you in this tournament. You have proved that you are truly strong at the USJ. While I know it wasn't a conscious effort, the fact that you have that much power serves to showcase your chance at number 1. Isn't that right? I guess you're right. Most of us, including myself, are aiming for number 1. We'll settle it at the festival, won't we? Izuku said, a grin on his face. Shoto simply had a small smile. Yay, I guess so. With that he left. Momo turned to Izuku. He considers you a rival. Well, I should not be surprised. Izuku nodded, but before he could reply he heard the announcement for them to prepare for the entrance. Looking around, he saw his classmates were still a bit overwhelmed by the pressure. Izuku walked up to the door and turned to the class. He clapped to gain everyone's attention. I'm not really sure what to say in this situation. But I feel as though I should tell you this. The festival, while important, isn't worth getting anxious over. The most important thing about the festival is to have fun. You shouldn't have to think that there is a guillotine over your head. Just do your best, guys. Don't sweat the small stuff. Izuku saw that his classmates looked a bit better than before. While not at a 100%, it was enough. Soon enough, Class 1 was led to the northernmost gate onto the stadium's floor. They listened to present Mike's welcoming speech until he said, and now the athletes. First is this festival's favorites. The students who fought off a villain attack on the USJ with incredible power, from Heroic Course, Class A. They emerged from the gate and stepped out onto the grass field. Izuku in front of his class, head held up high. He looked to where the pros were sitting and stared determinedly. Following them is Heroic Course Class B, and then Classes C, D, and E from General Studies, Classes F, G, and H from the Support Course, and of course, the Business Courses, I, J, and K. Present Mike finished as the students congregated on the stadium grounds. A stage rose from the ground and a female hero dressed in leather and latex walked on. We're going to begin with the athlete's oath. Midnight, the R-rated hero shouted. Your student representative is Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Izuku walked up to the platform and stood in front of the mic. The sports festival is an event designed for the next generation to prove that they are strong to carry on the legacy left behind by their predecessors. It is a chance for us to prove that we are capable of carrying the torch passed on each generation and to lead us to a better future. And now on this stage, all of us here have no barriers, whether they be from the hero course, the general, or support or business. The fact is we are here to prove ourselves ... and we will give our best. With that, Izuku walked away from the mic after giving a bow to the crowd. He was greeted by smiles from the students of all courses. Well, now that's over, Midnight said, voice filled with pride. Let's get going. The first event is the qualifier where dreams are crushed and many of you will be sent home crying. this year's event is. She pointed at the large screen, which flashed and showed obstacle course. The first preliminary event is an obstacle race between all 11 first-year classes, through a near 4 kilometers long course around the stadium. Aside from leaving the course, participants were allowed to do anything. The first 42 students to finish the race will earn the right to advance and participate in the next event. So best of luck, kids. Izuku watched as everyone stood in formation in the gate of the stadium. The first test was designed to weed out the competition by pitting themselves against each other. Izuku looked at the narrow pathway and suddenly it hit him. Ignoring the whistle, Izuku ran back and let the others pass him, which caused some commotion in the audience, especially among the pros. Izuku then focused the max amount of one for all he could control into a single jump. Golden lightning seemed to erupt from his body, and taking everyone by surprise, he reached of the entire wall and then shot a chain which he pulled to propel him to the top. He looked to see ice creeping up from the door. Knowing that Todoroki must have the competition, Izuku once again used one for all to pass the crowd and even passing Todoroki. Aizawa. What the hell have you been feeding that kid? Present Mike screamed. Aizawa simply gave a smirk and replied, Midoriya Izuku is one unique character. He was the first in the entrance exam and also played a huge part in the USJ along with Todoroki and Bakugo. I wouldn't be surprised if they completely blew us away with their skills. His voice laced with pride. As Todoroki looked up and saw a green-yellow blur pass him, he knew that it was Izuku, deciding to kick it up a notch, but before he could, he saw movement far up ahead. And at the edge of his vision he saw huge robots blocking the way. He also noticed that Izuku had slowed as well. Taking his chance, he used his quirk to boost him forward. Icicle Road. Ice shot from his feet, giving him a boost that only left him a few meters behind Izuku, while simultaneously slowing the competition down. As Izuku stared down the robots, he knew that he'd have finished them to keep his lead. He raised his arm much like he was throwing a spear and shouted, Battle Arts, Heavenly Spear. A bright spear formed in his arm, and as it was thrown and struck the robot, a violent explosion rocked the area. Todoroki, on the other hand, formed a tidal wave of ice to destroy the robots. This led to the robots to be frozen unbalanced, causing it to topple over the other athletes, while many evaded it, mostly from the hero course. Those in the general studies classes were unable to, and just when the robot was about to crash on them, Battle Arts, Holy Smite, an eruption of gold energy destroyed the robot into pieces which harmlessly flew to the sides. They turned to see Izuku with a palm outstretched, and the students gave him a sincere smile. Wow, that Todoroki kid sure packs a punch to be able to freeze so many robots at once, and that too without an effort. Although he should be mindful of the collateral damage he may cause. But then again, Izuku shines again, rescuing the students from injury. Aizawa simply tisked, Todoroki is fighting to win. He is on a different level than most, which is why he is gunning for first. And it seems Midoriya has dropped to 10th place, with most of those who passed being from the hero course. Let's see what he'll do next. Izuku tisked at losing his lead, but his hero complex refused to let him leave them helpless. He saw that Todoroki was about to begin the rope stage. Izuku decided to bust some moves. Izuku focused Ether to his souls and burst past 2 people ahead of him. The moment his feet touched the ground, he used another burst to propel him forward onto the edge of the rope, putting him in 5th place. He saw that Todoroki and Bakugo were head-to-head but seemed to intent on sabotaging each other while trying to evade the mines. With barely a kilometer between them and first place, Izuku knew he'd have to do something drastic. Flooding his legs with OFA, he ran to the minefield, and a few feet from the minefield he used Ether to give him a major boost, putting him in the air past both Todoroki and Bakugo, who saw the threat and stopped trying to sabotage each other. Izuku, knowing that they would overtake him easily, decided to seal that chance off. He aimed his hand at the ground a few feet away from both of them and said, Battle Arts, Sword Barrage. Multiple swords struck the area in front of Bakugo and Todoroki, blocking their progress. Izuku, seeing his chance, shot a chain at one of trees outside of the minefield and pulled himself, channeling his magic. With just a 100 meters between him and victory, Izuku ran with his body augmented by his magic. Todoroki and Bakugo boosted their speed to catch up to him, but it was all for naught as Izuku claimed first place. As the final contestants finally arrived, Midnight announced the final results. Now, the first 42 to reach the stadium shall move on to the next round. Don't worry if you didn't pass, there is always next time. But for the rest of you, your next event is a cavalry battle. This caused confusion in most of the students as they had no idea how they could divide themselves into teams. Midnight, as though sensing the confusion, explained, participants are to form teams with a maximum of 4 people, and then form a horse configuration. The objective is to swipe other teams' headbands while protecting your own, and each person received points based on their performance in the previous competition. The value of a team's headband would be the sum of the points each person on the team had. The person who ranked last would be worth 5 points, and each above rank would be worth 5 more points than the previous one, with the exception of first place, whose headband is worth 10 million points. This made everyone turn to Izuku, who broke down in sweat. Midnight just made him public enemy number 1. It was good thing he had his friends who were right beside him, glaring at everyone who looked at him with malicious intent. Ida being particularly scary with his stature. He was lucky to have such good friends. Now, the rules are pretty simple. The one to wear the headband must be the rider, and they are not allowed to equip it in any areas below their neck. Should the team lose their headband or crumble as a horse configuration, they will still not be eliminated. Participants are allowed to use their quirks, but should they attack with malicious intention of harming another participant, they'll be forced out of the game. Now you have 15 minutes to form your teams. Get going, kids. Izuku turned to his friends and with a nod they went to a secluded portion of the field, after which they assessed the situation. It was Momo to start the discussion. Izuku, the only thing we should do in this situation is make sure we don't lose our headband. It guarantees us a position in the next event no matter what happens. The rest of them gave a nod. Uraraka was next to contribute. Everyone will be gunning for us, so we'll need to be really careful. I can use my quirk to make us weightless. That way we'd need less energy than the others. Ada was next, although I must express concern over one thing. The moment our movement is limited or disrupted, we are sure to be in a tight spot. The one who comes to mind is Todoroki. With his ice quirk he might pull another trick like he did at the qualifier. Izuku then finalized their battle strategy, with them having the largest amount of points. Ada 6th position, Momo 8th position, Uraraka 12th position. Now, Ada will be the on the front. We'll be relying on his speed to get us out of any bad situation. Momo, you'll be creating things that can slow other down along with defense. Uraraka, you'll have to use your quirk a lot in this event, since it's most useful for us right now. With a nod they got into position. Midnight then announced, and now, those who have formed your teams please get into position. The event begins in 3.2.1 go. The moment the event started, 3 teams gunned for Izuku. Todoroki's team consisting of him, Kaminari, Ajiro, and Fumikage. And then was Team Hagakure and one from Class 1B. The rider of 1B turned his hand to steal and reached out to grab Izuku's headband, but was quickly forced backwards when Momo created a staff that shot towards his hand. Uraraka quickly used her quirk on everyone on their team except Ada, who activated his quirk and raced away just before the position they were in was covered in ice. Ada was right. Todoroki plans to restrict our movement. He'll be the most dangerous combatant here. Momo said, actually, talking about dangerous, where is Bakugo? Almost as soon as Uraraka uttered the words, the sound of explosions caused them to look to the right where Team Bakugo came rocketing towards them. Izuku, sensing the danger, created a chain for them to change their direction. Ida, drift. Izuku used 5% of 1 for all to augment his strength, so when Ida drifted, the turn wasn't as smooth as he wanted it to be, but it worked out in the end. The next few minutes were complete mayhem as team after team tried to attack and take Izuku's head, each of which was defended against by Izuku's barriers and Momo's creations. Although there were close calls, such as when Bakugo literally jumped out the formation and used his quirk to fly towards them. Then was Todoroki, who was using his ice quirk to focus on attacking, while Fumikage's Dark Shadow and Ajiro's Tail defended them. Around 7 minutes later, Midnight announced the present point tally of each team, which led to a surprise. Whoa, it seems as though one isn't doing so hot. Even Team Bakugo seems to have lost all their points. The only survivors seem to be Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki. It seems as though Class 1B seemed to have had a long-term strategy. Present Mike commented. Bakugo scowled at what the extras had said. He'll show them who's the victim. Bakugo suddenly developed a very murderous aura. Kirishima, change of plans. We're going to show them what it means to be that of the elite. Todoroki stared at Izuku. He had finally been able to trap them into a corner, but he couldn't reach the headband. Every time he got close, Momo's creations would interfere or Izuku would drive them away, and not to mention he had made him almost use his left to block their advances. He had less than 6 minutes. Todoroki shot 6 spears of ice at Izuku, which was immediately blocked by a barrier of light. But that was enough time for his team to cover the distance, creating an ice spear. He aimed it downwards as a medium for him to freeze the ground. The plan succeeded partly as he was able to freeze most of the teams and rushed to take their headband. But Izuku had created a chain of light, and using Ada's and Uraraka's quirks had gotten past them. Todoroki's team chased after them but was intercepted by another team, leaving him with no choice but to leave Izuku's team. He had already secured enough points to move to the next round. As Team Midoriya continued to evade the opposing teams, they were reintroduced to a certain explosive individual. Izuku, I'm coming for you. Bakugo had around 5 ribbons on his neck, showing that he had indeed succeeded in taking all the points with the other 1B teams. Izuku knew that he only had to last 3 minutes, but he knew Bakugo was not an opponent he could handle by just running away. Both teams clashed. Explosion met barrier, tapes met creation, acid was evaded. The clash was short and furious. Izuku summoned a chain to try and pin Kirishima, but that ended in failure as Bakugo used his explosions to change the entire team trajectory using Mina's acid quirk to give them a smooth transition. With only 2 minutes left, Izuku was almost sure he'd win. And then Bakugo surprised him by literally jumping to the sky and exploded toward him. He created a barrier to block him, but Izuku surprised him once again as he literally punched through his hastily created barrier and took his headband. Before he could counterattack, Zero pulled Bakugo by the legs where he had attached his tape to. Bakugo was in the air, headband in his hand, and in just a few seconds he would reach his team. Izuku knew what he was about to do was beyond crazy and stupid, but it was their only hope of winning. "Ida, make sure you catch me." And then Midoriya jumped up using Ida's shoulders as a launching pad. Then he channeled his magic to his legs in preparation for a burst, and then decided to go further, directing 10% of One for All to amplify his magic. He then released the stored-up energy in one go. A shockwave was created when Izuku literally rocketed towards Bakugo, cutting the tape attached to his legs with a chain. Tackling Bakugo in air, they were around 160 meters in air. Bakugo and Izuku engaged in close combat, and as a testament to Bakugo's instincts and skill, he was able to keep his own even in an unfamiliar terrain. 45 seconds left. Izuku's eyes widened at Midnight's announcement. "Ha, I win, Izuku." Bakugo laughed, but Izuku was already in action. Augmenting his magic once more, he created a flash of light which blinded everyone at the intensity. Then with One for All, he broke through Bakugo's defense and grabbed the 10 million headband which was seen on his neck, and just in time too, as Zero suddenly attached another tape to Bakugo and pulled him away. It was then when Izuku was in freefall did Ida suddenly focus. "Yaoyorozu-san, Uraraka-san, please hold on. This will be our last shot. I'm going to go beyond fast, so please don't let go." With a nod, Momo created a binding on both of them, and while simultaneously Ida diverted his entire energy to his legs. Recipro burst. They blurred from everyone's vision directly to where Izuku was about to land. Momo created a line to Izuku and pulled with a roar. Just as Izuku was to topple them over, Uraraka slapped him ... hard, which caused him to float just an inch above them. Present Mike then addressed the crowd. "It's over, and the teams that pass to the next stage are Team Shinso, Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, and in first place by pulling off some sick moves is Team Midoriya. Make some noise, people." Uraraka released her quirk, which caused them all to topple over, laughing at the craziness of what they had just done. Toshinori let out a sigh of relief. Bakugo sure was unpredictable, but he was glad that Midoriya was able to pull through. His trust in his teammates pulled him through. The other pros were talking amongst themselves, mostly about what they had witnessed and the versatile ways the students had used their quirks, and of course the top 3 contestants. Bakugo looked at Izuku blankly. He watched as they got up and started congratulating each other. He made a fist with his hands. He was that close to first place, and Izuku pulled that move out of his ass ... He was about to scream ... but then remembered that there wasn't anything to get mad about. There is the next match. And Izuku had proven himself time and time again. So with a smirk he walked up to Izuku. Izuku sobered when he saw Kaken near him. He didn't know what to expect. Was it a threat or was he gonna cause a scene here? But much to his surprise he saw that Kaken had a small smirk on his face. Not one of maliciousness. No, it was the ones he used to see back in his childhood when they were friends. Hesitantly, Izuku raised his hands for a fist bump. The rest of his friends tensed. While they were friends with him, he still had his moments, but to their surprise he simply rose his hand and returned the fist bump. "You did good, Izuku, but I'll get you next time." Bakugo had finally buried the hatchet. He hoped that he would a long time ago, and now they could be best of friends again. Izuku snapped out it and said, "I know you will, so let's give it our best then." Izuku joined with the other students that had made it past the second event. He felt happy, given that his team had come out on top, and also since he and Bakugo had finally set aside their differences. "We'll be taking a break for lunch," Midnight said from her stage. "We'll see you back here in an hour. Enjoy yourselves." As he turned to leave, a hand caught his shoulder. As he turned around he saw Todoroki. Bakugo and the rest of his friends stopped to look at him. "I need to speak with you, Midoriya ... I in private." Izuku was about to decline, but something about Todoroki's stance reminded him of when Bakugo was captured by the slime villain. "Sure," Izuku responded. His friends were a little surprised by the answer. Izuku turned to the others and said that he'd be back. Izuku and Todoroki walked to the student and faculty gate and left the stadium. A moment passed before Todoroki spoke. "I'm sure you're wondering why I brought you out here to talk. Yay, that's one of them. But before that I want to ask you just one thing ... Are you planning on never using your left?" Todoroki looked surprised but then sighed. "I forgot that you not only have incredible physical powers, but your mental strength is on par with Yaoyorozu." Choudo raised his left arm and stared at it. "I was overpowered by you. When we fought together at the USJ, you completely understood the situation. You were like a pro. You had saved my life from that final blow. I was born to surpass All Might." Yet when you came into the picture, everything changed. All Might has taken an interest in you, and there a connection between you two." With a clenched fist, he locked gaze with Izuku. "Izuku, when I said I was made to surpass All Might, I wasn't joking. You understand, don't you?" Izuku finally connected the dots and whispered softly, "Quirk marriages. Exactly. I was always meant to help my father surpass the #1 hero." Shadow paused and glanced outside. "My father has only one concern, growing stronger. While he's gone all out in becoming a famous hero, he's considered All Might little more than a roadblock towards his goals. Even so, he could never win. My father had both money and power, so he was able to win over my mother's relatives and so he was able to take her quirk. From the moment my quirk manifested, he started training me. It was harsh and brutal. My mother ... She tried to stop him, but she had already served her purpose. She hates my flames, and when she saw me using it, she threw boiling water on the left side of my face. Todoroki paused as he reached the end. "I won't use my left side, and when I rise to the top without using it, I will have won," and denied him everything. Shadow paused and turned away, walking to the direction of the cafeteria. "Just so you know, reaching the top includes defeating you, Izuku." Izuku watched Shadow begin to walk away. "You won't be able to beat me, Todoroki ... Not if you just use half of your power." Todoroki paused and looked at Izuku, rage evident on his face. But before he could say a word, Izuku continued. "My whole life was pretty simple. I was another kid with a quirk, a powerful quirk, but it was just that. Throughout my life I had people support me and help me ... You didn't have that ... and I think that's why we are different. I will be #1 because a lot of people have placed their trust in me and I won't disappoint them. Todoroki, even if you got your flames from your father ... It doesn't mean that it isn't yours ... It's your quirk as well ... You can do whatever you want with it." Todoroki's eyes widened. Suddenly he felt that he saw a figure of All Might standing behind Izuku. "So in our next fight, I'm going to save you." Izuku's eyes glowed a bright gold. In those eyes Todoroki saw the determination, he saw conviction, and he saw power. The power for Izuku to keep that promise. Todoroki, not trusting his words, simply nodded and left. Izuku stared at the retreating figure of Todoroki, and once he was out of sight, he turned to the gate and said, "Never thought you'd be one to eavesdrop, Kaken." And from the gate Bakugo walked out and stood beside Izuku. "Well, it isn't uncommon for people to cause harm to opponents during these intermissions, and I'd hate to see you hurt before our match." With that, both of them had small smirks and left to the cafeteria. The students gathered once more before the stage where Midnight stood, waiting. "Now that we're all here, it's time to present the final event." The screen rolled through a dozen possibilities before settling on 1v1 tournament. And now, here are the matchups. Match 1, Midoriya Izuku vs Shinso. Match 2, Bakugo Katsuki vs Uraraka Ochako. Match 3, Kirishima Ijiru vs Tetsu. Match 4, Ashido Mina vs Aoyama Yuga. Match 5, Yaoyorozu Momo vs Takoyami Fumikage. Match 6, Shozaki Ibara vs Kaminari Denki. Match 7, Hatsume vs Ida Tenya. Match 8, Todoroki Shadow vs Zero Hanta. Present Mike's amplified voice cut through the chatter. With that, the matchups are official. Good luck to all of our competitors as we take a break for the simpler festivities. Izuku watched the cement floor that had been prepared by the pro hero Cementos. He idly thought that by the end of tournament the stadium would have to be remade at least twice, considering Kaken that is. Izuku turned around, sensing a familiar presence enter his sensory field. He smiled as Toshinori joined him, laying a hand on his shoulder. He looked the same as always. Izuku had been secretly training so as to cure the condition that his sensei had been afflicted with. While he was better than most at healing, it wouldn't be enough for him to heal his sensei's condition. "You were spectacular, Izuku. A lot of people have their eyes on you, especially after those stunts you did. You truly did introduce yourself in a fabulous way." While Toshinori started out strong ... His laughter died down a tad too fast. "I met Endeavor while coming down ... If you win against Bakugo, it's almost certain that you'll be facing his son in the finals." There was a contemplative silence, where both of them simply thought about the tournament and the training. Then All Might spoke. "His son, Shoto, he's had a tough life. Endeavor was merciless in his training. He wanted him to be able to surpass me ... and no matter the cost." Izuku stared at All Might, thinking back to the conversation with Todoroki, but then he wondered where his sensei was leading this conversation to. "Izuku ... Am I doing the same to you? I have been training you beyond what most people can endure." I saw young Shoto's eyes ... They were a bit hollow. "I feel as though I'm eyes." Before he could continue, Izuku interrupted him forcefully. "Sensei, please don't even think of comparing yourself to Endeavor. The training you put me through while strenuous never caused me lasting harm. And you were very careful with my training. going as far as to get a training ground and asking Recovery Girl to be with me in case I overdid it. And don't worry, sensei. I'll save Todoroki because he is my friend. Toshinori stared at Izuku, truly glad that he had met Izuku on that fateful day. He felt proud, but before Toshinori could speak he heard the next announcement. Now for the event you've been waiting for, the tournament. President Mike shouted. Well, I guess that's your cue, Izuku. And remember, you're already a hero in my eyes. With that, Toshinori left, and a bright smile took its place on Izuku. First we have Class 1A's president, the one whose top position has remained undisputed, the kid whose light shines brighter than the sun, Midoriya Izuku. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped out into the stadium as the crowd cheered and clapped, after which Present Mike said, versus the dark horse of the competition, the only kid from General Studies, Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso entered from the opposite gate, a smirk on his face. As he entered the stage, Izuku was on high alert. His teammates said nothing other than the fact that they don't remember anything of the second event. The last thing they remembered was talking to Shinso, which means that his quirk may have to be something like memory alteration, or memor. His thoughts were cut off when Shinso suddenly spoke. You know, I actually didn't want to fight you much. You seem like a guy who doesn't look down on the rest of us. But then again, that might just be an act. Midnight suddenly shouted, let the match begin. Izuku was about to reply, but then suddenly something felt off. His mind tried piecing together everything he knew, but there were still pieces missing. He decided fishing for information will be the best course of action. It's not an AC. That was as far as Izuku reached before he felt his consciousness ripped away from the pilot seat. Shinso smirked. Right. Now do me a favor and go out of bounds. Izuku's body obeyed Shinso's command and started walking towards the exit of the stage. Bakugo and Todoroki narrowed their eyes at what just happened, suddenly understanding the effect of Shinso's quirk. The entire class stared at the form of Izuku, who was starting to reach the edge of the arena, and started yelling at him to try and fail to gain his attention. Toshinori felt his heart stop as he watched his student about to walk out of the stage. He knew that Izuku would blame himself for falling for the trap. Uraraka and Momo were at the front of the spectators' seats, and then they shouted his name together, desperation evident in their voice. And almost as if he heard them, there was a loud explosion of dust from the ground which pushed Izuku at the very last moment. Izuku tried and failed to gain control his body. He tried everything, ranging from channeling all his ether and One for All, but it seemed that they were out of reach for him. He even tried to use his other mode he gained when he finished training with Gran Torino, but nothing seemed to work. Just as he was about to drown in despair, he heard his classmates screaming at him. He remembered all the training with his sensei, and as a final push he heard Momo and Uraraka scream his name, their tone laced with concern. And then it happened. He saw a rainbow of colors wash over him, and in front of him at the gate he saw the silhouettes of 7 figures, with one of them looking very similar to his sensei. His mind, suddenly clear of any fog, instinctively activated One for All. His fingers felt the brunt of an uncontrolled burst of energy which stopped him an inch from the line. He gripped his injured fingers as he felt his ether try to heal the damage. It was the first time in a while he actually felt the kickback of One for All. He turned to Shinso, who was shaking in frustration. How did you break out of my quirk? Izuku took a deep breath as he felt his injury getting healed. Shinso had a very dangerous quirk, but it seems as though a shock to the body can release the victim. He looked towards Shinso, who was walking closer. Izuku himself walked towards the center, but listening to what Shinso was shouting about, he could see that Shinso had a tough time. His eyes looked very different than anyone in their generation. Even Shoto had a spark in his eyes. You were born with the perfect quirk, while I was always 3 steps behind because of mine. Everyone kept avoiding me because of it. And you can achieve your dreams with your quirk, while I could never have a chance at becoming a hero, which is why you'll never understand what I feel. Shinso was in front of Izuku, aiming a punch to his face, but Izuku simply dodged the punch and sidestepped to get past Shinso before he raised his arm and channeled 8% of One for All and flicked his finger. A violent rush of air so solid hit Shinso which sent him flying from the stage. But before he could crash to the ground, he was caught by a golden rope extending from Izuku's arm. Izuku ignored Midnight announcing him as the winner. He gently placed Shinso on the ground. He had a face of defeat, as if the only chance he had was put out before the crowd was cheering as the fight ended. Izuku knew that whatever he said wouldn't be what Shinso would want to hear. But still he should let Shinso know that he would be there to help. Shinso, there really is nothing I can say to you. But I believe in your dream. Shinso's eyes widened at that. Before he heard some of the pros say the same, he turned around to see that those among the general studies cheering him on. For the first time, he felt accepted. He turned to Izuku, who simply stood there, hand outstretched. Shinso smirked and gave Izuku a handshake. You better win, Izuku. I'll accept nothing less. Izuku nodded, and with that, Midnight announced the next fight between Uraraka and Bakugo. The fight between Uraraka and Bakugo was pretty intense. Uraraka had shown she truly had mastery over her quirk, as she had used her quirk to give her a boost whenever Bakugo got close. She had coordinated a very good plan, but failed to account for Bakugo's pure destructive power. Izuku noted that it was similar to his grenade shot, but the recoil had hurt Bakugo. Not as much as One for All's recoil, but still it up there. Uraraka was quickly brought to Recovery Girl, and everyone including Bakugo was there with her. Ida's match with Mei had turned out to be nothing more than a marketing show, which of course caused Ida to become very ashamed that he had fallen for it. Momo's fight with Ajiro was actually very entertaining, as Momo had truly stepped up her game. Her creation speed was faster than it ever was. Also, her month-long training had led her to gain a lot of agility, which was showcased when she effortlessly dodged the strikes sent by Ajiro. It was when Momo was able to surprise Ajiro that she was able to strike him with a bow staff which had a black color with red hexagonal design. And without giving him a chance to recover, Momo had used her staff to knock him down, but was blocked by his tail. When he countered, Momo disengaged and then created two staffs of different lengths, one about as long as Ninjato. The next few minutes were a clash where each time Momo was disarmed, she would create another weapon a moment later. It was when Ajiro came with an overhead strike which overextended. Momo mercilessly took the opportunity and knocked him out with a strike to his head. The crowd erupted in cheers at the display of fighting skills from both contestants. Momo was greeted by everyone, where she was happy with the praise. And then they heard the announcement for the final preliminary match between Shiro and Todoroki. They all saw that Todoroki was not in a good mood, which showed when he ended the match in an instant. A great wall of ice enveloped the entire area to outside the stadium. Todoroki apologized for the excessive force, but Izuku only saw a very sad sight. But before he could question, Present Mic announced led the beginning of the next match to begin in a min. Both Izuku and Bakugo tensed. This would be the second time they had fought without anyone interfering. Bakugo turned to Izuku. Well then, we shouldn't keep them waiting now, should we, Izuku? With that, he left to the stage. Izuku was about to do the same, but was stopped by both Uraraka and Momo. They hadn't fully trusted him after Bakugo had used that grenade shot against him. He could see there was still doubt in their eyes, but he trusted Bakugo. And so with a smile he gently walked away from their grip. Izuku and Bakugo walked to their side of the ring. They ignored whatever Present Mic said because as of now, this is a fight between rivals. From the beginning they've been rivals before friends, and now they'll bridge together the final pieces. Midnight then announced the beginning of the match. Both of them wasted no time as they rushed towards each other. They engaged in a fist fight, neither of them landing a hit, but they knew that before. This was to get a feel of the other's fighting style. They broke away after both of them simultaneously landed a hit on each other's chest. Bakugo then took the chance and immediately used his quirk to push him towards Izuku, who responded by augmenting his body with 8% of One for All. They both met at the middle of the field, clashing with each other in mid-punch. Just as Izuku was about to overpower Bakugo, an explosion from his other hand pushed his body back. Bakugo used the opportunity to try and land a devastating axe kick. Almost immediately, Izuku's body responded by cranking up One for All to 13%, where he then disappeared from Bakugo's sight. And then, as a testament to Bakugo's fighting instinct, he evaded a vicious punch from Izuku, who appeared to his right, by using nothing more than a controlled explosion to turn his body just so that he could evade Izuku's strike by a hair's breadth. Izuku himself was surprised when Bakugo had dodged his punch. But then it was Bakugo who was surprised when he was sent flying by an air wall which had accompanied Izuku's punch. Just as he was about to fall out of the stage, he created a powerful explosion which brought him back to the edge of the stage. Bakugo panted as he looked at Izuku, who had golden lightning coming off his body. Izuku, while not having any physical injuries, was a bit tired from the hand-to-hand combat he had with Bakugo. Knowing that he shouldn't drag this out because of Bakugo's history of being a fighting genius, Izuku took the initiative and rushed towards Bakugo, who returned with using his explosions and propelling him forward. Just when they were about to clash, Bakugo suddenly changed his direction with a well-timed explosion which made him go just above Izuku's head, and then created an explosion that met with Izuku's back. Izuku was unprepared at the sudden maneuver, was suddenly thrusted forward with a pulsing pain on his back, while Bakugo looked more tired than him. He knew that he wouldn't give up without a fight. Izuku sent a number of chains at Bakugo, who evaded them using his explosions. But then the inevitable happened. Two chains came up from opposite directions, and he was certain that he could only dodge one at best. So then Bakugo once again proved his skills and released an explosive wave of power which broke all the chains surrounding him, as well as knocking Izuku back. Bakugo went to his knees as the explosive wave had used up much of his stamina. Yet through his exhaustion, Bakugo refused to break eye contact with Izuku. He knew that Izuku couldn't break out any of his more dangerous moves. While it was a tough pill for him to swallow, he knew that Izuku would have finished him immediately if he had truly been able to let loose. I guess you really can pack a punch, Izuku? Bakugo panted out. Yeah, I've been practicing a lot. You were always a better fighter than me considering you're a walking ball of reflexes and destruction, Izuku said with a smirk, which Bakugo returned with a laugh of mirth. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I guess you would know that my next move will be the last, right? To which Bakugo received a nod. Well, you better make sure to do something about it, cause I'm giving it my all. Bakugo jumped up with his quirk, leaving the ground cracked in his wake. He then flew to a good height where he screamed out, "This one's for you, Izuku, my most powerful move yet." Orbital drop. Midnight and Cementos were about to interfere when they saw Bakugo becoming engulfed in flames and coming down at incredible speed and power. But before they could, a look from Izuku made them pause, and then he spoke. "I'll handle this, Midnight-san, Cementos-san." His words were not shouted, yet it carried to them. His friends stared in slight fear as Bakugo descended. Izuku, on the other hand, simply stared at the oncoming tornado of destruction and raised his right arm. "I've been practicing these moves, especially for you, Kaken. I'll show you that I'm capable of beating you." Light poured from Izuku's hand at an amazing pace, forming 7 focal points from which the next words he uttered caused them to activate. Roeas. From the 7 focal points, the light created petals from which 7 circular barriers came to life, each smaller than the first, and then Bakugo came into contact with it. The massive barrier held strong against Bakugo's attack, that is, until Bakugo poured as much power as he could into the attack. It was slow at first, but then the first barrier broke, and then the second cracked. A massive explosion took place as one more barrier broke, and when the smoke cleared, it revealed Izuku holding his right arm, which seemed to have sustained some injuries, and Bakugo unconscious on the ground. The crowd was silent as the match ended. Even present Mike and Aizawa were quiet, and then the mic crackled to life. "See, the winner is Midoriya, who showed that amazing move in the face of danger, and Bakugo, who demonstrated his pure combat ability as well as his mastery over his quirk for someone so young. Can I get a hell yeah?" Izuku walked towards Bakugo, his arms still numb from the entire event. But before he could attempt to lift Bakugo, Ada came in and stopped him. Then he himself brought Bakugo to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl said that he would be fine other than some phantom pains in his arm and a bit of drowsiness. Ida left as Recovery Girl had asked him to leave, while she was healing Izuku, who had strained the muscles in his arm to the maximum. All Might entered in his buff form and had congratulated Izuku on winning his match. They talked on how the entire match was and how the next match went, where All Might informed that the stage had to be repaired after their fight, which caused Izuku to look sheepish before he was whacked on the head by Recovery Girl. As Izuku left the infirmary, he was greeted to the side of Uraraka and Momo talking to each other with rather worried looks. As he made his presence known, he saw their eyes widening before they rushed towards him, asking if he was all right or if there was any lasting injury. Then he was subjected to a half-hour-long scolding from the two of them for his recklessness. The moment the match started, Ida had begun to strike Todoroki. While he knew that he was no match to Todoroki, he still wanted to try. It ended pretty fast. The moment he gave Todoroki a second to breathe, he lost. Todoroki immediately created a wall of ice, and when Ida tried to escape, Todoroki was there right behind him. He tried to activate Recipro Burst, but then he found his legs covered in ice. Izuku watched as the match finished. Todoroki had resigned to do what he had continued to do. After his match, if it could be called that, with Shiro, he seemed to have calmed down. Izuku saw that his next match was with Kirishima, who won against Ashido in a rather spectacular display. Momo knew that this match was not going to be easy, especially considering that Fumikage was a long-range fighter, and that Dark Shadow was very powerful. The moment the match began, Dark Shadow had tried to knock her out of the ring. Instead of blocking, she dodged out of the way, immediately creating 2 swords which she threw towards Fumikage. The time he took to evade the swords gave her enough time to create a net and a bow staff. The net was thrown towards Dark Shadow, who was caught inside of it, but then he started to claw his way out of it. Knowing she had only a few seconds at most, she created 2 daggers and threw them at Fumikage, and then she rushed behind them in order to end the match, but she failed to account for Dark Shadow's pure speed. Just as she was about to land a strike, Dark Shadow barreled into her side, pushing her to the boundary of the stage, and just when she was about to be pushed out completely, in a feat of dexterity, she twisted herself around Dark Shadow, releasing her from the vice grip. She rushed towards Fumikage with a dozen throwing picks already formed and in mid-throw. But as she reached the halfway point, Fumikage already evaded the projectiles, and Dark Shadow tackled Momo to the outside of the ring. As Midnight announced the victor, Momo walked dejectedly to the spectator seats. When she reached the tunnel, she saw Izuku there. She refused to look at his eyes, in fear of seeing any disappointment. Izuku, noticing her behavior, simply held her shoulder and whispered that it was all right. Uraraka and Ida came in and cheered her up pretty quickly. The next match was between Izuku and Kirishima. He walked onto the stage as Present Mike announced the start of his match. He briefly wondered about Kirishima's powers. Stronger than steel, he could take a lot of damage, and also his fighting spirit. All were the best qualities for a fighter. Midnight announced the beginning of the match, and like before, both of them charged at each other, but with both their quirks activated. Izuku was using about 4% one for all. The first blow at the center sent dust flying about, but Kirishima held firm with a grin on his face. Izuku responded with one of his own. They jumped backwards to get some space before they once again entered close combat. Izuku knew that he could win if he used his magic, but he wanted Kirishima to show his worth to the pros, and also he wanted to conserve his energy for Todoroki. Up in the commentary box, Aizawa explained the same to the crowd. The fight reached a minute mark and both of them had engaged in a fight full of power. Izuku had upped one for all to 6% to actually deal any damage to Kirishima. But then Kirishima suddenly disengaged and stood a bit away from Izuku and said, "Well, this is it, Izuku. I'm gonna take a page from Bakugo's book and finish it with a kamikaze attack." With that, Kirishima let out a roar as his right arm hardened beyond what he had ever done and ran to Izuku, who in turn raised his arm for a smash. The moment they met, a fierce wave of air blew to the stadium and Kirishima was sent flying out of the stage, but was caught by Izuku before he could crash. The fight between Todoroki and Fumikage was a bit one-sided as Todoroki immediately sent a wave of ice to Dark Shadow, which got caught in the wave. Partially paralyzed, the fight ended in a pretty powerful display of Todoroki's power, nothing like what Izuku had done. And now, the match you've been waiting for. The fight for the top spot on the tournament. The match between Midoriya Izuku and Todoroki Shoto. Make some noise, people. Both Izuku and Todoroki stood opposite to each other on the stage. There was a palpable tension in the air. Even as the entire crowd cheered, the two on stage were in complete focus on their desire to win. And much like the previous fights, both contestants immediately clashed the moment Midnight announced the start. Todoroki sent a wave of ice comparable to the one he had sent at Zero. Izuku stared at the oncoming wave and raised his fist before channeling 15% of one for all and then hit the air in front of him. A wall of air literally broke the ice to pieces and struck Todoroki and sent him flying. He blocked his path with a wall of ice and stared at Izuku, who simply looked at him and said, "You can't beat me with just your left, Todoroki. I won't let myself be defeated by someone who isn't giving it their all." Izuku's eyes stared down at Todoroki. They shone with power, a subtle stream of energy flowing out, invisible to all but Todoroki. His molten gold shifting, as though it was heating up. Todoroki repeated the words Izuku said over and over again in his head. Each time he heard it filled him with rage. He refused to use his left. He roared as he raised his right arm. A sea of ice accompanied it, converging at Izuku's position, whose eyes now reached a bright gold, the stream of energy going up to his hair. Izuku then repeated the motion of raising his fist at the ice, but unlike before, he roared out as loud as Todoroki. Meteor smash. It was more powerful than what he felt from the last punch. The force behind that punch had cracked the sea of ice to dust and cracked the ice wall behind him. Todoroki groaned as he felt the impact of just the air, forcing him to use his ice to freeze his position to the ground. As the dust cleared, Todoroki was at th mark of the stage while Izuku had a golden lightning subtly racing through his body. The crowd watched mesmerized at the power both students displayed. Endeavor looked at Izuku, remembering what he said when he explained the significance of Todoroki's very existence and his destiny. Todoroki-kun won't become like how you want him to be. He is not you ... He is his own person, and I'll show him the way, because it's a hero's duty to save those in need. And now I need to save Todoroki from himself. With that, Izuku left to the stage. His attention returned to the stage where Todoroki was futilely trying to harm Izuku, who simply dodged the barrage of attacks. But what he noticed was the way ice seemed to form around them in a circle. The moment the circle was complete, Todoroki forced some distance between them by hurling a wall of ice at Izuku, which served its purpose as it provided breathing room for Todoroki's next move. "You said I couldn't beat you with just half my power, Midoriya. Now I will prove you wrong." Arctic burial. From the boundaries of the circle, a sea of ice erupted to the sky and rushed towards Izuku's position. Izuku's eyes widened at the display of Todoroki's power, before his instincts forced him to respond. As Todoroki saw his attack form, he knew that it was over, and that line of thinking was immediately discarded when an overwhelming pressure formed in the area. The tomb he had created was glowing. Before he saw cracks forming, he knew what would come next. He raised his arm and created a wall of ice to protect himself. Battle arts, exorcism. The tomb of ice shattered as the light broke through it. The entire ice encasing Izuku broke down and vanished as the light blanketed it, and once it died down, it revealed Todoroki, who was looking forward in astonishment. And then was Izuku, whose clothes were a bit ripped and seemed to have some dry blood, yet no cuts on his actual body. Izuku stared at Todoroki, whose right side was now completely encased in ice. Izuku walked forward, causing Todoroki to try and slow him down with his ice spears. He tried to raise his arm, but it refused to budge. Izuku, seeing this, decided to ask a question. Todoroki ... Why is it that you continue to fight like this? You aren't even capable of using your right completely too. isn't it? There is a limit ... Your left ... And no matter how much you want to deny it ... It is a part of you. Todoroki stared at Izuku when the words registered. Yes, quirks are naturally passed from parent to child. Izuku blurred from his position and buried his fist into Todoroki's stomach with his 5% activate. The ice broke apart as Todoroki was launched to the sky. Can't you see what you are doing to yourself? Everyone here is fighting with their all. And you think you'll win without even fighting at 50%. Yet that's not the only thing that matters. It goes beyond blood ties. Izuku landed a vicious right to Todoroki's ribs before using a chain and throwing him towards the center of the stage. Todoroki's reflex caused him to respond with a dozen spears of ice which erupted from the stage. Almost immediately a dozen golden chains burst to life and destroyed each of them. Why do you want to be a hero when you can't save yourself? Your place is not with them, Endeavor said as he dragged Todoroki away, who had been watching his siblings play together, all of them with either fire or ice quirks. None of them had both. They live in a different world than the one I'm training you for. Izuku rushed forward, the ground cracking as he reached Todoroki, who raised his right arm and with it a glacier erupted in front of him, and Izuku, not even slowing down, roared as he punched through it. Smash! And an overwhelming force shattered the glacier, giving Izuku a straight shot to Todoroki. A dozen golden swords formed behind Izuku and shot towards Todoroki, who tried dodging the blades with his limited dexterity. Izuku then came in close and gave another punch directly at Todoroki's chest, which cracked the ice and sent him flying back. What is the reason you don't fight with everything you have? It's your power, isn't it? Those words, they reminded him of a memory. One that was buried deep within him. Among all the memories of him and his mother, this was the one he had forgotten. Aka-san, I don't want to be like Aru-san. He always hurts you. I don't want to be like him. A 6-year-old Todoroki sobbed into his mother's arms, who held him gently, stroking his hair. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It's all right for you to become one. It's okay for you to be who you want to be. An unfamiliar heat grew from Todoroki's left. The ice that restricted him melted away as the fire grew to a blaze that enveloped the stage. Izuku stared at the fire in awe, before a small smile took its place on Izuku. Toshinori and Gran Torino looked at Izuku with a proud smile. Both understanding that Izuku had managed to reach Todoroki, even knowing the disadvantage he would receive, Izuku still saved the child. The class of Wana stared at the blaze in fascination. To see the top 2 students who fought to protect them at USJ had shown them that the level they needed to reach to stand and fight alongside with them. And for that they will train to do so. Uraraka and Momo felt worried for Izuku. Even knowing that he was more powerful than all of them did nothing to alleviate the cold grip around their chests. They understood their feelings towards him. But they also knew the feelings of each other. They may lose what they have now if they stepped out and said it to Izuku. And so they were content to let it go on like this. Bakugo stared at the flames. He had known what Izuku was trying since the end of the conversation with Todoroki. And after seeing the flames, he knew that he would have to step up his game. He was supposed to be Izuku's rival. It wouldn't do if Izuku had no one to compete with. Aizawa ignored the flames. Instead, his eyes were focused on Izuku. He knew what he had done. While Todoroki might still refuse to use it later on, he had already saved Todoroki from himself. The aspects of a hero shone brightly in him. The principal and the pros looked at both the contestants, both of whom are so similar yet so different. They both had the aptitude to become the best. The principal, knowing more than the rest, stared at Izuku, who had already succeeded in becoming a symbol to his classmates, had now secured support from the other 2 students who had as much potential as him. And so with a smile filled with hope he looked on. Endeavor stared down at both of the contestants. He saw Shoto using his left, but what had him concerned was the lack of any fear in the eyes of the other kid. There was something in those eyes, something much reminiscent of All Might. I'll show you why I want to be a hero, Izuku. And I'll show you my full power. An overwhelming wave of ice was released from the ground in front of Todoroki. Northern Impact. Izuku, who was staring at Todoroki with a grin, immediately responded by augmenting his magic with One for All. Battle Arts. Holy Wrath. Those who were present at the USJ remembered the damage the move had caused to the Naomo. Both attacks fought for dominance, until Todoroki used his fire side and created an orb of flames and shot it towards the middle of the wall, which caused an explosion of ice to shoot towards Izuku, who raised his arm and muttered, "Heaven's Light, Holy Shield." A barrier of light rose to protect Izuku from the oncoming projectiles, and it stood firm against them. He lowered the barrier, seeing that the rain of attacks had stopped. He was on high alert, seeing as he didn't have any information on Todoroki's abilities with fire. You should know, Izuku, while I'm a bit rusty with this, I'm more powerful than I was a few minutes earlier. I'll show you my 100%. A barrage of fireballs shot towards Izuku, who didn't even twitch before his golden swords met with each attack. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Ice spears shot from the ground. They met with chains of light. The flames then roared as a sea of fire came to engulf Izuku faster than the pros could react. Izuku clapped with his arms flooded with 18% one for all. And then the sea of flames were snuffed out to reveal a tired-out Todoroki. I didn't actually think you'd be able to counter that so fast, Izuku. Well, trying to not get burnt to a crisp really motivates a person. But I guess I shouldn't be a hypocrite, since you are finally giving it your all. A pressure akin to one they felt before descended on the stage. Faint wisps of golden flames started to rise from Izuku's body, each one a bit brighter and longer than the previous. Izuku's eyes started to glow with power. And then, Izuku spoke. Majestic attire, guardian of heaven. The words carried to the crowd and like a new sun. Izuku's body was bathed in gold, shaping the energy as it wrapped his body in golden energy, creating a golden body armor reminiscent to his hero costume. And then 9 tails of energy came down to create a cloak. His hair, now golden, was partially levitating upwards, not so much to spike but enough so that none hindered his sight. The pressure eased off the crowd. The students at first believed it to be what Izuku had shown at USJ, but that was discarded as soon as they felt the differences. Izuku's power wasn't as potent or suffocating as they felt at the USJ, and if anything it seemed as though this was his first strive towards the power he had shown back then. The pros watched in fascination as 2 students leagues above the rest faced off. They showed the potential of the next generation. Gran Torino and Toshinori were sporting grins at the fruits of Izuku's labor. Congratulations, Shoto. You'll be facing me at my best right now. Izuku's words reverberated through the stadium. Todoroki stared at Izuku. Unlike the others, he could feel the aura pouring off Izuku, but he couldn't stop the grin that came to face. Well, then we shouldn't keep the audience waiting then, should we? The 2 combatants immediately shot off at each other. A barrage of ice spears met with their golden counterparts. A flaming fist of fire met with a fist of gold. Both combatants looked evenly matched to the crowd, but to the pros it was clear that Todoroki was losing ground. Izuku, while being better than Todoroki for now, seemed to be losing energy faster. It seemed as though he was not accustomed to his new form, but considering that without it Izuku would be a great disadvantage, they understood the situation. A bright light from the arena brought their attention back to the stage. Izuku and Todoroki entered another bout of close combat, where Todoroki using his ice to boost his attacks and his fire to both deter Izuku and for pure offense. Izuku knew that he couldn't slip up, knowing that Todoroki would mercilessly take advantage of it. He was surprised at the power that Todoroki was showing. Even with his 18% one for all, he was sure that Todoroki would most likely use his ice to block his strike and his fire to finish him. He was envious of how Todoroki's power worked in sync while his own had reached its point of synchronization yet, and for now he could only augment one power to the other. Izuku curved his body to an awkward angle to dodge an ice spear that came too close for comfort while simultaneously berating himself for losing track of the fight. He could see that Todoroki was nearing his limit, seeing as he had locked his fire side for so long. His body needed to get used to it again, which was good for Izuku, seeing as he couldn't use any of his powerful moves since he wasn't sure if the stadium would be standing after he used it. And looking at Todoroki, he could feel that he was on the same boat. In Kaindu, the chains of heaven flew to bind Todoroki, who responded with a barrage of ice spikes. The collision caused them both to shield their eyes. Izuku cursed. While not as powerful as the ones at USJ, it was still should have been enough to break through his ice. It was then he noticed that Todoroki was more powerful than he thought, as he could now use his right without much repercussion. Izuku decided to use his guardian attire to fight Todoroki. He shot forward at Todoroki faster than before, and punched through the wall of ice. Todoroki's eyes widened at seeing Izuku break through his guard. He used his fire to give him space by releasing more flames. But to his astonishment, Izuku smirked and disappeared from in front of him and was now behind him with his hand coming down for an overhead strike. In a feat of superhuman reflexes and advanced control of his quirk, Todoroki created ice to unbalance him enough to dodge the attack. As Izuku's fist made contact with ice-covered ground, it caved in on itself. Both of them stared at each other. They knew that the next move would determine the winner. They both rushed to opposite sides of the stadium. Flames burst from Todoroki's left and began to compress itself onto the palm of his hand, the color turning white from the intensity and heat of the flames. On the other side, Izuku raised both his arms directed at Todoroki, and from his body the energy overflowed and was now very dense and almost had a dark golden tint. The pros, sensing the power from the two attack, tried to stop them but was of no use as both the combatants had already finished. Todoroki was the first to release his attack. The intensity of the flames could be felt from the farthest stands, glowing white with a promise of destruction. Todoroki roared. Chaos Flame. A blast of fire was unleashed from Todoroki's palm and made its way towards Izuku, who was still in the same position with his eyes closed. Then the dense energy rushed to his hands, and then Izuku opened his eyes, now glowing with absolute power, yelled at the top of his lungs. Great shining heaven. A wave of gold clashed with the fire. both trying to assert dominance. The clash caused the entire stadium to avert their eyes, as the light and flames were too much. A fierce explosion occurred, covering the stage in smoke, a wall of air so solid it pushed everyone into their seats. Even the pros were struggling to hold their ground. As the crowd blinked to regain focus in their eyes, the dust finally began to settle, revealing a completely broken stage and Izuku kneeling on the ground while Todoroki was outside of the boundary, unconscious. Midnight, who was protected by a cement wall, slowly gained her bearings after witnessing the destruction firsthand. She saw the sight of Izuku kneeling on the ground, panting as he stared at the unconscious form of Shoto. The winner of the match is Midoriyaizuku. An enormous round of applause erupted from the stage. Izuku wobbled up and gave a smile much like that of All Might and walked towards Shoto. He was then taken towards the med bay. Izuku watched as Recovery Girl healed Shoto. While he didn't get injured much, other than a few sore ribs and some bruising which was shared with Izuku himself, both of them had exhausted themselves holding back. Izuku chuckled at the situation, both of them instead pushing themselves to go beyond. They had to limit themselves so as to not cause any collateral damage, but it was a given. Both of them were still underdeveloped to control their quirks and thus could not completely control them like pros. As Izuku was muttering on about their situation, which annoyed Recovery Girl gave a whack to Izuku's head, getting him to stop as well as waking Shoto up from his slumber. While physically they were fine, it was the exhaustion they felt that caused problems. Recovery Girl left the room, telling both of them that she'll be back with some medicine to help with some exhaustion. There was an awkward silence in the room as both Izuku and Shoto stared at each other, one giving a hesitant smile, while the other was having a poker face, until Shoto spoke. "You really should stop butting your head other people's lives, Izuku. I never planned to use my flames ever again, but after that match, I don't know what to think." Izuku was silent after Shoto said his part, knowing that it was now up to Shoto himself to come to terms with himself. But then Izuku smiled at Shoto's words. "Can't do that, Shoto. It's a hero's job to butt their heads into things where they don't belong." Both of them had a small smile on their face as they sat in a now comfortable silence. Recovery Girl came back with C-meds that replenished their energy at a moderately faster pace. They were hauled onto the stage as they were awarded their medals. Izuku grinned at All Might, who gave him a thumbs up and a bright smile. Todoroki looked at his father with a poker face as Endeavor looked back with a rather smug grin. The class of Wano were cheering louder than the crowd, and even the pros seemed to have enjoyed the fight. Izuku stared at the crowd, the happiness on each of their faces. This reminded him of his reason to become a hero, and so he promised himself he would become the symbol of peace and surpass All Might. Sometimes there are no villains to fight. Sometimes the thing that's hurting you comes from inside of you. Shoto paused as he stood in front of the door to his mother's room. His right arm was shaking a bit even though he hadn't used his quirk. He took a few steps back and stared at the white ceiling. He closed his eyes to remember why he was here. A smile. His mother's smile. He wanted to see it once again. And so with a deep breath he opened the door and saw a beautiful woman sitting on a chair gazing at the scenery outside the window. And when she turned around and saw him, Shoto found what he was looking for. That beautiful smile he had seen in his memories. That smile which was reserved for him. And unconsciously returning it, Shoto found his way into his mother's arms. Sometimes, to move forward in life, you have to take a few steps back. Katsuki kicked a rock as he strolled through the park, making his way to a familiar spot. He remembered the entire events that occurred in his childhood, how it all began. He remembered the reason why he decided to be a hero. "I am here." Katsuki watched the people go on with their lives around them, the happiness present in this area. It was because of the trust placed in heroes that they could live in this peace. And so, he continued his stroll towards his home. The heart wants what it wants. There's no logic to these things. Momo stared out her window, unknowingly mirroring Ochako, both having a vice grip on their chests. Each of them remembering the past few months. The fun times. The bad. But truly it was one person they were reminded of time after time. Eyes of gold filled with power yet compassion. You meet someone and you fall in love, and that's that. These children are so very remarkable. Watch them as they trip and fall. Toshinori stared as both Izuku and his sensei clashed in the training grounds of UA, both of them having smiles of mirth on their faces as they engaged in combat. It was just after Izuku had spent time with his mother that he came running towards them, thanking them for their help. As he looked into Izuku's eyes, he saw hope. Gran Torino landed a vicious strike to Izuku's ribs which sent him to crashing to the wall, and yet throbbed the pain, Izuku possessing an indomitable spirit, ready to support the weight of the world, only to get back up and learn. Izuku crashed into Gran Torino, his body covered in golden attire. Toshinori couldn't stop the smile crawling its way to his face, and so buffing up he jumped into the fray. But the thing about light and darkness is, brighter the light, darker the shadow. Izuku stared at the TV, where various news channels were reporting the latest escapades of the hero killer Stain, whose newest victim ... was Ingenium. Izuku rushed to find his phone so that he could call Ada, but it just went to voicemail. Izuku wasted no time in getting dressed for class, as he knew that he could get info from his class teachers, or better yet, Ada himself. The trip to UA was a bit different than the norm, as a lot of people came and congratulated him as well as take pictures. There were also some girls who looked at him stuttering out hellos, which he would awkwardly return, resulting in the girls giggling and blushing. Izuku, finding the experience rather weird, sought to forget everything that happened. As he walked in the rain, his mind wandered onto what everyone was doing after the festival. He felt a bit guilty as he had immersed himself in training and had turned off his phone so that he wouldn't be distracted. A familiar voice prompted Izuku to turn around and saw the person who he wanted to meet running towards campus. Izuku and Ida exchanged greetings and ran together towards UA. Izuku thought that this would be the right time to ask about Ingenium's condition, which Ada had replied with a rather laid-back response, but Izuku saw Ada's eyes. While he hid it well, Izuku saw rage not at him ... but towards Stain. Izuku kept it to himself but noted that he should look at Ada's actions. As they reached class, they found that everyone was abuzz with excitement over their newfound fame. Izuku smiled as he walked towards his seat where his friends were circled around. To his pleasant surprise, even Katsuki and Shoto were with them. After exchanging greetings, they talked how different the days were compared to the beginning and what they've been doing the past few days. Of course, everyone sighed when he heard that he was training. He also noticed that Momo and Uraraka seemed to stare at him a bit longer but would immediately turn when he looked, and then they would stare at each other. Izuku put that on the back of his mind when he sensed Aizawa-sensei walk in. His sensei looked the same as always, but ever since the USJ, his body seemed to have its ups and downs. Recovery Girl said that it was his body becoming used to his quirks and trying to reach synchronization. So, Izuku continued to stare at the door, sensing another presence. This of course gained Aizawa's attention, who shook his head at Izuku but continued anyways. Now that the sports festival is over, we've now begun a drafting process. You kids will have to first get your hero names, after which you will be assigned to heroes for an internship program, which is actually a work experience for you. Many of the heroes have given you offers for internship. This is their investment in your future. Now, while students normally only have to worry about this in their second year onwards, you kids are special, seeing as you have battle experience. The students on the board can choose from the offers on the screen. The screen displayed 10 names. Midoriya Izuku 4674, Todoroki Shoto 4123, Katsuki Bakugo 2301, Fumikage Takoyami 340, Yaoyorozu Momo 321, Kirishima Ijiru 103, Uraraka Ochako 98, Tenya Ida 97, Ashido Mina 20, Hantasiro 14. The class was silent on seeing the numbers before a few pockets of noise came in, complaining about the situation as well as those celebrating. Well, it used to be spread out, but those three seemed to have gotten the attention of almost all the pros. Izuku laughed sheepishly as the others congratulated him. Shoto had a small smile on his face, while Bakugo complained on how the pros were biased. Momo and Ochako congratulated Izuku, but both seemed to be let down by the gap between them. Izuku, noticing this, tried to cheer them up. Now, before you go to the pros, you'll need hero names, and so I brought in some help, as it really isn't my forte. While these hero names may be temporary, you should make it good, as it may stick. So you shouldn't have a name that is indecent, Midnight said as she entered the room, causing the boys to blush and the girls to stare at her in awe. Tenya, I didn't want to say it yesterday, but I can't feel my legs. They are completely useless. I think that this is the end of Ingenium ... at least for me. That's why I want you to take up the name ... and be a better hero than I could have become. Ida-kun, are you ready yet? Asked Midnight. Tenya started to write the characters for Ingenium but stopped and erased it before writing his own name. Not yet, I haven't. Are you sure with that, Ada? Ada simply nodded before returning to his seat. Well, Midoriya-kun, are you ready with your hero name? Izuku shook his head but still walked to the front of the class and turned his board to show his name. If you are gonna name yourself in honor of a hero, you'll have to meet everyone's expectations, so be sure of your name. Your hero name should shows what you represent, and its people what kind of hero you want to be. Midoriya Izuku. The class stared at the fact that all three of them chose not to get codenames. Midnight decided to ask Izuku on why he chose not to get one. Well, I actually don't know what kind of name I should have, and I'm not strong enough to live up to the expectations of the hero I want to honor. The pros immediately understood what he meant, as well as his friends. And that's why I'll use my name until I believe I can live up to the person's expectations. Now, you have 2 days to decide where you want to work. Here are your slips. Write down your desired agency and give them to your rep. Izuku had noticed that Endeavor had also given him an internship offer along with most names he was very familiar with. But what caught his eye was Gran Torino had also offered internship. deciding that he needed to find All Might to finalize his decision. As break started, people began talking to one another about their various offers and hero agencies they wanted to attend. Minta and Kaminari lamented on how Izuku completely captured the attention of the pros, which many students agreed to, but in a good way of course. As Izuku stepped out of the class, he was immediately whisked away by All Might, who seemed to somehow evade his sensory field. As they reached the teacher's lounge, Toshinori released his buff form and sat on the couch where Gran Torino was also sitting eating some sweets. Izuku, the reason I brought you here was to explain the truth of One for All, and its predecessors as well as the endgame. Izuku noticed the shift in the atmosphere as everyone seemed serious. So with a nod, Izuku sat across them. A few generations back, as quirks became more prevalent, public outcry from the quirkless grew in response. This was mostly because quirks were used for criminal acts. This all led to a period of chaos. One man rose to power using his quirk. He was named All for One. He was able to steal as well as gift quirks to others. Thus he created an empire which he ruled. Now All for One had a brother who opposed him, but he was very weak and appeared to be quirkless, so All for One forced a quirk that stockpiles power onto his brother. But what he didn't know was that his brother had a quirk allowing him to pass his power to another. The two quirks mutated into the quirk I possessed, One for All. The brother fought All for One, but failed, and sometime before his death he passed it down from hero to my predecessor, Nana Shimura. But she, like others before her, fell in battle against All for One. However, she had already passed it to me, and now you are the ninth successor to One for All. And the reason I am telling you this is because gesturing to Gran Torino, feel that All for One is the head of the League of Villains. And also it seems as like 5 years ago both he and I will fight once more. Izuku stared at his fists, remembering the injury All Might had sustained. He remembered his fight against Namu, how tough of an opponent it was, and to think that All for One was more powerful than that. Sensei, I want to fight beside you. Both Toshinori and Gran Torino sighed as they had expected Izuku to say those very words. Gran Torino whacked Izuku on his head, causing him to yelp. Toshinori continued. We told you this because you deserve to know about it. While you are stronger than most of the students as well as some pros, it is my duty as the symbol of peace to fight him. Izuku looked into his sensei's eyes and found the resolution in them. He looked to Gran Torino, who mirrored the same look. He sighed as thought about how powerless he was against the villains All Might would have to face. Then he remembered what he had thought about in class. Sensei, for the internship I've received multiple offers, and I would rather stick with you two to further my training. And that way I could freely use One for All and my other abilities. Gran Torino was the one who spoke. Yes, I thought the same, and that is why I gave you the offer. But we won't be just training. We'll also be taking down some villains as well. You need experience as well. Izuku's eyes widened at that. But how? I mean, we aren't allowed to use quirks in public as they're against the laws. And are we taking down big-name villains or small-time thugs? Is it near your place, Gran Torino, since there aren't much thugs there? And what about Izuku bit his tongue as Gran Torino once again whacked him to stop his murmuring. All Might spoke. Yes, I thought that you'd given up that murmuring of yours. Well, I'm happy you're still the same, Izuku. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and laughed a bit awkwardly. But All Might simply continued. It's come to our notice that some of our students are beyond talented, and staying in class all the time would restrict your growth. So Principal Nedzu is presenting an idea where a team is formed. They are going to be led by pros to give them field experience as well as learn the finer points in heroics. And if it gets approved, then you, Todoroki and Bakugo, will be under my guidance along with some of the other pros who will drop in time to time. Izuku's eyes were about to pop out of his head. They were planning to give him a temporary license. That would mean that they could use their quirks in public in case of any emergency, and the experience would be a boon for them. And Izuku, don't mention this to anyone else, at least until the principal gets the idea approved, Toshinori said a bit seriously, to which Izuku nodded. Now off you go. It's getting late and you should be with your friends. Izuku gave a grin and thanked both of them before leaving. Now you have been given your hero costumes for the internship. You are not allowed to wear them without approval of the pros. Other than that, I wish you all the best of luck. With that, Aizawa had dispersed the class, as they all went their own ways except Izuku and the gang, as they stayed behind after wishing everyone off. Ida, said person, stopped after Izuku had caught up to him. If you ever want to talk, let us know, all right? We're friends, aren't we? Ida stared at everyone, Izuku, Momo, Ochako, Shot, and even Katsuki. Yes, you don't need to worry about it. And with that, Ida left. Izuku turned to Katsuki and Shoto, whose trains were to leave in a minute. So Genist and Endeavor, right? Izuku said, a small grin on his face. Both Shoto and Katsuki returned the grin and talked about how they'll get better and have a free-for-all once they get back. This of course got the girls to sigh and shake their heads. After they left, Izuku was alone with the girls, who seemed to be fidgeting a bit. They talked about how they'll keep in touch as well as make sure to get more powerful. They both gave Izuku a hug, which caused him to fidget a bit as he felt a bit awkward at the affection. Once they left, Izuku went to catch a train to where Gran Torino had trained All Might, which was a secluded and large training ground in the far regions of Tokyo. As both Izuku and Gran Torino reached the training ground, which had a large clearing and a small cabin at the end, once they finished unpacking and getting everything ready, they commenced training. Now Izuku, currently you are able to control 18% of One for All, which can be used to augment your physical capabilities. But it seems as though we haven't even scratched the surface of your potential. Izuku's head tilted sideways, not understanding what Gran Torino meant. It seems as though One for All has once again mutated. I'm sure you have felt it, the synchronization. I talked to Recovery Girl and some of our trusted researchers and doctors. It was why I was at UA. You see, to be able to control 18% of One for All is no small feat. Yet when you did so I was greatly impressed, but then I was suspicious. Your potential far exceeds our own. But your 18% was still negligible to All Might. And so after some discussion we found the verdict on this. As One for All has synchronized with your inborn quirk, it became something more. And your majestic attire is the result. In that form you are capable of passively using the actual 10% of your power on both body as well as your ether. What I mean is that your quirk uses both OFA and ether in tandem, which is how it ought to be. But on the other hand, you can actively use them separately at different levels. Your physical capabilities can be augmented with One for All to a greater extent because that was what it always did for generations. Now your ether is also added into the fray. The golden lightning around your body is actually a mix of ether and One for All. Izuku was dumbfounded. One for All had evolved to suit his needs and had further strengthened beyond expectations. But that also meant he had to train harder. He felt the synchronized energy within him. That meant that he could only use 10% in full cowl. But that 10% is stronger than what All Might can do at 25% or so. The math had left him speechless. Potentially he could become better than All Might, but his training would be an arduous task. Now, before you pass out on me, we are gonna experiment. We'll learn how to fly. Gran Torino kept his eyes on the form of Izuku, who was in a meditative position. It was today morning that Izuku's quirk finally synchronized, leading to some changes. It seemed as though he retained the ability to use them separately, much like Todoroki's quirk. And when using them together, Izuku is capable of boosting his power immensely. While still in his trial phase, there was great progress. When Izuku launched one of his light swords at a tree by using just his magic, the sword was a translucent gold and only cut halfway through the tree. When he used his quirk in synchronicity, the sword was a solid gold and the power it exuded was staggering. And it cut through 2 trees before stopping after it cut halfway through a rock. But there were drawbacks. It seemed as though his overall control was shot to hell. He was back to 10% of One for All, which of course was stronger than his previous 18%, but the strain on his body had caused him to relearn the basics. Izuku had explained that when using both his ether and One for All together, it felt as though he was driving with the nos on every time. They had also found that his aura changed. The passive effect of his presence now exuded a peace and calm along with a sense of power. It also seemed his magic became much denser, as even though his control was shot to hell, Izuku was capable of launching devastating attacks that seemed far more potent than before. There were telltale signs of his powers though, like when he uses just his ether it was a faint glow in his eyes, but with One for All, his eyes shift to a mystifying gold. Then was his physical powers. When using just One for All, his body seemed to have specks of green lightning, but together it was golden lightning. Gran Torino remembered Izuku's face when he found that he had to retrain to get his majestic attire under control. The majestic attire was Izuku's link to using both his magic and One for All simultaneously for supercharging both physical and magic attacks. While he was able to enter Guardian mode easily enough, there were problems holding back. The eyes were what made the form so intimidating. The golden eyes would release an otherworldly gold that seemed to strike fear into his enemies. A bright glow from the center made Gran Torino pause in his assessment. It seems he finally got it under wraps, he thought as he saw Izuku float above the ground, a faint golden aura coating his entire body. While it wasn't perfect as seen from the look of intense concentration and the sweat forming on his head, there was progress. Izuku opened his eyes while trying to control his position in air. This was the first major breakthrough, as prior to this he always shot up and then fell face down, or he would simply waste all his energy glowing like a flashlight. He tried to stand on air as he got out of the meditation pose. Gran Torino walked up to him and looked on as he stared to move a bit to and fro in the air. Izuku's learning curve never ceased to amaze him. It was downright ridiculous most of the times. But considering his future, it was good he possessed such potential. He thought back to the fights he had in his prime, where crime was found in every nook and corner. But even still, it was Izuku's destiny to fight all for one. Izuku dropped to the floor. His black sleeveless body armor stuck to his body and his face was covered in sweat. While he was capable of small-scale flight, at least he hoped he was, the amount of energy lost was too much. He thought about how much of progress he would have to make to hold a candle to All Might. While Grand Torino said that he would become stronger, it wasn't fast enough for him. Torino-sensei ... How did Toshinori-sensei get so strong? I mean, while potentially I could be stronger than him, I'm still a novice at controlling my power ... Even my 10% strains my body to the maximum. Without my healing I would have probably been crippled. Gran Torino was quiet. He had seen the development in the boy ... But it seems as though he still had self-doubt. But then again, what was the aim Izuku had to get stronger? Before I answer that question, Izuku, I ask this: why do you want to get stronger? Where is it do you think true strength comes from? Izuku paused at that. Well, I want to become stronger so that Toshinori-sensei can rest easy. I mean, sensei still tries so hard even through his injury. I've been working in a hospital long enough to understand the repercussions for pushing his body to his limits. And so I've been working hard to up my healing arts so that I could heal him ... But the problem is that I can't regrow entire organs ... The slightest mistake and I may actually make it worse. Gran Torino's expression was one of understanding. He had always wondered what Izuku worked on whenever both of them retire for the day after training, even before the sports festival. And true strength? I'm not really sure. I guess it's from hard work. Gran Torino remembered his past with the 7th successor and Toshinori. No ... True strength ... It comes from a desire. And as for your aims, let me tell you about the 7th successor to One for All. Toshinori's predecessor, Shimura Nana. She was a close friend of mine. It's her who gave Toshinori One for All, as well as some advice that he still lives by. When you have to save someone, they're usually in a scary situation. A true hero saves not only their lives, but also their spirits. That's what I believe. So no matter how scary things get, give him a smile, as if to say, I'm okay. The people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. But that's not the only thing. Izuku, you didn't just inherit the power of One for All ... You inherited an ideal ... You inherited the ideals of 8 people, all of which stems from the need to protect. And as for true strength ... Well ... That's actually something you subconsciously know the answer to. It's an answer that surprises everyone, and you showed it at the USJ and during the entrance exam. When people want to protect something truly precious to them, they truly can become ... As strong as they need to be. The truest aspect of a hero, the spirit of self-sacrifice. You Izuku have both in spades. That is why we trust you inexplicably. And it's not just me and Toshinori I'm talking about. Even the staff and the students trust you. Izuku's eyes teared up at the honest praise he received from Gran Torino ... He thought back to the USJ incident. The power he unleashed to protect them ... Even though it burnt his very skin ... It helped him save everyone. Gran Torino saw in Izuku's eyes. The missing piece was finally in place. With this, Izuku will truly become strong. He walked away to the cabin. From the corner of his eyes he saw that Izuku was now floating above the ground. A bit unsteady, but the determination in his eyes were clear to him. Ada walked around the city of Hasu with the Pro Hero Manual. It was relatively quiet, nothing worth mentioning. But Ada knew that Stain would be back ... Each time Stain had appeared there was at least 4 attacks ... And so the next time he came, Ada would deliver justice with his own 2 fists. Toshinori sighed as he reached the limit of One for All for the day. It was a boon that he could use his hero form for at least 3 hours ... But the consequences were still visible ... He wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. The fleeting embers of One for All were going out. Soon the era of All Might would come to an end. He only hoped that Izuku would be strong enough to hold the weight of being his successor. He took out his cell phone. He had to swallow his pride ... And so he called his former sidekick. Izuku let out a deep breath as the Guardian attire faded away from sight. He had finally made sure that his previous powers and abilities were under control. It would be of no use if he couldn't use them without repercussions. The only new things he learnt was flight, some advanced healing, and 2-3 attacks, as well as tactics to use his powers. He stared at his arm as he channeled his combined quirk towards it ... His hand was enveloped in a solid gold layer of energy. Partial activation of his Guardian attire worked wonders, but the control in that department was shoddy. He was thankful that he had this much time to get back into shape and that Ada hadn't done anything stupid ... Yet. He sighed as he thought about Ada. He knew why he chose to be in Hasu. He shared the details with Gran Torino, but without proof they couldn't drag him away. But seeing as there were now news reports and the fact that Ada responded to his messages calmed him down. He had also found a lot about Gran Torino. He was a hero when the world had a staggering crime rate and with villains in every corner. He had taught Izuku not just the way in which his power could be used. He taught Izuku the ideals which he and Nana Shimura lived by. Though they differed, they both had the same endgame. To be a hero one can depend on. If anyone has the right to be called a hero, it's not the one who took up the blade. It's not the one who raised his shield, nor the one who healed the wounded. Only one who truly risks his life may be called a hero. That was just one of the things that stuck with Izuku during his time with Gran Torino. He felt that Gran Torino had helped shape him to become a hero. An actual hero. Izuku walked to center of the training ground and started going through his katas. He had learnt them during his time in his karate club, and now Gran Torino had helped him further refine it to suit it to his fighting style. His mind focused into his reserves of energy, slowly letting a trickle seep into his body. He could feel the change. His senses becoming sharper, his strikes becoming faster, stronger, and then finally letting a line of energy connect to link his body to his reserves. He crouched, after which he built up energy. Slowly golden fumes of energy begun to wrap around Izuku's frame, and then he shot to the sky. The feeling of the air rush against his face was quickly becoming one of Izuku's favorites. He reached a height wherein he floated there stationary. He let his ether have free rein. He could feel the link with life. He had found his energy had a link with all of life, even the air he breathed. He ground, he walked on. He had never delved into the possibilities, but he had researched everything about quirks, and yet none of them came close to the complexity of his. His time at the hospital as an intern had given him access to research his quirk, even document it. The doctor was glad to assist him, even though his research with quirks came to a dead end. He turned to lore, and there he found a legend, the celestial element. There was not much data to go on. Mere myths and rumors of its capabilities was all Izuku had to go on. He had experimented with his powers. While not much of fruit was received, he still had time to continue. He slowly let his body drift to the breeze, slowly basking in feeling of freedom. Finally, he dived to the ground, speeding past the birds, and just before he crashed to the ground, he flipped to his feet and ether flowed out of his being and let his descent slow down to a mere fraction of what it was before. Gran Torino watched with a small smile playing on his face as Izuku took to the air. The kid was beyond extraordinary, a sponge that could soak in information and at the same time humble and kind. Izuku was a special kid, a few of the good souls that truly wanted to better the world yet asked nothing in return. It was a character that he felt from staying with Izuku the past few days. He had poured as much knowledge into Izuku as he could. While they had met and trained before, they had never been more than acquaintances, but now he could feel the bond he had with the child. One he would give his to protect. Izuku, much like his quirk, was a light that was worth protecting, and he would do so to the best of his abilities to help Izuku. As Izuku made his flashy descent, Gran Torino walked out of the cabin and made his way to Izuku. Izuku's quirk had always left him flabbergasted. The diversity, the power of it stretched the boundaries of impossible. He knew that with time Izuku would become more proficient and more powerful. He had hoped that it would be enough. He hoped that it would deter any crime to take place, even though he knew it was just a fool's dream. And so he had made up his mind to give Izuku all the tools for his journey in life. Shigaraki nursed his partially healed wounds. He stared at the screen, which was replaying the clash between the two prodigies that are Izuku and Todoroki. He couldn't believe the amount of power being thrown around in the stadium. It annoyed him to no end. While he was recuperating from his wounds and planning to kill the boss, his enemies were grinding and getting stronger. He scratched his neck. To think that his most powerful Namu was captured by the heroes and he wasn't even able to injure All Might. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of his sensei. You should not worry about them for now. They are all but minor inconveniences at most. Except that one child, Midoriya Izuku. He is capable of many feats that interests me. I am almost certain that he will be the one you shall face in the end, Shigaraki. So, what shall you do? Shigaraki stared at the static image of Izuku in his guardian attire. Meteor smash. He felt anger raise at what had happened at the USJ. That brat had ruined his plan to win against All Might. But he would deal with the pest soon enough. After all, he had sent Kirigiri to fetch the best person for the job. He felt the telltale sound of Kirigiri's warp. Shigaraki turned his head to see the person who accompanied Kirigiri. The great senpai of all criminals, Stain. Welcome to humble abode of the League of Villains, Hero Killer Stain. I hope our dealings will go off without a hitch. Stain looked at the person who spoke. So you're the people who broke into UA. Yes, we would like you to join us and help us reform the world in our image and silence some pests while at it, Shigaraki said as he showed a picture of Class 1 and a picture of just Izuku at the front. Stain tusked as he reached for his swords. I knew it was ill-advised to be interested. You just want me to partake in your temper tantrums. And you, he pointed at Shigaraki, are the type of people I hate the most. Your bloodlust has no cause. Kirigiri discreetly asked Sensei on their next move as the meeting was about to go south, but Sensei simply told him to let the scene proceed. Izuku made final adjustments on his hero costume. His body armor was a tight fit after the intense regiment he had been following ever since the USJ. His cloak fluttered past him as he stood up. Gran Torino had decided that it would be best if he gained some experience fighting villains, and so they decided to go to Shibuya. He received word from Todoroki that he and Endeavor would arrive at Hasu today, and he had promised to check up on Ida. Both of them exited the training ground with little difficulty considering their physical capabilities. They reached the train station and boarded a train heading to their designated location. Both Gran Torino and Izuku talked about the reason for his practical experience that he'd get with encounters with villains, before the train suddenly stopped and an announcement came. Izuku was listening to the announcement when suddenly he felt bogies come in within his passive sensory field, which was proven true as the walls of the train compartment immediately broke open as a hero crashed through into it. An Oumu accompanied him. Gran Torino wasted no time a ring as he crashed into the Namu, sending him flying. Izuku rushed to the downed hero and started to heal him. He thought back to the Namu lookalike, which meant that if it possessed even a fraction of the power the one at the USJ had. This city was he tried to figure out where they were. An announcement came in telling them they were at Hasu. But why would a Namu appear here? Especially since All Might was still at Ua. Then it hit him hard. Stain. Shit. As soon as he had healed the hero to his best, he informed the policeman of the hero's condition and immediately expanded his sensory field. It stretched around and gave him the conditions of his fellow passengers. After noting that everything was alright, Izuku immediately focused ether to augment his body for flight and immediately shot off through the opening made by the Namu, ignoring the protests of the officer. Izuku rushed towards where he felt a high concentration of bloodlust. He flew down to an alley and ran towards the destruction as a Namu, unlike the other, was fighting with pros. He knew that he couldn't waste time here, so he immediately activated Enkindu to restrain the villain. The chain sealed the Namu's movements for just a moment, but it was enough for the pros to land some devastating attacks into its form. The pros saw his form for a moment before he augmented his body with 7% OFA and blurred past them. Before they could question him, he went around town searching every alleyway he could and helping heroes and civilians alike before suddenly he felt it. Izuku activated Ether and fueled his sensory field to check where Ida was. And finally he found Ida's signature. But it wasn't moving, and there was also a lot of bloodlust coming from there. Sending a mass message of his location to everyone, he activated OFA and rushed into the sight of Stain about to pierce and immobilized Ida. Not even waiting for his mind to finish processing the scene, Izuku rushed forward with a full cowl punch that connected with the hero killer. Izuku stood in front of the immobilized Id and let his ether scan the area, coming back with another signature, which he turned to see another hero. Ida, we are gonna have a talk about recklessness later on, but I'm guessing you can't move, which means he has an immobilization quirk. Ida raised his head to look at Izuku, whose cloak fluttered from the residual air wall and was looking at the injured pro. Ida felt a wave of emotions: guilt, shame, anger. Midoriya, don't get involved in this. I took up the name of INGENIUM so as to bring justice to this murderer with my own 2 hands. Izuku didn't bother with a reply as Stain had gotten up from the blow. Izuku rushed forward, OFA flowing in tandem with E. He ducked an overhead swing of Stain's sword and responded with a left uppercut which partially connected with the hero killer's jaw and lifted him to the air. Izuku immediately moved out of the way of a sword and rushed to the downed hero while sending blasts of ether to the hero killer and announced to Ada, if revenge is called justice, then that justice breeds yet more revenge and it becomes a chain of hatred. 3 pairs of eyes widened at those words. But the one who was vocal was Stain. You are worth keeping alive. To think one so young would show one of the truest ideals of becoming a hero. Leave now, Midoriya, I have no quarrels with you. It is my duty to deal with these fakes that tarnish the meaning of the word hero. Izuku was confused at what the hero killer had meant by those words ... but he couldn't even bother with the words of a murderer. He needed to protect both of them and buy time for backup to arrive. Izuku raised a shield of light to cover both he and the hero who he had deposited alongside it. He suddenly moved out of the way where a knife just flew by. Izuku was again forced to dodge when the hero killer moved to his space. As a testament to his training, Izuku forced the hero killer to part by using an explosive wave of E. Yes, ... you have the power to back your ideology. You are truly worth keeping alive. But I must immobilize you, for these fakes are not worthy to live in this world, Stain said as he rushed towards Izuku, who simply stood his ground until he jumped up to reveal a blast of fire. Stain dodged to the side but was met with a spear of ice and had to evade backwards. He looked up to see the son of Endeavor in all his glory, his fire and ice eagerly awaiting his command. He stood side by side with Izuku, guarding the injured, who Izuku placed carefully behind them. Shoto then spoke. Midoriya, for things like this please make sure to send more information rather than just your location. Izuku smirked as he gave a nod to Todoroki, whom he noted was using both his fire and ice powers. How long do you think we'll have to hold him off till the pros hit the scene? And anything I should know about him? 5 more minutes, watch for the swords. His quirk is what's immobilized both of them. And also he's playing with us. Stain's grin widened at Izuku's deduction and the way Shoto acted. It seemed as though the next generation had hope, which means that he should try even harder to remove the fakes so that they can grow unrestricted. He threw his sword faster than before, bypassing both of their reflexes, and in a moment he closed the distance between him and Shoto. Shoto's eyes widened at the speed displayed by the villain. Just before the hero killer could lick his blood, he ignited his fire to fend him off. Izuku reacted at the same pace by trying to restrict his movements. But the hero killer seemed to be serious now as he evaded the chains with ease. Izuku tusked at the fact he couldn't use his more destructive moves, as either the hero killer would evade and attack him or he would cause too much damage to surroundings, which may cause loss of lives to the civilian. It was then Todoroki spoke. You don't use swords to seal movements, you use the blood as the catalyst instead. That's why you rushed in with the sword. Izuku, we should avoid close combat with him until the pros arrive. Izuku agreed with the assessment, and while he wanted nothing more than to escape with the two heroes, he was sure that Stain would take the opportunity to finish them off with his inhuman reaction speed. It was then that Ida spoke. Please both of why you stop this. I should be the one of defeat him. I am the one who inherited the name of Ingenium. It was Shoto who spoke while Izuku sent blasts of energy and multiple constructs of light at the villain. That's funny, I don't remember the Ingenium I saw ever make a face like that. Ada stopped struggling almost as though he was struck, while Todoroki raised a wall of ice to cut the view of the hero killer, and immediately Izuku charged a blast of ether ready to attack. As they expected, in a few moments the wall was sliced to pieces by the sword, and just when Stain was about to advance he evaded the blast of ether, but it grazed by his arm, inciting a scream of pain as it burnt the skin. Ida thought back to all the times he had with his brother, and the final push was given by a yell from Todoroki. You want us to stop? Then stand up, set your eyes on the man you want to be, and fight. Ingenium, a pro hero who prizes the rules and guides the people. Ada watched as Shoto released a giant spear of ice at Stain the moment he landed, but it was cut through by a sword. He is my brother. Izuku launched a ball of light into the air as Shoto distracted Stain, allowing the ball to explode in the sky as a flare. Why did you want to be a hero, brother? Well, it's just that I want to help anyone who needs it, no matter the consequences. And since you admire me, Tenya, I guess I'm doing something right. Ingenium, Tenya, could you take up that name? Ada's head was filled with these thoughts. He pushed against the imposing Quirk. He saw both Izuku and Todoroki struggle against Stain as they were out of their element. Recipro burst. Ada blitzed through the opening created by Todoroki and landed a devastating roundhouse kick on the hero killer's ribs. His engine shut down as the hero killer crashed against the wall. I'm truly sorry for getting both of you involved in my selfish desires, but while both of you are leagues above me, what he said was right. I don't deserve to be a hero. But I will not let the name of Ingenium die here. Stain nursed his ribs as didn't expect the faker to strike him, and that too with a haymaker like that. He couldn't let off now, as they knew the secret to his quirk, the shine in the eyes of Midoriya, and Endeavor's son gave it away. He rushed in to end this as quickly as possible, not bothering to hold back. Izuku immediately responded with a volley of ether blasts, each of which was evaded or sliced. A blast of flames went to strike the hero killer, but that too was evaded by jumping to the air. When Stain was just a few meters away from them, Izuku's body erupted with streaks of golden light and met the charge head-on. Izuku engaged Stain in close combat before finally Izuku landed a haymaker inside the hero killer's guard, but was immediately slashed in the leg. It was then that Ida stood up, his legs covered in ice, and then yelled out, "Recipro extend." Ada's engine roared as his speed increased by multiple folds. Shockwaves formed when Ida blitzed into form against Stain, who couldn't lick Izuku's blood yet with a flurry of kicks, while Stain was able to dodge the strikes barely. Then the inevitable happened. A slip of his feet granted Ida the moment to capitalize on as he landed a devastating rising kick. Before he could regain his senses, he immediately came face to face with Izuku midway through a punch. Meteor smash. Stain could feel the entire force of the punch spread through his body before he sent flying and crashed into a wall of ice. All three of them tensed for a counter from the hero killer, but was surprised when they found he didn't move. We must have gotten lucky and knocked him unconscious. The three of them let out a breath, and Izuku bound him with Enkindu, just in case. They helped the pro up, who was finally capable of moving. As they entered the main street, they met up with Gran Torino, who immediately berated them for rushing into danger, but Izuku could tell it was half-hearted. As they were checked on by Endeavor's team, Izuku sent out a pulse of energy to give him an idea of the situation. A sudden intrusion in his boundary field alerted him, but it was too late as he was whisked away by a flying Nauma, causing the binds around Stain to fade. Izuku was about to retaliate when suddenly he saw movement and another intrusion in his sensory field. The others watched as Stain rushed past them and jumped onto the Nauma, who suddenly froze and then brutally stabbed it in the head. He then stood and stared at the oncoming form of Endeavor. Everyone was surprised at what had occurred, but immediately went on guard as Stain spoke, his voice menacing. The phonies who have overrun society, and the villains who sprinkle their power, they are my targets for the purge. All of this for a just world. As Stain turned to Endeavor, who was running towards him, Stain released so much killing intent that it made Endeavor pause in his tracks and everyone else to their knees. The fakes must be killed. Someone ... and I will stain myself in their blood. The word hero will be restored. The only one allowed to kill me is All Might. Immediately after those words were uttered, the killing intent faded and Stain stopped moving. It was Endeavor who spoke. He lost consciousness. It was at that moment Izuku saw it. Stain ... who struck through to his ideals, even unconscious, refused to fall, while the others, including himself, were down on the ground. This was the strength of an ideal ... and so what was his? Ada, who had sustained injuries, was brought to the hospital. Izuku had healed both Shoto's and his own minor injuries. He attempted to heal Ida's injuries, but Ida refused, as he wanted this to be a reminder of when he let his anger get the better of him. Both Izuku and Shoto were told to stay the night for the doctors to run checkups on. They continued to talk about their encounter with Stain and how it was considerably different from the cannon fodder they faced at USJ. The door opened to reveal All Might, Gran Torino, and the chief of police, Tsurugami. Also, the problem childs are awake. Gran Torino grunted out. The students tried to get up but was stopped by Tsurugami, as he said that they deserve their rest, but then he continued to speak. Now, I believe I should inform you pups on what has happened after the incident. Now relating to the hero killer, he is undergoing treatment for multiple broken bones and burns ... But then this brings me to the real reason I am here ... From the beginning of the phenomenon of quirks, it was emphasized that individuals should not weaponize their quirks ... When heroes emerged, they adhered to the laws and morals very strictly ... But you kids are not heroes yet, which means use of quirks in public is forbidden without authorization from their superiors, meaning you kids and the Pro Heroes Manual, Gran Torino and Endeavor should be handed for impartial punishment even if the opponent was the hero killer. But if we hadn't interfered, then Mr. Native would be in a BODYBAG right now. Are you saying that we should have followed the rules and let him die? It's a hero's job to save people. SCR. Before Shoto could continue, All Might stopped him. Young Todoroki, I understand how that sounded, but please let the man finish. Yes, I understand why they call you eggs ... Now ... because of the incident at the USJ as well as your talents shown at the festival. Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki have been nominated as part-time apprentices of the #1 hero, All Might, and Golden Age hero Gran Torino. Thus you three were to meet up at Hosu City. But young Katsuki couldn't make it and a situation arose, where finally Endeavor dealt the final blow to the hero killer with your assistance. And as such you shall not be prosecuted, as your principal had gained the authorization from the higher-ups. Both Izuku's and Shoto's eyes widened at the meaning ... They could participate in day-to-day heroics without repercussions, and this team could expand based on the skills displayed by your fellow students, the chief said as he looked at Tenya. Well, I shall prepare for a public announcement which will hopefully go as I plan. But don't think you'll be scot-free. There will be factions which will oppose this. It is your duty to prove that this choice was the correct decision. Well, goodbye pups, and thank you for your time, All Might sir and Gran Torino. I hope you guys liked the chapter. I didn't actually have a good idea on how to introduce the concept of teams ... But hey, roll with the punches, right? There are gonna be problems for Izuku and his team as there will be opposition, but presently, considering what had happened at the USJ as well as their performance at the festival, it is necessary for their potential to flourish, thus the public will accept this ... For now. Izuku sighed as he answered another one of his classmates' questions. With the alibi given to them by the principal, they were able to escape being prosecuted by the police. When the news report came out, as they expected, there was some resistance regarding the three of them becoming apprentices of All Might and Gran Torino. Ada was also offered the choice but declined, stating that he had to first live up to what he had placed as a goal for himself. But seeing as they were given facts at what happened at the USJ and the potential in them, the resistance quickly died down. He turned to Katsuki, who was answering questions like him and Shoto. Katsuki was understandably angry when he found that he had missed the fight with Stain. He had proceeded to wreak havoc at a training field, all while cursing jeans and threads. They had spent another week on the streets with All Might to show the public of the new strategy by busting small crimes and helping civilians. They had made a schedule where they are to report for duty with All Might every weekend. Of course, this cut into their schedules, but no one complained as they understood the opportunity presented to them. They had even had joint training sessions, which mostly consisted of teamwork exercises and combination attacks and tactics. Most of classmates were surprised they were taken as apprentices, but considering that were indeed more powerful than the norm as well as the frequent villain attacks, they understood their position. And to Izuku's surprise, no one was actually angered at the special treatment, but instead took it as a goal to reach their level so as to not drag them down. Izuku was great fun for having such great friends, especially with what was coming up. He had been worrying about the confrontation All Might was sure to have with All for One. Izuku turned to the door as Aizawa-sensei walked in. They greeted their teacher, who immediately told them that they'll be having a test. The class entered in their hero uniforms. Izuku had received a new set which was made after Gran Torino had sent a request to the UA. He was in front of the class and by his side was Momo, who was his deputy class rep. He had found that after the festival that all of his classmates had improved greatly, but also that they looked up to him, Shoto and Katsuki. Well, whenever Katsuki wasn't threatening anyone, All Might stared at Izuku, who now exuded confidence, which in turn raised the entire level of his class. He seemed to have his costume modeled after Nana Shimura, no doubt Gran Torino's doing. He had also found that in the past week that the three of them had a natural teamwork with each other, a bit shaky but it was there. He had built it up so that they would trust each other without fail, and he was happy that there was progress. But he also wanted them to not be alienated or to be put on much of a pedestal yet. It would cause them to feel the pressure of the top position would give them. He decided it would be ideal if they interacted with their classmates more. He would have to consult Aizawa with this. Shaking away his thoughts, he prepared to get the rescue training started. Now then, it has been a while since our last hero class, and I'm sure all of you have grown leaps and bounds over the past few weeks into tests that will have a small test. All Might moved slightly to show them the training ground, possessing a rather large building in the middle. The aim is for the participants to once again fight through the multitude of robots you faced against in the entrance exam. This serves to see for yourself the progress you have undoubtedly made since your introduction to the course. As they walked to the entrance of the grounds, they saw the massive robot behemoths they faced time and time again. They also appeared to be offline. That is until All Might spoke. As you most surely noticed, the zero-pointers will be patrolling the area and will automatically detect you as intruders once they are activated. Although it's unwise to refer to them as zero-pointers, as their values have been increased to 5 points. Many students blanched at the fact that multiple behemoths would be present in the field, while the others like Kaminari and Mino let out an excited cheer as they could use their quirks without restriction. All Might once again spoke to relay the final information the students needed to hear. It should also be brought to your notice that the robots will no longer be the small fry you had dealt with before. They have been upgraded to give you a challenge. The students looked at a passing 5-pointer and noticed the improvements, such as the armor looking a dark green with multiple weapons on its hull and shoulders. I will be at the top of the main building along with several other pros to keep an eye on you all. So be sure to show us your best. You'll begin once the sirens ring. So once again, good luck and give us your best. With those words, All Might blasted off towards the middle tower, leaving the students to discuss with each other. The conversations involved mostly around the idea of finding out how much better they've become, along with the competitive urge to stack themselves compared to their friends. They all took their positions in a row, and around a minute later they heard the bellow of the siren. Not a second later they rushed into the soon-to-be battlefield. Those with quirks that augmented their speed like Ada got a head start. Bakugo immediately demonstrated his pseudo-flight using explosions and burst through a 3-pointer and vanished off to find his next victim. Uraraka touched a particular 1-pointer and used her quirk to throw it at a group of robots, repeating so down a lane. Near parallel to her, Momo moved with a grace that was mesmerizing as she used a spear she had affectionately dubbed Evil Annihilation. While it was a work in progress, it had proven to be one of her most powerful creations. Ada immediately put his head start to good use, barreling through a robot in his way before augmenting his legs with a series of thrusts, as it buried itself into another robot. He wasted no time as he rushed to the nearest opponent like a man possessed. Bakugo eliminated bot after bot with negligible effort, not even wasting a single movement. Each movement was calculated for causing the maximum amount of destruction, and in doing so destroying the robots in one blow. It was a small time later that he understood that he was slowly being encircled by the remaining robots. On the other side of the ground, far away from any of the others, was an area encased in ice. The entire world seemed to stand still as the ice captured every detail in vivid fashion. But then came the heat, bursting from the ground, melting through the ice and metal as if they were made from mere paper mache. And in the middle sat Todoroki, one hand on the ground, viewing the entire scene with a frown. I'm still not close. Meanwhile, Izuku had already showcased his proficiency at Ether Burst, which landed him at the top of a building, allowing him to oversee most of the ground. He watched as all of his friends and allies fought against the robots. A small smile lit up on his face. I guess I'm not the only one who's gotten stronger. He closed his eyes and sent a pulse of ether, showing him a rough sketch of the entire area. Without opening his eyes, he stood on the ledge and dropped forward. He relished the rush of air to the face before opening his eyes and landed a devastating axe kick on a 3-pointer below him. Not even wasting a moment, he rushed against the nearest robot, who was broken in two by a sword construct held by Izuku. He turned in a 180 arc and burst into the guard of another robot, while throwing his sword onto another oncoming robot, which immediately launched itself in and exploded in an array of sparks. Izuku seemed to be in a deadlock with the robot in front of him until he roared as one for all spread through his veins, enabling to crush the robot in front of him. And through the dust cloud, Izuku raised the flow of OFA to a high and brought his arm back, which had racing streaks of golden lighting. Then to everything in the immediate vicinity. Izuku blurred from sight and immediately appeared next to a robot with his arm buried inside its hull. And as if realizing the event that had occurred, slowly the robot lifted and shot backwards as the force of the blow finally registered. The rest of the pros watched on as the students fought against the invading legion of robots, each of them clearly impressed with what they were seeing. They felt as though each of them had come a long way from the beginning. The principal was looking at the showcasing of power with a calculating look, same with Aizawa. Both of them breaking down each and every move to their basic components and finding out ways to improve them. All Might watched on, seeing his two students and Successor rack in point after point, all while experimenting their limits and new moves. But he couldn't help notice the destructive force each of them are producing. He recalled how much of a problem it was back when he himself had to learn the finer points of restraint. He'd need to revise it in their upcoming session. He watched as Izuku continued to demolish robot after robot, each of his moves and tactics slowly shaping up with finesse and understanding. He was proud of his successor's achievements. He wondered if this was what his own teachers felt when training him. His attention was brought back when he heard the principal give the command for the 5 pointers to attack the student. He was a bit against this, if only because he knew that these robots were in fact much stronger than the 0 pointers they had faced before. The first thing that told the students that shit was about to go down was the sudden retreat of all the smaller robots, as they immediately retreated once they heard an alarm blare through the multitude of speakers present throughout the city. The second being the sun blocked out by something. As they all tuned to the source of these developments, they saw a sight that would forever be engraved in their minds and memories. A class of 3 behemoths advancing their way towards what appears to be the largest cluster of students in the ground, paying no heed to the destruction caused simply by just their own movements, buildings bending and breaking down as they gave way to the giant robots. The class of 20 each from their own vantage point stared at the raw amount of destruction caused by their appearance. The speakers once again crackled to life with the sound of Principal Nezu's voice. Now, as all of you have seen, this will be the final portion of this test of ours. The robots you see before you are top-of-the-line training machines. They are made to take in copious amounts of damage and are equipped to dish them right back. In this situation, please do what is right and also what is required. Set aside all you do not need ... and fight. With those words, the speakers once again returned to silence, and almost immediately afterwards the behemoths that stayed still all the while during the principal's address burst to life, the shoulder opening to show multiple rockets targeting various areas. And after a short standoff ... they opened fire. Izuku stared as a rocket that had been aimed way over his area. His mind quickened and began processing the new information. The world slowed to a crawl as his brain worked faster and faster, creating and discarding various plans and protocols faster than a blink of an eye. Finally, as the missile reached the halfway point, ether flowed in his open palm, filling into the form of an intricate sphere that shone with barely restrained power. Izuku then further loaded it with more energy to the point wherein it looked as if it was merely a moment away from breaking. At this point, the missile had already crossed the halfway point and in a few more seconds would reach the level of one of the buildings. And so with OFA and ether working in tandem, an eruption of golden lightning, the sphere burst forward from his hands. Battle Arts, Holy Smite. It traveled at speeds far surpassing the norm and clashed directly into the missile and exploded. The resulting shockwave was omnidirectional and caused more than a few windows to break. But what surprised Izuku was the fact that his spear was not able to punch through the missile even with him overloading it. It was then Izuku's mind flashed back to All Might's warning. It should also be brought to your notice that the robots will no longer be the small fry you had dealt with before. They have been upgraded to give you a challenge. Izuku augmented his physique with OFA and shot to the sky. He looked around and assessed the situation. It seemed as though Kaminari and Uraraka had also been able to destroy a missile, as he saw multiple 3-pointers floating and remains of electricity going up. He then turned his focus onto the area where the final missile was able to hit. It looked like a scene from a movie. Fire and destruction were most abundant. Hell, it seemed to be the best word to describe the scene he was looking at. Almost immediately his danger senses flared and urged him to drop down. On doing so, he saw a rubber projectile the size of an elephant pass where he had been. Turning to its origin point, he found the giant's arm extended to his position. Putting 2 and 2 together, he understood the situation. The behemoths had received a daunting few upgrades, and it would be impossible for them to win against them unless they were to combine their powers. Izuku landed on a building and, even wasting a moment, ran to the direction where he saw the destruction. He needed to group up with all the others as well as see if no one was caught in the damage caused by the missile. His mind continued to assess the situation. It was a training exercise, hence he was sure that the staff wouldn't equip the robots with anything that dangerous, and if so would make sure that there was no lasting damage to the students. This exercise was meant to show us the reality of a foe we can never hope to defeat alone. It might also be see how we'll react to the fear and confusion. As he reached the affected area, he pushed ether to the air around him, letting him set up a temporary sensory field to see if there was anyone here. As he received negative feedback, He turned around to head towards Todoroki when he heard the telltale sounds of Ida rushing. After a few moments, he came face to face with Ida along with Momo, who tagged along. Momo rushed towards him and checked him for any injuries and started fussing over him. Ida walked towards him, a serious air around him. "Izuku, you figured it out too, right? The real motive behind this test." Momo stopped and looked at Izuku and nodded at the end of Ida's statement. Izuku looked at both of them and answered, "We won't win against them individually. We'll have to attack as a single unit. And in doing so, we can hopefully defeat them." Ida and Momo nodded at the assessment. Izuku grinned at them both and extended his fist. Ida looked surprised at the gesture before reciprocating with a smirk. Momo simply glomped both in a hug. Uraraka sighed as she dragged Kaminari to cover. He had expended a lot of his power to help her destroy the missile. She shivered as she remembered how it tore through the machines she floated as barricades like paper. If not for Kaminari, she was sure that the missile would have made contact with a building and exploded. She noticed how the missiles weren't actually aimed at them, but in fact near their general area. It also came to her notice that it would be impossible for anyone alone to win against one of those iron giants, let alone three. She looked sideways to see Kaminari and his thumbs-up face. She sweat dropped at the scene. Suddenly, she heard the telltale signs of Todoroki coming near them. She ran to the streets and waved Todoroki towards them. He went ahead to explain the situation, as well as his analysis of the predicament they're in. Almost as soon as they finished their discussion, they felt the robots move to different areas at a slow pace. Todoroki stared at the giants. Multiple plans flashed through his mind, yet all of them had only a minor possibility of success. As his mind ran through these scenarios, it slowly became more and more obvious. They weren't meant to win alone. This was a villain they needed to fight together against. Looking over to Uraraka, he saw the same look of enlightenment. Just as they were about to move, they heard the telltale signs of Ida coming towards them. Moments later, Izuku landed beside them, a blushing Momo in his arms as he carried her in his arms to save time. Uraraka puffed her cheeks at the scene but focused on the situation they were in. Izuku was about to begin explaining the entire scenario to them, but Todoroki cut him off and merely stated that they also understood the test and was pretty sure that Bakugo also understood and might actually be waiting for them to find him. Izuku agreed with the verdict and moved to Kaminari to heal him. He let the ether seep into Kaminari's body, letting it soak up before directing it to let it heal up the body from the inside out. He was startled when Kaminari opened his eyes. A small sheen of gold surrounded his body and seemed to actually stay active. Izuku felt the ether actually augment Kaminari's body much like his, except to a much lesser extent. His friends noticed the same and were about to question on it, when Kaminari himself beat them to it. "Whoa, Izuku, dude, what the hell did you give me? I feel like 1,000,000 yen. And as if to prove his words, lightning raced across his body. Izuku stared at him with a look of intense interest and formulated multiple theories and explanations as to the phenomenon and was about to explain, but a pout from Uraraka was enough for him to drop the subject. He put his hand on Kaminari and absorbed back the remnant ether present inside. The glow subsided along with the lightning, but Kaminari was still at his top. Kaminari felt a bit deflated at the loss of the energy drink-like feel, but suddenly felt a multitude of eyes on him. He looked up to find the most capable students of his class looking at him. It was Ada who broke the silence. "Kaminari, I'm not sure if you've understood the meaning of the test, but all of us feel that we shouldn't be working alone, instead work like a team to take this villain down. We've done it before, with USJ and Stain, and we need your help too if we hope to defeat this villain." Kaminari processed the information and looked Ida directly in the eye, and for a moment Ida could see something behind Kaminari's eyes, an emotion he had seen in himself at one time, the feeling that he was lacking in strength, intellect, or even the raw determination that seemed to spill out from his friends. He interrupted Kaminari before he could even speak, simply extending an arm to help him lift himself from the ground. Kaminari looked surprised at the extended limb, but the looks on Ida's face made him trust himself. As Kaminari took the arm, he felt himself lifted up. After dusting himself off, he looked to the rest of the people surrounding him, each of them looking at him expectantly. With a nod from Izuku, he felt a grin slip on his face before giving them a thumbs up. Bakugo stared at the retreating form of the robots. Even with his most powerful release of explosions would hardly dent that armor. In fact, he was pretty sure only Izuku could do that. That too would cause him to injure himself below combat effectiveness. He looked to his right where Kirishima was staring at the robot as well. They had started a small competition before the appearance of the behemoths, and had stuck together after the initial assault. He was sure that this might be a team event, but it still ticked him off that he couldn't handle this alone. But he guessed it wouldn't be that bad, as he saw everyone had grown by a good margin. Even Grape Boy was better now. He stayed rooted to the spot before opening a palm. Building up an explosion, he grabbed Kirishima's arm before he could complain. When he released the built-up energy, it propelled them to a nearby rooftop where he saw the carnage caused by a lone missile. He went through all the different tactics they could employ to defeat them, each one coming short of defeating them. He looked sideways to the central tower, his eyes calculating what exactly his teachers planned on achieving with this. Izuku walked up to Bakugo, who didn't even turn to face him. He looked at the central tower as well. The same look of contemplation mirrored their faces. Todoroki arrived merely a few moments later, standing right beside Izuku. The three of them focused their attention onto the behemoths. It felt like they were back at the USJ. A daunting foe, with what felt like everything was at stake, and this time they didn't have Aizawa-sensei to fall back on. They were broken out of their musings when they heard a voice from behind them. "So, what's the plan?" It was Kaminari that spoke. Along with him were Ada, Momo, Uraraka, and Kirishima. It might be true that they didn't have their sensei, but that didn't mean they didn't have people they trusted. And this time, they'll prove that they can win even against these behemoths. Izuku took the lead as war tactics were his area of expertise. The plan is simple and straightforward this time. Group up with as many people as possible. We need to get Aoyama ASAP since all of the people with vast destructive capabilities are here except him. We'll need him along with us to cause the most amount of damage possible to the robots. After we get him, we'll evacuate everyone from the battle zone and target a single robot at a time. With the amount of firepower we're packing, we'll finish them off in a few minutes with a continuous assault. Izuku finished explaining the plan and looked at each of them for feedback. It was Bakugo who voiced a counter. "That's all well and done, but what proof is there that the other 10 pointers will just let us destroy one of their own while they stare and gape at us? If the other 2 launch an attack while we're focused on one bot, we'll be goners." Izuku was wide-eyed at that possibility. He was actually surprised he didn't take it into consideration. It was Ida who spoke next. "If I may, I believe it'll be a good strategy for the rest of us to actually guard the people with quirks that can actually destroy the robots. That way we can cause damage as well as not be blindsided by a counterattack." Everyone agreed to the added changes to the plan. Ada immediately left to find the rest of their classmates along with Todoroki. Izuku stayed behind and healed the exhaustion of their friends the best he could without expending too much energy. They waited for the signal, and a few moments later they saw a small eruption of fire in an alleyway, which went unnoticed by the robots, who were not actually doing much except for causing a few buildings to get knocked down. In fact, it almost looked as if they were waiting for something. The group wasted no time in rushing towards the designated position of their allies, each of them traveling on a large platform made of ETH. The site they landed to was actually a rather weird scene. Minda seemed to be struggling to say something but was blocked from doing so by Shiro's tapes, while Todoroki seemed to be a bit annoyed at the grape-colored hero in training. Izuku turned to Todoroki with a questioning look, who answered with a deadpan. He was very reluctant in going through with your plan, as it would require all of us to be in close proximity with the 10 pointers, and was going on criticizing the plan with no solid basis. Hence I asked Shiro to tape him up, and he was very enthusiastic in doing so. Izuku's sweat dropped and turned to the people they could gather. Uraraka and Momo were already discussing the plan with Tsuyu and Mina, while Kirishima and Kaminari were explaining it to Aoyama and Shoji. He watched as his friends interacted with each other. He then heard the revving of an engine signifying the arrival of... He walked up to Ada, who looked at him and gave a small nod and explained to him and the others that he was able to assemble a few of the other students. Izuku stared at the first target. This particular robot was farther away from its brethren. Izuku could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins, the comforting warmth of ether and OFA beneath his skin. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, forcing his breathing to remain normal. He looked to one of the buildings where Shoji and Shiro were staying as lookouts. Shoji would be their eyes and ears, making sure that they were covered from any attacks from their blind sides. Shiro would react accordingly and tape the slower people away, while the rest would be helped by the faster ones. They were all waiting for a signal which was to be given by Todoroki. A giant glacier of ice that will hopefully trap the robot to a place and incapacitate both of its arms for at least the first few minutes, letting them land the first few attacks with no restriction. The moment the behemoth turned to the side, Todoroki saw his chance. A giant glacier of ice erupted from his front and raced through the body of the robot. This ice was denser and more sturdy than what he usually makes, and hence for strength he sacrificed the area it could cover. The ice blanketed the entirety of the robot's legs, seizing its movement before the ice slowly crawled up the sides to encase both fists. The 10-pointer, sensing the threat, tried to pry its arms out, but was immediately met with a cannonball to the head. It turned to the direction where the cannonball seemed to originate from, to see Momo beside a cannon. Its attention was then brought to one Katsuki Bakugo, who had one tape tied on his waist and being catapulted towards said robot's face by Shoji, with Uraraka in the background with her quirk activated on Bakugo. The 10-pointer, sensing the threat, increased its struggle against its ice prison, which bore fruit as it was able to free one of its arms. It immediately tried to swat Bakugo from the air, but was stopped from doing so by a multitude of golden chains surrounding its newly freed arm coming from Midoriya, who had arcs of golden lightning around him. By the time it had registered the new predicament, Bakugo was racing up its arm, restraining and compressing the massive explosions on both of his arms. With a massive jump, Bakugo was in front of its face, arms outstretched and bellowed. Grenade burst. All the explosive power he struggled to hold back, finally having an outlet burst onto the face of the 10-pointer in vivid fashion. The heat was felt even by Izuku, who was far away from the source, still restraining the arm of the robot. Katsuki let out a long but tired laugh as he was sent flying by the recoil of his own doing, only to be pulled back. Shoji and Shiro, Uraraka released her quirk once it seemed Katsuki was in safe distance. They all held their breaths as they waited for the smoke cloud to dissipate. As soon it did, showing them the fruit of their labors. The area where the head was located was now merely a vacant area of space, as Katsuki's explosion seemingly destroyed the head to bits. The students let out a yell of joy as they defeated their first enemy. Izuku allowed the chains to dissipate a few moments after the arm went lax. He felt Todoroki walk up to him along with the rest of the WANA students whom they weren't able to find slowly filter in and were updated regarding the situation. An explosion brought them to attention as they saw the other two robots rushing in full speed to converge at their area. Izuku looked grim at the scene. He gave Todoroki a nod before rushing to intercept the robots. Todoroki immediately took reins of the operation and barked out orders, making sure that everyone without quirks capable of raw destruction were to be support groups and stay away from the fight until needed. He called out to Kaminari and Aoyama, who immediately followed him to a place where they'd be able to strike the 10-pointers at relatively safe distances. He saw Bakugo and Momo were also moving with them towards the same locations. He eyed Bakugo, who looked a bit worn out. He guessed it was to be expected. Even with the grenades that store his explosions, to create an explosion of that scale would still take a huge amount of concentration as well as cause a large amount of fatigue. He himself felt a bit winded, but he was sure he'd be able to assist everyone with the assault. He looked to the robots, who seemed to fixated on Izuku, who was proving to be a much bigger threat than he appeared to be. Izuku blurred through the streets, OFA flowing through his body. 20% was his upper limit. It was barely enough to be of any use against these behemoths. Yet, it became much more when linked with ether. The raw power that flows through him during that time was almost intoxicating. The feeling of being capable of doing anything, but at the same time incapable of putting an output lower than anything other than an anti-army attack, was a concern of his. Izuku scaled up the building to try and get the attention of the robots. It was only when he was on a rooftop did he finally understand how outclassed he was. A rocket blurred past him, his reflexes forcing him to turn sideways so as to avoid the armament of death. The explosion rocketed him forwards, but he regained footing a few feet away from the edge of the rooftop. Izuku glared at the two robots. He had to distract them until his friends were able to assemble a counterattack. He focused inwards and immersed himself in the golden energy that symbolized his ether, but then channeled OFA throughout his body. Majestic attire, guardian of the heavens. On the outside, wisps of energy rose from his body, after which an eruption of light shone where he stood. A pressure descended seemingly from the heavens themselves. Izuku stood bathed in an otherworldly gold, oozing both power and a regalness. He blurred from his position and reappeared mid-flight to reach the one of the robot's head, and then a fist encased in golden ether with arcs of lightning made contact with the head. Meteor smash. The resounding strike was hard enough to turn the robot's head sideways and stun the behemoth for a moment. Yet in the split second where Izuku focused on the stunned, the other one mercilessly raised its arm to strike him where he was. Izuku's ether-encased body, while many times more durable than it was before, doubted it could continue to fight after getting hit by that. And so Izuku decided to unveil Gran Torino's final teachings before the apprenticeship finished. Izuku unleashed ether burst to drive himself out of harm's way, and floated in the air in front of the robots, preparing to stall them for at least a few more moments. The 10-pointers stared at the new anomaly and prepared multiple plans of action before executing the one with the highest chance of success. One of the robots, with deceptive speed compared to its size, launched a fist directly at the floating Izuku. Moments before the fist made contact, Izuku shot upwards to evade, and almost as if they were expecting him to do just that, a gigantic ball of rubber was racing towards him. He doubted he could dodge it in time. His mind immediately went into overdrive. He couldn't afford to take a serious injury at this stage, but with the speed at which it was coming at, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. None of his higher-end shields and barriers could be manifested in such a short time. He searched for an answer, and it seemed as if ether thumbed in response. He raised his fist. OFA and ether in tandem raced in his veins. A burst of ether from his feet put him a bit away from the center of the ball. He didn't dodge it, his mind concluded. He just needed to deflect it. And with a ferocious scream, he punched. SSSSMMMASSSSHHH. The ball for a moment didn't seem to give in the blow, but after a moment it changed its direction towards a hopefully abandoned section of the city. The 10-pointers stared at him in contemplation. It seemed as though they expected that maneuver to finish him off. It stared at his arm for a moment. It felt numb. He must have lost control for a moment during his adrenaline-filled punch. He wasted no time in disengaging, bombarding them both with hastily created constructs of light, merely suited for diversions as they explode in a bright flash. Izuku flew towards where he could sense Todoroki. Having spent days fighting alongside him and Bakugo, he had come to know their own signatures as well as his own. He dropped down and cradled his arm, before stretching it and working out the kinks. He looked to everywhere he could sense people. Each of them seemed to be in position for their final assault. He himself was at the tip of the spear along with all the other long-range specialists, like Todoroki, Momo, Kaminari, and Aoyama. They would be the ones keeping the 10-pointers' attention on themselves, while others like Bakugo, Mina, Mineta, Shoji, and Kirishima implemented hit-and-run tactics on the lower parts of the robots. While the rest like Ida, Zero made sure to help in escaping and to defend those close to the robot with their quirks, while a few like Gyro, Koda, and Sato stayed with the others at the top of the buildings to guard them against any unprecedented attack. He prayed to any deity that would listen to help him through this. He saw that the robots had got back to their senses. With a nod to everyone in front of him, he increased his power output, the entire area bathed in a golden overflow, before he began to condense it into a spear. If his swords were the fastest constructs he could create, then this spear was the attack that could cause significant damage once it left his hand. The drawback of overloading a construct with this much power was the large amount of time it took to condense it into such a form. Slowly but surely the ether flowed, dense and viscous as it seemed to be. The pole was the first to form. Intricate designs formed on the pole, a darker gold than it was before. During the process, Todoroki had taken charge and made everyone launch attacks onto the robots. An ice wall as tall as a building sprouted forth. A laser beam traveled into the arms of one 10-pointer, weakening the armor bit by bit. Momo breathed heavily as she stood behind 5 cannons, each of them firing at once and striking the chest of the robot, causing a huge amount of damage. Kaminari hesitated for more than a few moments, still not sure if he could live up to the expectations placed on him, yet as he saw Izuku giving his all, he set firm on one thing. He at least had to try. A chain of lightning raced across the area, stunning both robots for the briefest of moments. Izuku could feel the sweat pouring down from his forehead. The amount of concentration required for this was much more than what he expected, especially considering this was what he had to initially undergo to get Roeas under control, and that was by linking his very body to the divine construct. Finally the spear formed, an intricate spear that looked as if it had been forged in the core of a sun. It possessed a thin shaft upon which a web of intricate designs seemed to have been ingrained onto its very beam. A spearhead that was elongated and seemed to in fact stem from the shaft itself. Manifest, Rongamini had, with OFA bursting from his body, augmenting him to superhuman levels. He threw the spear, causing a small windstorm on the building he was on. The spear flew like a strategic missile and buried itself in the left shoulder of one of the 10-pointers. No longer having the concentration to keep the majestic attire activated, it dissipated as he knelt to his knees, his breathing heavy. With barely 100 meters between them, Izuku hoped they could come out without injuries. The moment the spear launched itself inside, the robot seemed to notice a small glowing needle. It reached towards it to examine the item in close range. That was a mistake. The moment the arm was close enough, the spear exploded. The entire upper portion of the robot seemed to be engulfed by a sun that originated from the spear, its heat melting much of its supposedly impregnable armor. When the light finally died down, they were able to see the damage caused. The shoulder was barely hanging on. The head area and everything surrounding the area of impact was partially melted. In fact, it seemed as though the 10-pointer was malfunctioning by the results of the continuous assault. Bakugo wasted no time in attacking, even as tired as he was. He needed to make a statement. He had a savage smile on his face. While Izuku was the best at causing long-range damage, only challenged by Todoroki, in close range he was the one to give Izuku competition, concentrating a buildup of explosive power on a single palm. He ran up the sides of robot. The moment he reached the chest area of the robot, he maneuvered himself to the open chest wound and released the explosion with an open palm strike. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the robot toppled over onto his side. Bakugo, completely exhausted, was to be caught by Tsuyu, who gave him to Ida, where he transported him to safety. Izuku smiled as his plan worked, but he was disappointed that he couldn't make the Rongaminiad like he wanted to be. It was supposed to be capable of ignoring the armor and at least be capable of destroying the upper portion of the robot. Rongaminiad was an attack he had tried to imbue the aspect of Pierce into, yet it seemed he'd have to keep practicing. It was a good idea they had kept Bakugo to finish off the robot. But now Bakugo was completely out of commission and he himself had around maybe a quarter of his entire reserves left. He looked to Todoroki and Momo. Todoroki was breathing heavily, but he didn't have much fight left in him, while Momo was barely holding on to consciousness. The entire ordeal from the beginning had been quite taxing on her. He would have loved nothing more than ask her to rest, but like everyone around him, she embodied the school motto plus ultra. The teachers in assembly watched the screens wide-eyed. It was a first time that almost the entire class seemed to know that they couldn't beat the behemoth alone. The coordination between them, while not perfect, was miles ahead of what they expected. They weren't surprised when the first robot was defeated. No, they expected that. But when the second one fell, they were surprised. They wanted this exercise to show them a threat they couldn't hope to defeat. While there was no real way they could be harmed, the robots were designed not to harm the contestants more than knocking them out. The screen flickered to Ida, who was carrying an unconscious Bakugo to safety. They had to admire at how Ida had started to prioritize the rescue of an individual rather than getting a shot in at the villain. It was a far cry from the reports they had read at Hasu, and they also considered the raw power Bakugo was able to generate at a moment's notice. He had also mellowed out quite a bit. They had great expectations from him. No doubt he was top pro hero material. Toshinori watched as the screen flickered to show Todoroki and Izuku. He was extremely proud at how all three of his students fought against these almost unbeatable odds. The more he saw, the more proud he became. What they were able to do required so much talent and hard work. They were leagues ahead of their previous generations. Even when he was at their age, he could say he didn't have the same drive that they possessed. The principal's voice cut through the chatter, his tone proud yet serious. While it is true they have been able to defeat 2 of 10 pointers, we mustn't forget that there is one more left, and having watched its brethren die, it will now be much more dangerous than the other 2. Izuku dropped down to Momo's building, running to where she was. Momo turned to him with a smile, feeling a bit lightheaded. They just had one robot left. Izuku caught Momo before she fell. He checked to see if she was unconscious, but found that she was just tired. Before Izuku could talk, his danger senses flared. The robot had already raised its arm to launch a missile. Its aim was directly at their cluster of buildings. The ice wall collapsed as the robot broke free from the confines. Izuku froze in his spot. There was no way all of them could escape. The only way to survive was to block the missile head-on. Izuku rushed to the front of the building, ether bursting from his body to his arms. He focused on the aspect of protect. He envisioned the 7-petal shield and was about to bring it to existence, but was knocked towards Momo by Todoroki, whose entire left side was encased in white-hot flames. An ice dome encased both Izuku and Momo. The last image they saw of Todoroki was him glaring at the missile and bellowing. Chaos flames. A huge explosion rocked the fake city as Todoroki's flames caused the missile to detonate prematurely. The heat melted the ice dome that protected Izuku and Momo. While Momo finally slipped into unconscious, Izuku pushed the remains of the ice dome away to find Todoroki. But to his surprise, he saw him at the same place before, except he was mildly burned and stood stock still. Izuku didn't know how, but the next thing he knew was him cradling Todoroki, a healing spell on his lips. Heaven's light, white art of heal. But before he could finish the incantation, he was stopped by a semi-conscious Todoroki, who struggled to speak but finally choked out the word no. Todoroki then coughed out, "Just heal me a bit. I'm all right. I've had severe burns in training than this. Don't use your entire reserves for me. I knocked you away for a reason. The rest of them need you to guide them, and it's no use if you need protection yourself." With that, Todoroki finally rested. Izuku stared at Todoroki, then to an unconscious Momo. He sensed Kaminari, Aoyama, and the others rushed to their location, and he could see that his classmates nearest to the robot were still attacking. He looked back at Todoroki and let his ether flow into him. It slowly healed all the new burns and took the pain away. Kaminari was the first to reach. He looked as if had already exceeded his limit, but was fighting against the backlash of his quirk. Aoyama was struggling to stand, while Gyro, Koda, and Sato looked better than before. He quickly assessed the final stretch of this exercise. All of his classmates, including himself, were on their last legs. It'd be useless unless they did a kamikaze attack or the heavy hitters just let loose all they had. The last option was the only logical choice. The rest could protect them while unconscious, and Izuku asked both Koda and Gyro to look after Momo, Todoroki, and Aoyama while he, Sato, and Kaminari left for the finale. The scene they arrived at was the 10-pointer savagely attacking the ground, while Ida employed hit-and-run tactics, Kirishima and Shoji throwing projectiles lightened by Uraraka, along with the others getting in a strike whenever and wherever they could. He shouted over the pandemonium, "Everyone get away from here, we can't let loose with everyone surrounding us. Grab the injured and run toward the farthest building. Me and Kaminari will bring this win home." At this, everyone hesitated, but Ida and Sato rushed towards the cluster and grabbed the injured and carried them away, sparing just a moment to nod to Izuku and shouting at everyone to follow them. They escaped slower than Izuku wanted them to, but it helped him explain the plan to Kaminari, who he dragged along. Now, I know the situation looks bad, but I need you to trust me. I'm gonna strike the robot with everything I have, and once I give you the signal, I need you to launch your most powerful shock. You can't be afraid, Kaminari. I need you to let loose completely, or else we won't win. All of this would be for nothing. Kaminari's eyes, which once showed fear, slowly drained away. Now golden orbs shone with determination. He nodded to Izuku and was about to leave when he suddenly felt all of his fatigue disappear and slowly became supercharged. His eyes traced back to Izuku, whose eyes didn't leave the 10 pointers but spoke to him. That's most of my energy. It'll help you control that large amount of power you're gonna be channeling. You're gonna be our ace in the hole. I need you to cause as much damage as you can. I'll land the finishing blow if need be, but I need you to strike it with all you have, and hopefully that should be enough. Kaminari gave a final nod and ran into position. Izuku breathed heavily once he sensed Kaminari go out of range. While he acted tough, he had given all of his remaining ether to Kaminari. He did so because he didn't want him to get hurt, which left Izuku with barely enough energy in his body. But he didn't regret it. A hero must always go beyond. That was what his teachers had taught him, and he was gonna live by it. OFA coursed through his body, strengthening it, pushing away the fatigue. He had a job to do, and he'd be damned if he let his friends down, especially after they had placed their hopes on him. His eyes shone once again as he channeled the few drops of ether to give him the final boost. With a roar he jumped. He marveled the similarities of what he was doing with what happened in his entrance exam. He closed his eyes and channeled the undiluted power of OFA to his right fist. The robot, faster than he expected it to, had raised its arm to meet the punch head-on. Without missing a beat, Izuku roared as he met the robotic fist. Meteor smash. Izuku bit back a scream as his arm broke under recoil of his own attack, losing power in the process, yet it served its purpose. The robot's fist was no match against the explosive force of Izuku's punch. It shattered along with the hull being damaged by the wind wall accompanied by the punch. Izuku, in a moment clarity through his pain-addled mind, used the last ember of ether to push himself towards a building as he screamed to Kaminari, "Do it now." Kaminari was brought back to his senses from the raw power he just witnessed. He had been charging as much energy as he could for a long time, and now, given the signal, he let his electricity focus onto a target. The arcs of lightning burst from his body. The entire block was drowned in a golden light as his electricity, enhanced by ether, was called forth. He focused as hard as he could and screamed, "Heavenly lightning!" A fork of lightning struck the behemoth. The entire robot, bombarded with the discharge, could do nothing as Kaminari continued to barrage the robot with electricity. The entire student population could not believe the raw power that Kaminari unleashed. Izuku grinned as Kaminari continued his assault on the robot. It continued for a few more seconds until Kaminari finally reached his limit. He stared at the robot, who seemed black as ash after his assault. He smiled and was about to let go of the concentration he had been keeping to hold back the side effects of his quirk, until he heard creaking. He stared back at the robot, who against all reason was pointing its cannon at him. He had nothing left after that attack. Dropping to his knees, he waited for the projectile to strike, until he felt the sensation of someone grabbing him and running. He opened his to see Izuku carrying him on his shoulders, but he lost control of his quirk and immediately sensed his brain short-circuit. Yeah, Izuku would have laughed as he saw Kaminari enter his Yay mode. But for now he had bigger fish to fry. Laying Kaminari near of the buildings, he looked at the robot. It seemed to be too damaged to move. In fact, it was reloading the rocket launcher on its remaining shoulder. He had to stop it before the rocket launched. OFA could cross the distance between them if he went 100%. He shivered as he cradled his right arm close to his chest. The pain was mind-boggling, especially without his ETH. He wasn't sure if he could handle the aftermath of 100%, especially since he'd have to concentrate long enough to strike the machine. But he had to win. He had promised everyone that he would. Todoroki and Bakugo, his teammates, had used everything they had and trusted him enough to leave the rest to him. Izuku's mind kept chanting his promise in his mind. His resolve hardened. He prepared himself to throw everything he had at the robot. Regardless of all consequences, he had to win. Everyone else trusted it all to him. And from the depths of his soul, a speck of light, struggling to grow, it couldn't, or rather it didn't have enough energy to grow anymore. And so, it turned to the very earth for power. The robot finally locked in onto one of the targets responsible for the destruction of its brethren. Izuku stared as the robot locked onto him, his eyes shimmering with a glow. He needed to win. He had to keep his promise to his friends. He had to win. A mote of light. It was small. One could assume it was a trick played on the eyes. But then came more. It came from the very earth to help him. These lights danced around him, but he paid them no mind. In fact, it seemed as though he had not even registered them, his mind focusing solely on one thing. When Izuku's right arm extended to his side, the wounds he received from the backlash of his smash slowly healing until there was no evidence of any damage. His arm closed to hold something. To everyone looking, it seemed as though he was grasping air. Yet Izuku felt a warmth that flowed through his being, a reassurance that he so much needed. It was then Izuku realized that he was in fact surrounded by motes of light, all of them which seemed to play around him. The rest of the world seemed to slow as the motes of light continued to play around him until they covered him entirely. Izuku could feel the power they seemed to give him, and along with it came hope. Izuku's fist tightened. He looked to see a sword construct, one very different from the ones he used. It seemed to be fluctuating, as if it wasn't ready to enter the world. Only a vague shape seemed to exist. But he could feel it, deep within the construct, the promise of victory. Time sped up once again. The 10-pointer released its final assault against Izuku, a volley of missiles and weapons. Izuku didn't move from his spot. Rather, he held the fluctuating sword with both hands and held it above his head, with barely a scant few meters from the attack. His arms descended and came with it the promised victory. A blast of energy engulfed the entire area in front of him. All the projectiles evaporated under the blast. Izuku buckled under the strain of the blow. His entire body protested against the event, and so the blast lessened in strength, and finally Izuku was brought to his knees. The sword shattered in his palms. He couldn't even feel his arms after that. His healing factor negated and all his abilities were completely spent. But the last sight he saw before blacking out was the robot falling to pieces, along with all the buildings near and behind it. Izuku's eyes fluttered open as his mind slowly took in his surroundings. Most of his vision was blocked by large blades of grass. He forced his body to stand on its feet. He pushed off the ground, letting his body rest its weight on his knees. After wobbling for a moment, he was finally able to take in the world he found himself in. Izuku looked around the dreamscape he found himself in, an endless field filled with blades of grass that all but covered his legs. It was a scene that would for all purposes be colored green, yet it was anything but that. A golden sun shone high in the sky as it imposed its own colors upon the land. The field was bathed in golden rays that oozed happiness. He felt a playful breeze ruffle his hair as it continued along the field. He couldn't understand the sense of familiarity that churned inside of him. The very land seemed to call to him. He felt his attention slowly shift to the sun. It was massive, but he felt as though he was connected to it. While it should have hurt him to stare at the giant ball of flames, he felt no such thing. In fact, he was mesmerized by the giant orb. He subconsciously extended his arm towards the orb, and to his surprise a tether of flames slowly reached out from the orb to his arms. While common sense would usually dictate someone in his shoes to run, his body refused to budge from that spot, and so his mind braced for the immeasurable pain that should accompany the meeting of flames and flesh. But yet again he was proven wrong when he suddenly felt the familiar warmth that accompanied his quirk, the power that he awoke to save. Suddenly the air felt heavier. The golden ball of ether shone in all its glory, and then the blades of grass showed another color. Breaking through was a vibrant green, much like the color of his mother's eyes. It too seemed to want to make itself known to Izuku. He was transfixed as the sun shifted colors that represented his ether and OFA. They seemed to smother each other, not necessarily fighting, simply trying to exist in the same place yet finding there to be no room. He shielded his eyes as the brightness of his sun finally reached a point where it caused him discomfort, but only for a scant few moments, as immediately after he blinked he was met with a much larger sun which bathed the entire area in a much heavier blanket of gold. The tether between him and the sun seemed to suddenly pulse. His mind was bombarded with sensations both foreign yet familiar. He could feel the air, the smallest movements around his being. He remembered this sensation. It happened sporadically, an ability that was elusive to him, which raised many a question for him. He could feel life. In fact, he felt the vastness of the domain that life had. But what made it even more confusing is that his mind could understand it, the concept of life. It was then he saw some silhouettes in the distance. He had seen this before in his match with Shinso. He could see one of them extending his arms towards him. Suddenly he felt his body thrust out of his dreamscape. The mere presence of the embodiments of his powers left him with more questions about his two powers. There was buzz in the rather large room that was UAS infirmary. All students that had participated in the test were on the beds, some laying down while others were sitting up and conversing with their neighbors. Recovery Girl watched the scene with a small smile on her lips. It reminded her much of own youth, where she had found herself in talks with her comrade. Her eyes couldn't help but drift towards the one student she was most familiar with. Izuku held a special place in everyone's heart, a soul that simply wanted to do what was right. She felt the conviction he carried within him, the way he pushed himself beyond his limits. His very presence had made waves among his peers. Her attention was drawn to the people surrounding Izuku's bed. Young Shoto was listening to the chatter of his classmates. She believed Todoroki to be a lost soul, one who had faced many hardships in life but had found his place with friends at UA. He had slowly started accepting himself and in a small start begun the process of healing himself. Bakugo was in a way difficult to understand. He was a contradiction that interested her a great deal. His personality kept him closed off from most peers. His shoot first, ask questions later mentality had also caused quite a few commotions. His battle instincts and all-round prowess in combat left her wondering how far he'd go in the world. He was no doubt top pro-hero material. He was also firmly on their side. No matter what others might seem to believe, his conviction and ideals had led him far in life so far. He also had a great camaraderie with Izuku, which she noticed had extended a bit to Todoroki as well. Her eyes focused on his form, who was staring at his undoubtedly sore arms. Then of course was Ida, who grew up from all his encounters he had in the short tenure of his academic career. He was loyal to a fault and was a very good friend that Izuku was lucky to have. She could sense the growth in Ida, as he now tried to live up to his family name and the name of Ingenium. She bit back a laugh as he saw him try to contain the voices of everyone in the infirmary. Then of course was his lady friends. The Yaoyorozu girl was beside his bed almost immediately after she was back to consciousness. She was conversing softly with the bubbly girl whom she remembered was Uraraka. They both seemed to hold Izuku in high regard, and had a lot of affection towards the boy. She herself could see the signs clearly. She mused how it must be to be young and in love. Her thoughts were cut off as Izuku's body started to glow a light shade of gold. She walked at a brisk pace towards him, already contacting Aizawa in case he needed to be restrained. It wouldn't be the first time his ether subconsciously activated after a recovery. Her fears were thankfully unneeded as he slowly stirred from his self-induced slumber, looking more than a bit confused as to where he was. She felt a pulse of energy escape Izuku's frame, before Izuku nodded to himself almost as if to assure himself to where he was. She saw him smile at the girls who rushed to berate him on his no doubt self-induced slumber. Izuku, on the other hand, merely laughed it off. She could see the emotions dancing across his eyes as she finally reached his bedpost. Izuku's eyes were on Recovery Girl as she started to run a final diagnostics on him. He was confident that his enhanced healing already took care of any injuries that may have been present, yet he could still feel the exhaustion beneath his skin. That last attack had drained him dry, but what surprised him was that he was certain that he didn't have that much energy left for an attack of that magnitude. He also found it hard to believe the events that had transpired in his dreamscape as well. Toshinori-sensei had explained that he himself had not seen these silhouettes, and it would be the first time he heard of a symbolic representation of his quirk. The giant sun that bathed its surroundings in gold, the green flares that represented OFA, and of course the mysterious silhouettes that he suspected were the previous owners of OFA. He had more questions than he had answers for. His attention was brought to Momo, who was by his bedside along with Uraraka, Ida, and his teammates. He gave them a smile to reassure them that he was all right. It seemed to work for most of them, yet Momo and his teammates didn't seem to buy it. But before anyone could press the matter, the doors of the infirmary opened up to show in Principal Nezu and Aizawa in all their glory. The student body quickly quieted down and waited for the addressing of the test that took place. It was the principal who broke the silence. I must say, I should have expected better than to believe that all of you would do the logical choice and evacuate the area rather than fight the robots head-on. Then again, I would have been a tad bit disappointed if you had done so. As the principal was met with confused stares, Aizawa stepped forward to clear the confusion. What the principal meant was that you were all idiots to rush and fight those Goliaths. At this, he was met with indignant shouts from his class, yet he powered through without skipping a beat. And that he along with others are proud of you all for accomplishing such a task. There were a scant few moments of silence before the entire infirmary exploded in cheers. The students engulfed each other in hugs, while others merely bumped fists or smirked at their victory. While I must admit there were moments wherein we had to restrain ourselves from jumping into the fray, but all in all I feel as though it was a great picker-upper for all you. A great practice for your final examinations, and I'll say this now considering the next few weeks might be rushed. All those who fail your final exams will have summer school, while the other will head towards summer camp to better train their powers. Aizawa watched as each of his students sobered up regarding their finals along with the enthusiasm shared for their summer camp. His mind wandered to what they had planned for their finals. It was a headache just to think about it. He caught Izuku's eyes and with a subtle nod and a bow to the principal left the infirmary. The principal continued to speak to the rest of the students, explaining to them the procedures for the finals and wishing them his heartfelt wishes that they all succeed in passing their finals. Everyone slowly left the infirmary, picking up candy from the bowl near the exit along with a wave towards Recovery Girl, all of them ready to tackle their next exam. Izuku watched as all of his classmates fret over the finals. While he was a bit worried about the exams as well, he was confident that he'd do well. He turned to the side where Ida and Bakugo were arguing over the correct answer to a certain question. He had to admit, Bakugo had grown out of his shell and was now talking to most of everyone in the class. Momo was bombarded with the academically weak students pleading her to help them with their studies. It had been agreed that Momo's house would be a meet-up point for their final year's studies, but it'd seem as they'd have to make room for others as well. Momo had been adamant that they all study together at her place for the exams, while Bakugo and Todoroki attempted to skip on those meetings. A few well-placed tears and certain advantages had caused them to cave into her demands. There was also the fact that Toshinori-sensei had left the UA to meet up with his former sidekick for an important meeting, and he'd be missing the finals as such. Gran Torino had mentioned that Night Eye and Toshinori-sensei had patched up before the Hasu incident and were now in the middle of serious talks about All for One. He hoped everything would go well, but considering his luck he was sure that it wouldn't. He saw that Ochako was having problems with one problem with a sum, so he moved his chair so that he could help her out. The 2 weeks blitzed past in the blink of an eye. Momo and Izuku spent most of the time tutoring those who needed help. They made sure to focus on important topics and helping anyone with their work. It was also around this time they found out about the extent of Momo's wealth and Izuku's internship at the hospital. Izuku had made sure to visit as much as he could. It helped that he was very comfortable with the topics for the examination. While Ida did berate him on not taking his exams seriously, it was Katsuki who stuck up for him, mentioning Izuku's prowess in both theory and practicals. While it did placate Ida a bit, he still made sure that Izuku didn't slack off. Izuku did appreciate the concern, but he felt it was unwarranted. Uraraka was happy that her friends were with her and in fact motivated her to study as well. There had been rumors that this year's practical portion would vary from the previous ones in both difficulty and structure. It also appeared that the teachers were very secretive about it. And as All Might wasn't present with him, he had no one to even ask his questions to. He sighed as remembered the deadpan expression he received from Aizawa-sensei when he had asked to confirm his suspicions, although he had mentioned that they'd have a surprise for the exam. The exams finished on a high note as everyone felt they did their best. They were all ushered into the infirmary the very next day before their practicals to make sure they were in peak condition. As they were guided to another training ground, they met with Principal Nezu, who welcomed all of them for their final test. As all of you are here after your checkup, will now commence your practical exam ... But unlike the previous exams, you will face off against people of flesh and blood. The doors to the training ground opened, showing Eraserhead, 13, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, Midnight, Snipe, Cementos, and Power Rotor. It was at this that some of the students like Kaminari and Mina groaned audibly, while others like Todoroki and Izuku shuffled their feet at their disadvantage. The principal continued with a small smirk. We have already divided you into teams. Each team will face off against a predetermined opponent. There are only 2 ways to pass this exam. One is to escape the facility, training ground, and the other is to capture the villain using your cuffs. And as one of your teachers has taken a leave of absence for his hero duties, we have a very special guest who has taken time off his busy schedule to help nurture the next generation. The principal turned their attention to the side where a silhouette walked towards them, and with each step the figure became clear, until finally the students couldn't keep the surprise off their faces. For in front of them stood the number 2 hero, the flame hero Endeavor. Izuku could feel the heat that Endeavor exuded, the oppressing aura that demanded respect and showcased his power. In a way, it was a personification of what Endeavor stood for. The moment Endeavor stood beside the principal, he along with others had to restrain themselves from turning their heads toward Todoroki, who had an emotionless face on display. Yet his eyes showed that he too was surprised by the fact that his father was here. The principal concluded that all of his students were thoroughly surprised by the turn of events, and if he was honest with himself, so was he. It had been a huge surprise when Endeavor had contacted him requesting permission to test his son's teammate. The principal, sensing the opportunity laid out for him, had no issues taking advantage of it. He had made Endeavor privy of all the details and rules that he must follow, but he had been surprised when Endeavor had only asked one thing in return. No matter what happens on those grounds, until the fight is over, those 2 are mine. I will push them to their absolute limits, but I assure you once I'm done they will be stronger than ever before. Of course, the principal vehemently denied this, especially considering what they've been through, and the knowledge of Endeavor's history with his estranged son had caused him to deny this. That is, until his friend Gran Torino had stepped in and gave Endeavor the all-clear. When the principal had asked his reason, all Gran Torino had said was, they need someone to push them past their limits, someone new to them, someone who doesn't pull their punches. And I don't know anyone better to do that than Endeavor, the second best hero in the world. His power was obtained through sheer hard work and determination, while All Might had to train until his body was stronger than anyone. We have to respect Endeavor's ambition to be better than All Might. While he did stray away for a time, he was consistent in his goals. The principal had to agree with Gran Torino's words, but he still felt that they were placing a great many burden on younger generation's shoulders. But with threats like the League of Villains and, of course, All for One, he shook away all his doubts and believed that it was for the best. Endeavor stared at the assembled group of children. From what he saw, there wasn't an ounce of potential in any of them other than a handful. He let his eyes wander to his son's teammates. Bakugo Katsuki reminded him of himself at a time that almost seemed foreign to him, to be able to control destruction at his very fingertips, potential that seemed to ooze from his being. Yet all of it was restricted by that pride of his. Then was Midoriya Izuku. In all honesty, Izuku made his hairs stand on edge. The child exuded power in spades. The abilities granted to him were numerous. He had kept his eye on him ever since the sports festival. He could remember the defiance that shone in the boy's eyes. He had fought his son and won. He had even made Shoto accept himself. His eyes wandered to his estranged son. He was surprised when his son accepted the internship under his own hero agency. For a moment he wondered of the future that he tore down, the future that. Endeavor shook his head of any further thoughts along the line, and focused singularly on this aim, to test the two teammates of his sons, to see with his own two eyes what these children were made of. He listened to the principal explain to the students of the matchups. And finally we have young Izuku and Katsuki versus Endeavor. Both Izuku and Katsuki stiffened a bit. They could see Endeavor stare piercing their very souls. Katsuki in true fashion broke a grin that screamed barely restrained enthusiasm. Izuku, while a bit weary, couldn't deny that he too was excited at the prospect of fighting the number 2 hero, even as restrained as he was with those weights he wore. The trip to the field was quiet. The tension was thick as both Izuku and Katsuki formed and discarded plans at a rather impressive pace. Endeavor seemed to either not care of his charges or believed that they were not any threat. Either way, it ticked Katsuki off. They soon reached the urban training ground where Endeavor finally graced them with his words. As your principal explained the procedure before, you must either flee or fight, and to ensure you have a fighting chance we are wearing these restraints. But I have something further to add on to this. This is a test for you to impress me, and also for me to see what makes you two tick, and after which I shall decide if you both are worth Shoto's time. Endeavor could see the tightened jaws and fists. In fact, he was certain that Katsuki would have taken a shot at him immediately if not for his previous altercations with other pros. With that, he left the two to their devices until the beginning of the test. I think I can understand why Todoroki has issues with that old man of his. Izuku snorted at Katsuki's words. It was an understatement, if anything. Yet he couldn't shake this weird feeling, almost as though this was going to be something that'll be a do-or-die moment. He looked to Katsuki and knew that he felt the same. Something about all this just doesn't feel right, especially the fact we're going to face off against a person who hasn't given you the time of day before now. And I don't know about you, but we'll have to give it our all if we want to pass. Katsuki nodded at Izuku's words. As much as he wanted to whack that smug grin off Endeavor's face, he knew he wouldn't come close. He could still remember the few times All Might had to get serious with villains during their internship under him. The gap between him and All Might was astronomical. And even if Endeavor was halfway decent, then he couldn't hope to 1v1 him. They both walked into the training ground at the sound of the bell, both on high alert in case of a surprise attack. The entire ground was eerie, the only sounds being their footsteps and the various pieces of machinery in the urban neighborhood. Izuku immediately channeled his ether to search for Endeavor. A moment's search bore fruit as he found Endeavor in front of an apartment complex. Endeavor looked displeased at the fact, but before he could even move, Izuku took the initiative and attacked with a blast of ether. The attack struck true as his dust cloud formed on the surrounding area. Both of them didn't let their guard down and were rewarded when they dodged a beam of concentrated fire that struck their previous position. They turned to see Endeavor to not have even moved from his position and to have tanked the blow head-on with just a bit of dust on his frame. Endeavor wasted no time in engaging them in further combat, releasing a bombardment of flames and rushing to their position using a heated jet of flames. Izuku let loose blasts of ether to counter the bombardment, while Katsuki released a stun grenade explosion while closing in on an approximate position on where Endeavor would land. Katsuki prepared a large explosion but couldn't even get close as Endeavor expelled heat from his body to defend him against any attack during the duration of the stun. The flames immediately condensed to his fist as he struck in Katsuki's direction. The flames leapt from his fist towards their target. Katsuki reacted with a barrage of explosions that caused the surrounding glass windows to shatter. Izuku threw a barrage of sword constructs at Endeavor's position, yet none reached their mark as they were met midair by a blanket of flame. Endeavor sighed as he watched the two children try to land hits on him. He had tanked the first few hits to humor them, and he couldn't help but be disappointed. He had expected much more than these pitiful tactics. He could feel his irritation grow. This was not what he wanted. Katsuki suddenly felt a chill go down his spine. His instincts were screaming at him to run. The visage of Endeavor suddenly shifted momentarily. No longer was he man of flesh and bone. His aura blanketed the entire area. An unnatural heat slowly grew until he felt as though there was something weighing him down physically. He strained to turn his head towards Izuku to see him cloaked in ether to counter the oppressive aura, but it seemed as though he still couldn't shake off the effects completely. Pain suddenly exploded at his sides as he saw Endeavor suddenly launch a haymaker at his chest. The blow knocked the wind out of him as he flew through the air. Izuku forced his body to shake off the remaining chill on his nerves so that he could catch Katsuki. All plans grinded to a halt when he saw Endeavor fire a barrage of flames at him. Izuku cursed as he countered with E. He winced when he heard Katsuki crash beside him. He felt the sudden shift in Endeavor. He was starting to fight seriously. Endeavor suddenly put a stop to the barrage by unleashing a wave of flames that forced Izuku to dodge while grabbing Katsuki. The momentary respite was taken away from him when he saw Endeavor charge up a spear of fire in his right hand. Izuku instinctively summoned a spear of ether but couldn't charge it as Endeavor threw the spear of flames. The spear of ether flew towards the spear with the intent of stopping the advancement. What surprised Izuku was when the spear of flames shattered his spear as if it were made of glass and continued towards him. Izuku put up a hastily made shield to provide some protection for both of them. The resulting explosion knocked them far away with Izuku crashing against a building. Endeavor walked towards them, not even working up a sweat as he leisurely made his way. Pathetic. Izuku's bleary mind was surprised at Endeavor's tone. To think that the two of you are considered to be UAS finest. I can see that the title of prodigy is given to anyone nowadays. Izuku's ears rang with each thud of Endeavor's footsteps. The dizziness from the explosion hadn't left him yet. He could feel his ether healing his wounds, but he couldn't move. He didn't know whether it was because of fear or just the unnerving presence that seemed to ooze out of Endeavor, but whatever it was caused his body to stop listening to him. Tell me something, Midoriya. It is common knowledge that you and your merry band of friends are the closest to All Might, but I want to know something ... and I can assure you, there is no escape from my grasp. Almost as if to prove his word, a vortex of flames encased both of them, cutting away all contact with the outside. Not even a mark of strain was present on Endeavor's face in the showcasing of power. 6 years ago, an unnoticeable change happened. Any signs of his previous dizziness washed away from Izuku's face at those words. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but if you need further clarification, I'm talking about All Might's drop in strength. Izuku broke in a cold sweat. This was his sensei's worst fear. The fear of someone finding out about the cracks present on the symbol of justice. Izuku knew he needed to get away. Ether surged through his body. An application of ether burst launched him directly at the pro hero. His fist was knocked back, ready to break through whatever guard Endeavor was about to put up. And yet as he got closer he saw no guard, no shield of flames, merely a cold disposition that marred Endeavor's face. His fist raced forward, fully intending on causing a significant amount of damage on the pro's person. And then, mere inches away from a strike, Endeavor moved. His entire body shifted away from his previous position, completely evading Izuku's blow. What happened next was Izuku's entire body was sent crashing away into same building. His body burned from the strike. The flames encased Endeavor's fist seemed much like his Quirk's namesake, Hell Flames. It wasn't easy to notice, but I am not a mere sheep. I could see his powers diminishing. It was present in his stance. His hero duties saw a drop the past few years. The strength of his blows varied from before, almost as if he was exerting himself, as if his body could no longer work at its best. His blows, while still capable of feats which are considered extraordinary, suddenly became taxing. And then during the USJ incidents, I was able to procure tapes from the various security cameras surrounding the city. It was in one of those tapes I saw it. Izuku's mind worked overtime to figure a way out of this mess. Henos, 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 Henos. Endeavor either seemed not to care of Izuku's thought process as he continued. I saw All Might bleed, almost explosively. This was the first time All Might has ever shown weakness. He was an indomitable figure, someone who could change fate with a mere swing of his fists. Yet now ... he is no longer the man he once was. He is weak. Izuku felt a flush of emotions race through him. Surprise, guilt, sadness, yet one emotion drowned all the others. What did you say? Rage. A whisper, barely audible, yet Endeavor could feel a shift within the boy. He would finally see a glimpse of this boy's true power. Discussions of All Might's drop in strength were for later. He had only mentioned it so that the boy would stop holding back. Now the real test begins. A wave of ether exploded from Izuku and crashed into Endeavor, causing the hero to grunt and finally showing a bit of exertion since the beginning of the fight. Almost instantly he could feel his instincts scream at an oncoming threat. Years of training and experience allowed him to dodge a haymaker from a golden-clad figure. Endeavor grinned and lowered the vortex of flames so that he could let the other student also join. And he wasn't the least surprised when the child was already aiming at him with the support item of his. An explosion rocked the area, causing more glass to shatter. The smoke had yet to settle when Izuku led an assault of sword constructs at the smoke. Both held breaths as they waited for the smoke to settle. And yet what met them was an orb of flames that took all the blows, leaving an unscathed Endeavor. The flames then shifted and raced towards them. Izuku immediately raced backward while simultaneously Bakugo raced toward the flame. Just before contact, Bakugo jumped over it with an explosion propelling him. The flames continued to Izuku, who raised a barrier and grit his teeth as the flames crashed onto it. Bakugo wasted no time in rushing close quarters with Endeavor. He couldn't let Endeavor gain distance as he knew the long-range attacks were a bitch to deal with. Katsuki's fists blurred as he entered close combat with the number 2, yet each hit was met, blocked, or slapped away. He roared as used his explosions to give him an edge. The strikes now faster and much more deadly, yet Endeavor was still faster, tanking blows and slapping away other. Katsuki could feel his rage build up. This asshole wasn't even taking this seriously. I honestly expected better from you. Endeavor spoke. Your quirk is strong and you seem to have good enough combat ability. Yet, something is holding you back. Endeavor shifted to the right to evade Izuku, who tried to knock him from the back. And you, Midoriya Izuku, the prodigy. Both of you along with my son are the backbone for the next generation, the next big three. Then tell me, why is it that you have not landed a proper blow on me? It's atrocious. 10 minutes into this folly of an exam and both of you have not been able to land a blow that would cause injury on my person. Where is this all-inspiring power that you possess, Midoriya? With that, Endeavor crossed the field in a blink of an eye and met Izuku with fist encased in flames. Does it only awaken when your conscious mind is fading? Or when someone close to you it's at death's door? A blast of flames escaped his left hand straight to Katsuki, who used an explosion to counter it. Before they could counterattack, a wave of flames escaped Endeavor, knocking them both away. Both of you cannot close this distance. Your close-range attacks are useless. Your long-range attacks are easily avoidable or can be preemptively stopped. Endeavor stated the facts. This was the first time they were completely blocked off from causing any damage to their opponent, and they had to minimize the damage to the city. Shoto was their only reference for this fight, and in the limited number of times he used his flames, they understood it wasn't something to mess with. Yet, Endeavor was a whole other level. The experience, the power, the technique, all of this together embodied Endeavor. His irritation at them could be justified. They didn't know how to deal with Endeavor in a straight-on fight. This is pathetic. The tone Endeavor was using made it seem as though he was resigned to the fact. I know your type. Both of you excel under pressure. You thought of this as a test, which is why you are not thinking in a manner befitting your positions. An unholy amount of heat shot out of Endeavor. The protector restraints made to limit the abilities of the pros melted and dropped to the floor. Very well. No longer will I consider you two as children. From this moment forth, you are my opponents and I shall give it my all. With that, the world was then bathed in flames. Like a ravenous beast, the flames spread everywhere, devouring everything in sight. No longer was this a city. It was hell. Izuku and Katsuki were a scant few meters away when the flames erupted from Endeavor's frame. Izuku was the first to snap out from his shock. A chain of light wrapped around Katsuki as Izuku shot to the sky. The ground was no longer an option. Endeavor had made sure of it. The tarmac melted and buildings were bathed in red from the heat he was generating. Izuku's flight allowed both of them to evade rampaging fire. Yet the assault had only begun. A large ray of flames shot Izuku down, causing both to crash into a building. Endeavor launched a barrage of fireballs, not even giving them a minute of respite. The orbs of fire struck true, causing a large explosion. After a scant few seconds, an explosion shot from the smoke. Surprise marred Endeavor's face as he was a second late in dodging, causing some stray debris to hit him. The smoke blew away to show a heavily blackened Izuku, whose majestic attire shone through the soot, and Bakugo with an extended palm. Barely after a second ticked, Endeavor charged another ray of flames, which was met with a ray of ether. Katsuki rushed in close to get in his guard. Endeavor was brought to close combat with Katsuki, who augmented all his strikes with a series of explosions. Yet, Endeavor showcased his prowess by letting only minimal strikes to hit him. It was then Katsuki disengaged for Izuku begin his assault. Body cloaked in his majestic attire allowed him access to 20% of OFA without repercussions and the superhuman powers of his ether at a moment's notice. His fists blurred, each meeting a fist of flame. The barrage of fists shot faster and faster until the impossible. Endeavor in a feat of power caught Izuku's fist, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. Taking advantage, Endeavor buried his fist into Izuku and roared as he let another ray of flames hit Izuku point blank, thrusting him towards Bakugo, who was knocked away trying to catch him. Izuku was in a fit of coughs trying to regain his breath. Bakugo, on the other hand, was slowly giving in to his anger. Best Jeanist teachings had caused him to lock away his rage, yet it was clawing away for release. Izuku was not at battle capacity. It was up to him to make stop Endeavor's assault. No longer could he afford to take a backseat in this fight. This was no different than the USJ. And so with a primal roar he embraced his rage. The emotions fueled him, pushing his fatigue away, sharpening his senses. The roaring pain was now just a dull ache. No longer would he hold back. He was gonna go beyond. Plus ultra. Endeavor braced himself as his opponent rushed at him with seemingly no abandon. He was almost disappointed until the child blinded him with an explosion. It was almost instantaneous. The moment he was blinded, he heard the telltale of another explosion, and along with it he felt the first clear hit of the day, a haymaker to the face. And from then on it was a continuous barrage of close combat strikes. Each hit seemed to be without technique, yet he could feel it. Each of them were targeted. Each strike was getting stronger and stronger. He was finally being shown the talent buried in this chill young man. Yet, it was his duty to bring out more of this potential. I owe Shoto that much. Katsuki could feel his body slow. Yet he pushed against his limits. He had to win. He couldn't lose. He refused to give in. Because ... at the end. No matter how bad it seems, a hero has to win in the end. Endeavor caught his fist, squeezing it with his inhuman strength. A scream tore through Katsuki as the pain built. He bit his tongue as he focused through the pain, even if it means breaking himself. With a roar, he released an explosion with his free hand. Yet the grip on his hand didn't loosen the slightest. Over. He couldn't release the pin that contained the stored sweat that allowed him to use his maximum power without any risk. Yet he knew. And over. As he stared at the silhouette of the number 2 hero, he knew he wouldn't win against him unless he took risks. I hope you're ready for this endeavor, because I don't plan on losing. Maybe it was the way Katsuki said it, but the moment he said those words, Endeavor felt an unnatural chill shoot through his spine. Those words held an unmeasurable weight. It was a statement on how far he was willing to go. Katsuki didn't notice the train of emotions on Endeavor's face as he charged up the largest explosion he could. He could feel the intensity. He could feel his muscles cry against the buildup, yet all of it was silenced by his willpower. And over again, Endeavor saw the explosion building up, the way Katsuki forego his support equipment and focus, channeling all that power onto the palm of his hand. Endeavor had read Katsuki wrong. This child had no quarrels in breaking his own body for victory. He knew how to channel his rage. He knew the cost of victory. Take this. Izuku watched as the explosion blanketed the entire area. It was situations like these that made his respect for Katsuki grow. Even against an opponent like the number 2, Katsuki showed his power and skills with no hesitation. It irked him that Katsuki was outperforming him. He was the successor of All Might. He was the one who was trusted with one for all. Yet, in the face of danger, he couldn't bring out even a speck of that power. Rather, he wasn't letting the power out. He recalled the instances wherein he had showcased his abilities. Each time ended with him in the hospital bed. His lack of control and practice clearly showed. The dust settled to show 2 silhouettes. Katsuki stood tall, his gauntlets clearly displaying signs of breakage. Izuku wasn't surprised. The intensity of the explosion far surpassed the norm. But what surprised him was Endeavor. He was far away from Katsuki. A wall of flames receded to show the hero with more than a few scratches. His armor was damaged, and in fact he was bleeding from various injuries. Though the damage seemed superficial, it was proof of the damage Katsuki was able to deliver on his own. "Quit staring, you idiot." Izuku turned to Katsuki, who was staring at Endeavor. The words came out with a weak tone. "It's your turn." With that, Katsuki passed out. Izuku rushed to catch him, doing so just before Katsuki's head hit the ground. Izuku's focus shifted to Endeavor, bracing for an attack. He was surprised when he didn't feel a buildup of heat the moment he rushed to catch Katsuki. "Lay him away from our fight. His abilities and personality are a far cry from what I had initially thought. He has earned my respect." Izuku was surprised at the words. In fact, he was almost expecting a double cross at that instant. Yet he was further surprised at Endeavor's next words. "I have already told you before, I am through with this folly of an exam. My only concern is to see if you are worth Shoto's time or not. And that child has earned his rest. The same cannot be said for you though. So, let him rest while you prove your worth." Izuku knew better than argue against him. He shifted Katsuki's weight onto his back. Each step he took away from Endeavor, the more he felt the panic set in. Endeavor has completely discarded any rules and regulations. In fact, he was wondering why none of the teachers had stepped in to stop Endeavor. The more he thought about it, the less sense it seemed to make. As he laid Katsuki near a fountain, he took a deep breath to calm himself. His hands were shaking as he thought about his upcoming fight. Endeavor stared at the figure of Midoriya Izuku, an anomaly if he ever saw one. He could feel the barely restrained power. Yet the child showed not but a glimpse of this power. It felt as if he was limiting himself ... and frankly it was getting on his nerves. "Tell me, Midoriya, why is it that you've not showcased your power? I've heard and read various reports regarding your abilities." The manner in which Endeavor asked displayed real curiosity. "You have displayed it before time and time again. You've trained your quirk for a long time as well. So why is it you are holding back?" Izuku himself didn't know the answer. He had reasoned that it was because this was an exam. He was in a city where he had to restrain himself from causing collateral damage. But deep down he knew why ... It was fear. Not the fear of Endeavor, not the fear of failing. No, it was the fear of his own power. Much like what Kaminari and Mina, he preferred fighting robots than human opponents. Villains were another story. His mind was able to limit the strength he used to attack them, but against Endeavor, who was neither a machine nor a villain ... He was at a loss of what to do. Gran Torino and All Might had been the only 2 people he had fought with who fit that special section. Izuku looked ahead at Endeavor, who was getting impatient at the silence. He thought about not answering, or at least lying. Yet something convinced to spill the beans. "My control over my quirk is not something that I'm proud of. Each day I learn something new about it. Each day I'm reminded that my power is something that cannot be used without being restrained. And at times I feel it has a mind of its own ... But I was wrong. It's just acting on whatever I think of, and I'm scared of the damage it'll do whenever I might slip up. Endeavor stared at Izuku. The reasoning, while childish and honestly seemed unwarranted, had merit. The raw power he wielded was nothing to scoff at. He could count the number of pros that could match his son, Bakugo and Midoriya, in one hand in terms of raw destructive power. And not to mention that people were so indescribably fragile, and considering the child's understanding of healing, it might have been his pacifistic side talking. Yet, he couldn't let this potential to be wasted. And this is your solution: locking away your power and unleashing it with your imperfect control, hoping that it knocks out the enemy before extracting its toll on your body. Endeavor's voice no longer had the curiousness. In fact, he seemed to be struggling with restraining his flames. How selfish ... or should I say how naive, thinking that limiting yourself will help solve your problems ... when in reality all you're doing is lying to yourself and everyone around you. Izuku felt each word hit him as though they were lashes from a whip. Each of them tore at his reasoning. It was then Endeavor said something that he had forgotten about, something he said to one of his closest friends. I believe you were the one who told Shoto that he could not win by using only half of his strength ... Yet here you are, contradicting your own words. Tell me, Midoriya, do you believe that you can always trust in your power to plow through your enemy? No, you must understand your power like the back of your own hand. I will make sure you leave this training ground as someone who can control his power, even if it means I have to break you. There was no tells, no twitches on his body, but the moment he finished those words, the flames leapt at him, ready to devour his very being. His majestic attire roared back to life, and within a moment he shot to the air to evade the flames. The flames were hotter than what he felt before. They had focused their fight to a section of the city, limiting the damage, yet Endeavor cared little for all of that. Izuku channeled his reserves of ether to an array of constructs. Each of them shone a brilliant gold. All of them shot towards Endeavor's position. The flames surrounding Endeavor rushed to make a spiraling dome of fire which met the constructs head-on and ground away at their shapes. The dome then exploded outwards, destroying all the constructs Izuku sent. The smoke from the explosion blinded Izuku from seeing Endeavor's position. He prepared to launch another volley of swords when suddenly a barrage of fireballs exited the smoke cloud. Izuku immediately dodged as best as he could. All the fireballs were small, and merely shifting his body would let him dodge. So he was completely unprepared when a blanket of flames shot from the cloud. His ether rushed forward and made a barrier which blocked the flames from striking him directly. But the heat generated caused Izuku to leave the shield and swerve away from the flames, descending to the ground. Izuku crashed to the ground, panting as he stared at the figure slowly walking out of the smoke cloud. Flames danced around Endeavor's frame, ready to annihilate his opponent at a moment's notice. Come now, Midoriya, I'm nearing the end of my patience. I've given you countless opportunities to initiate a counterattack. Yet you refuse to strike back ... Very well, if you still don't take this seriously, then I'll make you remember exactly who I am. Endeavor's stance changed. A fist reared back. All the flames that raged around him seemed to like match fires compared to the orb of flames that encased Endeavor's fists. The heat, the power. I am the flame hero, Endeavor, and you cannot hope to defeat me half-heartedly. Every instinct screamed at Izuku to dodge, but it was too late. FLASHFIRE fist jet burn. The flames came out as a concentrated ray of flames. Izuku's mind raced, the world slowing to a crawl, each possible outcome calculated and discarded until finally, manifest, Roeas. The 7-petal shield came into reality just in time to block the blast. Izuku grunted as the first petal broke, and bit back a scream as the next 3 broke in quick succession. The ray of flames ended soon after. Endeavor was surprised at seeing the same defense he saw at the sports festival. It seemed as though the child had improved it even further. He could feel his powers grow a bit dull. The repercussions for using all those taxing moves were finally setting in. He had limited himself on using only long-range moves, a far cry from his close-range fighting style. Yet he felt it was going to be worth it. The look in the boy's eyes was changing. Those eyes of molten gold were rippling with power. Izuku cradled his right arm close to his chest. With a quirk like his, pain was foreign to him. His ether had always made sure to quickly heal any and all wounds, so it was no surprise that pain slowed him down. Yet, it triggered another thing ... His fight or flight instincts would run rampart when he was in pain. And much like before, his instincts were demanding him to either run or fight. Endeavor was a bit ruffled up. A few scratches on his costume and his light panting were all that he gave away. He had to fight, there was no question in that. All he had to focus on was trying to control his power. He could feel his desire to win building. Whenever that happened, he would eventually lose control of his power. But he could feel what Endeavor was trying to convey, the same thing he himself had gotten through to Shoto on the sports festival stage. Endeavor was telling him that he could take whatever he was willing to dish out. He could feel his ether thumbing underneath his skin. His powers were at his beck and call. He had to finish this as soon as possible. Dragging this out would just end with him losing. He had to strike. His majestic attire had healed his wounds. Any pain he felt was now just echoes in his mind. He only had to ensure his exhaustion doesn't take over. Izuku blurred from his position, reappearing in front of him midway through his swing. Endeavor didn't seem surprised at the move. In fact, it seemed he had expected this move already. With speed that didn't suit his build, he met the punch with one of his own. The blast from the collision was unexpected. Endeavor was thoroughly surprised at the display of power Midoriya was showing. It showed that he was finally taking him seriously. The recoil caused both of them to jump back. Izuku wasted not but a second. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he blasted right against Endeavor. A flurry of fists were launched at Endeavor. Slowly but surely Izuku gave in to his power, each strike fueled by his ETH, and in response Endeavor fought back as fierce as he could. Izuku could feel a grin take over his face. He was no longer holding back. Each strike was fueled by his desire to win. Like before, he kept chanting the same mantra in his head. No longer could he hold back. This was a fight for his future as a hero. He would show Endeavor exactly what he wanted to see, the power he had been bestowed. The majestic attire shone as he poured more power into his strikes. Wind storms broke through with each clash with Endeavor. Even with his strikes capable of causing serious damage, Endeavor displayed his prowess by matching him blow for blow. His upper limit with OFA was 20%, and it grew when used in sync with Ether. It was enough raw power to solo a group of enemies. Yet, as testament to why he was the number 2, Endeavor was taking it all on his own. While Izuku was trying his best to knock Endeavor out, the hero himself was having quite a bit of trouble following Midoriya's moves. He felt the shift midway through battle. It didn't feel as though he was fighting a child anymore. In fact, he felt his own battle lust slowly take over. The rush he was feeling, along with the nagging feeling of similarity between the fighting style of All Might and Midoriya, was growing more apparent. The cloak of energy encasing Midoriya's frame was boosting his physical powers to heights that surprised Endeavor. His body was built to tank hits. Even with Midoriya's increase in strength, he was sure that he could handle the blows. His pain tolerance and durability were made from years of training, and fights would not fall. That didn't mean he was shrugging of the blows. Each blow that struck were getting harder and harder. It was a testament to Midoriya's strength. But there was one fatal flaw. Endeavor weaved through a particularly overstretched blow. With a roar, he buried his fist into Izuku's stomach that sent Izuku crashing towards a pole. Midoriya's fighting style is too linear. It was halfway through that Endeavor noticed it. His linearity was the only reason Endeavor was able to read his moves again. His overwhelming physical strength was held back by his rigid movements. Izuku hacked as he tried to breathe again. Endeavor had dealt more damage in that single blow that he himself had ever given to Endeavor this entire fight. Your physical powers are noteworthy, but you telegraph your moves beforehand. Not only that your style of fighting is too rigid, all of your strength is being distributed unevenly. Endeavor listed off his weaknesses one by one. You have to dig deeper within yourself, grab a hold of the power that you displayed in the USJ. Endeavor unleashed a red-hot flame that rocketed towards Izuku. Sensing the power in the attack, Izuku fired of a wave of ether and shot back. His mind ran through all possibilities of landing a successful attack, until it landed on one plan. Izuku roared as his unleashed a barrage of sword constructs, battle arts, heavenly sword barrage. Each sword shot at breakneck speeds towards Endeavor, and like all previous times the flames rushed to protect Endeavor. But he had expected that. Manifest, Enkidu. The Chains of Heaven made its first appearance in the battle and bound Endeavor's postian. For the first time in battle, Endeavor seemed surprised, and if one looked closely enough, a trace of fear. Izuku wasted no times. All his finishers needed time to prepare. It was another weakness in his fighting style. His ether flowed from his body. His majestic attire faded from view as he channeled all his energy into one move. Endeavor knew that move. He knew that unless he did something drastic, it would leave him incapacitated, especially at this range. The flames roared to life again. It was already too late to stop the blast from launching. He had to counter it. He berated himself in falling for the trap as the flames ate away the chains restricting him. I hope you survive this, Midoriya. You've really forced my hand. Izuku's ether had a dark gold tint. He was sure it would knock out Endeavor at this range, and with a roar he fired off his most powerful attack, Great Shining Heaven. A wave of the densest ether blasted towards Endeavor. Izuku had already made the decisive blow, pouring every drop of power into this attack. And so it was no wonder what happened next caused him to despair. Flashfire fist blaze. His ether was stopped by a blast of flames that never let up, its heat and power increasing beyond whatever Endeavor had dished out ever before. The heat was enough to melt the tarmac where the blasts met. Izuku couldn't let up his blast. The moment he did, he wasn't sure he would survive. Izuku roared as he channeled more and more power into the attack, his mind slowly dimming everything around him. The colors faded around him. His body protested against channeling this much unfiltered energy. He dropped to his knees as he finally gave in. The ether dropped in power, and not a moment later did the beam of fire make its way toward Izuku, yet it didn't strike his body. In fact, the attack missed by a wide margin. The wave of heat that accompanied it was powerful. And in the middle was Endeavor, finally showing his exhaustion. Endeavor looked tired. His breathing was heavy and his armor was dented by Enkidu. His eyes were unfocused. But he hadn't fallen. He still stood. With a few inhales, his eyes once again focused, and an undetectable rush of relief washed over his face. He was worried the blast would cause irreparable harm to the child. He didn't want to cause more harm to Shoto in any manner. Not when they were finally building back the old bridge they had. Endeavor made steady steps towards Izuku, each one echoing over their makeshift battlefield. Endeavor had finally exhausted Izuku. Now he would make sure to see Izuku control the bottomless ocean of power stored within him. Izuku watched on as the figure of Endeavor continued his pace towards him. Endeavor looked a bit tired. That much was a given, but compared to his own condition where he could feel every part of his body roar in pain, he couldn't even feel his ether. He had lied to himself by holding back. Maybe the outcome would have been different if he had gone all out from the start. Maybe Katsuki wouldn't have been so spent. Maybe. He resigned himself to his fate. He had put up a fight. He poured all of his power in the last few minutes, yet he still knew he could have done better. His vision blurred each passing second. This was it. His final gambit didn't work. He was done. Remember, when you are at your limit. The figure of Endeavor faded. No longer was he in the training ground. He was back in the field, and he could see the silhouette of one of the 8 change. Color bled into the figure. No longer was it a shadow in his mind. In front of him was a beautiful-looking woman who gazed past him. Her voice seemed to resonate through his head. It demanded all of his attention. His ether grew restless. The sun in his mind was sending out flares of light, illuminating the world in a golden glow. And in the middle of it all, the woman looked more angel than human. Remember why you clench your fist. Izuku didn't know what had happened. The moment those words were uttered, the sun bathed the world in all its glory. His power was slowly returning. Green flares of energy raced across his skin, slowly turning golden. Yet, he could feel his instincts take over yet again. His subconscious mind had wrested control from him and continued the fight. Endeavor was only a few meters away from Izuku before he stopped. The boy's body was now glowing. It spared no mind to the wounds, focusing solely on one thing. Power. A presence came down on the field. An aura emerged from Izuku. Endeavor could feel himself being weighed down. The pressure being exerted, the aura was tremendous. Izuku's eyes were shining with power. Yet Endeavor could feel that it wasn't being channeled in the same finesse it was before. This was what Endeavor wanted. He now needed Izuku to take reins on his power. In doing so, he would understand his abilities and break past his mental barriers. With a twitch of Izuku's fingers, a barrage of swords came rushing at Endeavor, who immediately retaliated with a tidal wave of flames. The flames covered the entire area, making him lose sight of Izuku. That is until a golden figure shot to the skies from the flames. Izuku continued with a barrage of blasts. Endeavor dodged most of it and returned with a volley of fireballs. Izuku was quick to react, encasing himself in a sphere of ether. The volley soon ended, and from the ensuing dust cloud, Izuku rushed to close quarters with Endeavor, his body relying only on the hours of practice that made actions ingrained to his muscle memory. Endeavor was finding it difficult to defend against the barrage. While the moves were telegraphed, the strength behind each strike wasn't something to make light of. Endeavor had to work fast. The sooner he was able to make the brat under control, the better. His flames were clashing with the golden energy. The boy was no longer in control. It was common with many. The subconscious mind would take initiative and put the body in a flight or fight mode. Doing so had caused many lives to be saved. But for a hero it was unacceptable. You must always be in control of your actions. If not, you become a threat to both yourself and others. Ducking underneath a haymaker, Endeavor grasped Izuku's head and slammed him to the ground. I know you're in there, Midoriya. It is an embarrassment for you to be in this situation. The statement was met with Izuku's body releasing an omnidirectional wave of energy. Endeavor's grip held on, yet the assaults were getting more powerful each passing minute. If he couldn't bring him back in control, he would have to knock him out. But doing so would cause more harm than good. Endeavor once again clashed with Midoriya. Each move was aimed to lock Izuku's movement. You must take the reins of your body. It's your power, isn't it? Each word was accompanied with a retaliation from Izuku. Yet Endeavor's tactics never changed. He would not get another opportunity like this ever again. Izuku couldn't take his eyes off the woman in front of him. He knew who this was. Emotions swirled in his chest. It was as if he was meeting an old friend, yet for the life of him he couldn't understand why. The only thing he could remember was a name. Shimura Nana, All Might's predecessor and sensei. Yet why was she here? All Might had mentioned her sacrifice in passing, and he had made no mentions of how she looked like or anything of the sort. And now before him, in this field, was the 7th user of OFA. His mind was suddenly torn away from the sight when he could feel his ether once again course through his body. His mind latched onto the flow of energy. Yet he had underestimated the speed and power. It wasn't the calm ocean of power he was used to. This was a raging torrent of power. He felt his powers lashing out once again. Scenes from the USJ came rushing back. His powers had utterly destroyed Inamo. There was no telling what it would do to Endeavor if it registered him as a threat. In front of Shimura, Nana was slowly making his way towards him, merely a scant few meters between them. His body felt as if it weighed a ton. It refused to obey his commands, and within seconds she was by his side. Izuku watched as she raised her hand. Izuku braced himself for a strike, yet all he felt was a gloved hand cup his cheek. Izuku opened his eyes to see Nana with a beautiful smile as she said, "Remember your origin." A torrent of memories flooded his mind. Each of them were foreign, yet he could feel a unique nostalgia to each of them, as if he were there. He could feel each punch his predecessor threw, every hit she received. He could feel her emotions ... and as soon as it came it grinded to a halt. Izuku could feel sweat pouring down his face. His mind was racing to store the accumulated memories. When he looked for his predecessor, all that greeted him was the empty field. It was the first time he felt it here, but suddenly he felt an inexplicable loneliness. "Oriya, it is an embarrassment for you to be in this situation." The booming voice of Endeavor brought back a rush of memories as to why he was here. His powers were lashing out. He could feel it. It was unnoticeable at first, but the more he concentrated, he could feel it. His connection with his powers were clearer, as if there was no static to distract him. He shook his head to focus on his only hope of regaining control of his body, his ETH. Once again he tried to grasp the tendril of Aether that pulsed with power. He tried to control it, to relink himself with his body, yet all of his tries were unsuccessful. His mind was exhausted. A skull-splitting headache reminded him of the last few minutes. He was powerless. He was weak. His mind was in turmoil. He had no idea what was happening outside. His indecisiveness had caused Katsuki to get eliminated early on. His body refused to obey him in these moments. He was a fail. "You must take the reins of your body. It's your power, isn't it?" Izuku's eyes widened at those words. "It's your power, isn't it?" The same words he had screamed out to Todoroki were being yelled back to him. In all of this he had forgotten the most important thing. It was his power. Izuku wiped away his blurry vision. This was not what was expected of him. His teachers, his friends, his mother, they all expected him to win. Even Endeavor expected this, and he would be damned before he lets them down. Izuku grabbed the pulsing line of ether, the torrent of power once again trying to throw him off. Yet he roared as he held on, forcing his will onto the connection. Each second felt like a tug of war until finally his ether gave in. Izuku's vision turned white before the world bled back into color. The entire vicinity was bathed in flames. The fight had been contained to the area demolished by Endeavor before. He didn't know whether it was just luck or not, but that didn't matter. His body protested against any movement. His head felt like it was about to split into two. And there a few feet from him was Endeavor, who actually looked as if he had taken a few good hits. Endeavor was breathing much more heavily than before. His flames were looking much more ferocious than it did before, but gradually lessened as time passed. "It's about time you came back," Endeavor barked out, his stance shifting to a more relaxed one, while Endeavor was still cautious. The brat was different than before. His ether had stopped pouring out in waves, and he also stopped attacking, which meant the brat was able to take control again. "You wasted too much time. Your body is most likely incapable of proceeding with this fight." Endeavor looked Izuku top to bottom. The kid was struggling to stay conscious. He felt a tad bit of regret for what he was about to do. "Too bad you don't have a choice in the matter." Endeavor rocketed towards Izuku, giving only a small window for retaliation, but to both Endeavor's and Izuku's own surprise, he dodged with a fluidity he didn't possess before. Izuku was not given time to dwell on it as Endeavor launched a ray of flames towards him. Izuku's body was suddenly caught in a bind as it felt like he was trying to do two things at once, dodging and, for the life of him, punch the flame. The instinct to dodge won out, yet it was haphazard and left him on the ground. Endeavor was surprised at the predicament. He had dodged the almost unseeable rush, yet he was on the ground at the slower-moving blast of flames. The brat forced himself to stand. Endeavor knew that the brat wasn't going to last more than a minute. It was for the better. The brat had shown him his potential as a hero. A diamond in the rough, his control was the glaring weakness. He had dealt with the same and saw it again in Shoto. The greater power you are capable of channeling, the less you'll be able to control it. Izuku forced his body to stand. He couldn't back out now. He refused to let it end like this. If he didn't stand up now ... the when could he? Maybe it was because his emotions were on the high and his mind was still a jumbled mess, but for that moment he felt as if he had been in this position countless times before. Each of them fueled his conviction. Each time he was able to rise above and beyond. His fists clenched, and in less than a second he shot off from his previous position, OFA and ether flooding his veins for his final assault. The accumulation of memories had caused his fighting style to change. It wasn't as sharp as his old one, yet the new one carried a different air, almost as if he had altered the style after experiencing all the counters to it. It was sloppy, but it would have to make do. Endeavor was surprised when the onslaught begun. The boy was rushing in for the last time. This would be his final barrage till he rests. The cloak of ether was absent. Instead, it seemed as though golden lightning was exploding from his body. Each strike was ferocious and carried all that he had to give. The fighting style had changed as well. It was a mix of two different styles. They clashed against each other at some moments, yet otherwise it was a solid foundation to build on. His parallel thoughts grinded to a halt when a punch slipped through his guard and struck his gut. Pain exploded from the point of contact and almost caused him to fall to his knees. And not even a second later, the brat turned his body to deliver a spin kick that sent him flying. Endeavor crashed into a building and had to actually take a second to compose himself. That strike was much more fluid. It was as if he was getting better after each passing second. This child was more dangerous than he thought. Endeavor had to end this now. Any more and the child's body won't hold, and he might actually have to do something drastic to stop it. The choice was taken out of Endeavor's hands when Izuku shifted to an all-too-familiar stance. Detroit. UWOULD. Endeavor's shout was accompanied by his own ultimate charging. At the kid's power level, if that move was half as powerful as the original, he would need to take this seriously. Smash. Izuku's fist struck the air in front of him, and the blow was comparable to one of All Might's, yet much like before, his arm could handle only so much recoil, resulting in a drop in power. Endeavor roared as he launched his own ultimate move to counter. The resulting smoke cloud blanketed the entire area. Izuku's vision was slowly blurring. Yet he forced himself to watch to see if his gamble paid off. It was clanking of boots that told him otherwise. The figure of Endeavor walked through the smoke, the upper right part of his costume in shambles. With each step, Izuku could taste the defeat. He could feel his body giving up. Don't you even think of passing out. The shout from Endeavor shocked his body back to reality. Endeavor was right in front of him, arms crossed and flames burning. Izuku struggled to maintain consciousness, and he was glad he was able to. You pass as well. Izuku's mind screeched to a halt. He passed. He had forgotten about what Endeavor said after he regained control of his body. He had impressed Endeavor enough to pass him. He looked up to see Endeavor's face with a rather angry scowl. We will be having words after your recovery. Make sure to bring the other brat and Shoto as well. For now, your sensei will take you to the nurse. Izuku was confused about what he was talking about until he felt a familiar energy signature coming towards them. He turned and saw All Might walking towards them, with a face that was a mix between happiness and displeasure. Endeavor, while I'm glad you took an interest in teaching the next generation, wouldn't it have been wise to follow the test rules and held back a bit? The question from All Might was met with a small glare from Endeavor, which slowly faded to a poker face. All Might returned the glare with his smile, while simultaneously supporting Izuku's body. It would have been easier, but with brats like them, easy won't cut it. They need to be pushed. In doing so, they'll drag the rest of them to their level. You know very well what I'm talking about. Endeavor walked past them after that, leaving Izuku and All Might in the training ground. All Might sighed at his colleague's behavior. It wasn't anything new. Endeavor always became detached when talking to him. He had and looked at Izuku, who was swaying on his feet, before softly muttering Kaken, finally letting All Might take him to the infirmary. Katsuki scowled at the black screen near the infirmary. He had watched the entire fight along with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. He had woken up in the infirmary in a surprise. It seemed that Endeavor had broken the rules by destroying his protector restraints, resulting in both of them passing. But the principal had made it clear that they weren't to interfere with the test. All Might was the one to carry him here. It was around the time when Izuku had lost control of his quirk that he had woken up and continued to watch the rest of the fight. He was surprised at the manner in which Endeavor fought Izuku. He was stressing on the matter of control. He forced Izuku to come back in control. Katsuki clenched his fists. Even with all of that, they had lost the fight. Even with the overwhelming strength they possessed, they couldn't defeat the number 2 hero, and to add insult to injury, he himself had been taken out of the fight early on. His power was nowhere near that of Izuku, and even Todoroki was more powerful than him. His techniques were enough to defeat a majority of the competition back in their youth, but he couldn't rely on small-scale attacks against titans like Endeavor. It was at these times he was thankful he went to Best Jeanist's hero agency. If it were in the past, his rage would have consumed him, causing him to indiscriminately lash out at anyone. But things were different now. His rage was just another source of power for him. With power like his and the others, emotions had a very important role in their life, which was why Best Jeanist had stressed on absolute control over these emotions. There he had slowly changed his rage from a raging wildfire that destroyed everything in his path to a rage that swallowed his enemies, much like a bottomless ocean. Power struggles may not be his forte compared to the other two, but the stronger the quirk, the more imprecise its attacks. Both Izuku and Todoroki relied too much on their overwhelming power to win, and the situations where they could use their abilities to their maximum were limited. While he had much better control, he lacked the overwhelming power they could produce, and he had lesser restrictions in these limited areas. But he still needed to go beyond and become a well-rounded fighter. His goal never changed: surpass All Might. He was the incarnation of power, the tallest wall in the world. He was a person who didn't sacrifice either control or power, but rather he combined both of them. And until he surpassed All Might, he would keep pushing himself. But that, he walked towards where the others were. Recovery Girl stared at the prone form of Izuku. He was her first student whom she was teaching everything she could about healing. It was the first time she had met a person so hardworking and diligent. While she hadn't spent as time with as his other senseis, and of course the doctor he spends his time in turning under, Izuku had wormed his way into her heart, which was why seeing him lying on the hospital bed so very often caused her so much grief. His power, an ability with so many contradictions, an ability that could not only destroy but in fact heal. It was a quirk that was not restricted by their laws and logic. She had made sure to keep this information under wraps. Only a handful of people knew about All Might, but even less knew about Izuku's power. It was a surprise when she closely studied the quirk Izuku possessed. At the very beginning, his quirk factors were unstable. While uncommon, it wasn't that surprising. They had expected them to stabilize as he grew up, yet the more he synchronized with his ether, the lesser number of quirk factors were detected. She had kept this hidden from him, fearing his reaction. Yet she had been startled to find out that instead of his quirk disappearing, it was changing him. By the end, he would no longer be limited by his physical frame. At times, she wanted to convince Izuku to stop his goal of becoming a hero. Instead, he could become an equally great healer. His powers would let him do so. But it would be an injustice for such talent to be locked away, never reaching its full potential. Not only that, she was sure that Izuku would never agree if she ever brought this up, and so she had to stay strong for the child she looked to as a grandson. He would become the greatest of them all. She would do anything in her power to make sure it happens. Her thoughts were grounded when she saw Izuku stir awake. Izuku rubbed his head as he found himself in the familiar walls of the infirmary room. He was glad this time it was just because of exhaustion. Last time he came with a serious injury, Recovery Girl was quite hard to deal with. He turned his head to see Recovery Girl sitting next to him. He gave her an awkward smile, knowing what was about to come. I think I should stick a nameplate to this bed, Izuku, since you're so attached to it. I mean, you keep coming back as soon as you can to it. Izuku's sweat dropped at his sensei's blunt words. Honestly, child, you should stop pushing yourself this much. You're giving this old woman a heartache. Izuku honestly felt bad at that, even though he knew she was joking. He had noticed how his mother also behaved eerily similar to Recovery Girl whenever she was informed of his injuries. In the end, he just gave a small grin and told Recovery Girl that he would be fine. It was then he heard banging on the infirmary's door. He heard Recovery Girl sigh as she said, "It's your friends and classmates. You were the last person to finish your exam. Young Bakugo was taken off the field earlier and was already awake midway through your fight with Endeavor. The others have been trying to get in since your exam was over, but I've kept them out." Izuku nodded at the info. His worries about Katsuki were put to rest and he wanted to know about everyone's results. He was about to ask Recovery Girl if they could be let in, but was stopped with her follow-up. "Izuku, you'll have to stop using your quirk for the next few days. Your quirk factors are unstable right now. It might cause your quirk to go haywire if you try to activate it. Your power is special, Izuku. It's never been documented, not to mention it's a quirk that isn't similar to your family line. So I don't want to risk anything. Please take it easy for the next few days. Spend time with your friends, read a book. And if you want, my door is open for our lessons." Izuku looked like he wanted to refuse, but thinking about what happened during his fight, he nodded slowly. With that, Recovery Girl pressed a button unlocking the door, and not a second later, familiar faces slowly drew in. Uraraka was bolting to where Izuku was with Ida berating her lack of conduct. Momo was also walking at a hurried pace but was also restraining herself from running. Shoto was next, followed by Katsuki, both of whom were a bit roughed up but looked all right. Recovery Girl watched as they all exchanged how their tests went. She let a small smile and went back to her work. Izuku sighed as he saw Shoto twitch at an almost alarming frequency. He had not taken kindly of his father butting in and caused this much damage to his teammates. While he was happy that Shoto cared for both of them, he knew that Endeavor had done this to show them what they need to surpass. No matter what anyone said about him, Endeavor was a battle-hardened warrior with absolute control of his power, and that was something that Izuku could respect, especially considering the mysteries that surrounded his own abilities. A quirk that was one for all, capable of being passed on from one person to another. A power that carried the will of its predecessors, but it was much more. No longer was it a quirk, it was a semi-sentient entity that invoked itself as a power meant for one thing, and one thing only, to save everyone. It was never mentioned before, but he could feel it. Deep beneath his skin, down to the very last cell, he understood his purpose as the successor of a power that had waged war against all evil. He had found the answer to why he had this power. Izuku clenched his fists. It was not only OFA. His ether raised more questions than it answered. He had learned a lot from his time at the hospital. Treating a variety of afflictions and injuries, he had a deep understanding of how quirks affect the body of the user. He had also learned more from Recovery Girl. While his aim was to find a way to heal All Might, he had learned something strange about how OFA and Etha worked with each other. Both his quirks were unique. They worked together in a strange fashion, something which was fascinating as well as terrifying. He couldn't wait to explain his interaction with Shimura Nana to All Might. It was amazing to think that his quirks were able to coexist. His thoughts were brought to a halt when he heard the doors open, revealing both Endeavor and All Might. While All Might was having his signature smile, Endeavor was a bit annoyed. Yet he could see that he was happy that Shoto was here. Endeavor's gaze turned to him and Katsuki, and his eyes hardened once more. Izuku could feel the presence exuding from Endeavor. He had wondered why there was a stark difference between his sensei's presence and Endeavor's. While his sensei's presence was bright and warm, Endeavor was similar to a blazing sun on a desert that beat down on anyone who was near him. But the answer was evident. The aura or presence was the projection of what a person was. It was a tense silence as everyone gauged each other, and Endeavor was the one who set the talks in motion. I understand that this little team you set up is an old tactic, one which was boxed away, barked Endeavor. The surprise couldn't be kept off their faces. While they knew it wasn't uncommon for heroes to take on apprentices, they were a bit taken aback at the fact that this was, in fact, a shelved tactic. Izuku knew that this had Gran Torino's name written all over it. Izuku schooled his features as he listened to Endeavor's words. It's outdated for the sole reason that a single person cannot handle or lead a team of individuals with diverse powers and personality. Endeavor ignored the outcries from the students as well as ignoring All Might, who was about to begin his reason, and continued, which is why I shall act as one of the senseis to these three. The end of the sentence was met with an almost awkward silence as the trio was too stunned to speak, and even All Might looked like he was at his wit's end. If Endeavor felt insulted, his face betrayed nothing. I refuse to let Shoto be brainwashed by your nonsense, and I don't disagree with his teammates. They have potential, which is our duty to cultivate. All Might looked as if he was looking at a different person. It was surprising that Endeavor was saying any of this, especially after the conversation they just had regarding his health. At the end of the conversation, he had expected Endeavor to scream and berate him, but he had merely nodded and walked out. All Might was glad that Endeavor didn't know of his other form, but merely noted that he possessed deteriorating health. It was bad, but it could have been worse. He watched as Endeavor explained to his students of how he was going to integrate his own training methods into their schedules as well as running patrols with him. He could see that Endeavor wasn't like his previous self, yet he couldn't help but feel as though this was all an excuse for something. And if he was right, it was to get a second chance with Shoto, to show to him that he changed. His mind focused again once he heard the door to the meeting room close. It was just him. Izuku. He couldn't help but choke on the unbearable guilt that built up in him as he looked at the bruised form of Izuku. This child was his successor, the next symbol of peace, the person who will have to bear the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Those golden eyes that shone with power. Yet the same eyes had shed countless tears through all the training sessions where he had been pushed past his limits over and over again. But there was not a single ounce of hatred in them. A soul that couldn't be brought down by the darkness of the world. He had always wondered why Izuku had wanted to be a hero, obsessing over it to the point he had tunnel vision. Yet, he was grateful that Izuku was willing to do so. He was the hero this world sorely needed, even if it wasn't the one it deserved. With these heavy thoughts on his mind, Toshinori listened to Izuku at how the entire fight went. He focused his entire attention on Izuku's words, from the beginning where Endeavor toyed around with them, with each strike simply bouncing off the body of Endeavor. Toshinori watched as Izuku continued to tell of the very emotions he felt as he fought against futility, and how happy he was when he met Hope. Then I met her sensei. I knew who it was even though it was my first time seeing her. I met your master and it felt like she was teaching me. She told me, remember, when you're at your limit. Those words. Toshinori's sunken eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. In fact, it was impossible. Remember the reason you clench your fists. Yet his successor continued to speak the words that his master had imparted to him, and the way he spoke, it was as if he understood, as though he knew exactly what they meant. Remember your origin. For a moment, Toshinori wasn't in a room talking to his successor. The scenery warped to a top of one of the many buildings in a city, and he was staring at the face of a woman, one who he considered as his own mother. Her mouth was stretched in a smile. A torrent of emotions washed over him. A small smile came upon his features. She truly was helping him even from beyond the grave. I see. To think OFA was just as his sensei imagined to be. A place where they could meet even if they couldn't in the real world. He wondered about his own time with OFA. He looked at Izuku. This child in front of him would be the one to bring them peace, true peace. It wasn't going to be anyone else. This was the will his successor had inherited from him. They continued to talk about the soulscape that Izuku would find himself in whenever his powers evolved or in times of stress. All Might explained that it might be a visualization of his powers which merged with himself, a common point where the powers met. Toshinori had no idea how to proceed with the developments of his successor's condition. Izuku had shown enormous power dwarfing majority of the pros. In fact, he was certain that Izuku had the capabilities to become a pro on his own. But that was never the end game, it was always all for one. Until all for one was out of the picture, the successors of OFA, including himself, could not rest easy. His thoughts were put to rest when Recovery Girl came in to explain the unstable quirk factors present. She further explained that if Izuku activated his combat-oriented moves, then his quirk factors would start to tear Izuku's body apart. With that, both Izuku and Toshinori were left to their own devices. Now, your finals are over. I'm glad to say all of you passed the written portion of the exam. But we had failures in the practical portion, and because of that, all of you will go for the training camp. Izuku sighed as the rest of the class cheered. He had hoped that would be the case. While Ada complained about the frequency of his logical ruses, Eraserhead merely gave his viewpoint and explained that those who failed would have extra training with him. The class was given a list of essentials to bring for the camp and was left to their devices. Soon enough discussions ended with the class deciding to go shopping together. Izuku had wanted to spend time with his mother, but it seemed this would have to finish this first. He had been meaning to get a few clothes and some gear, so it wasn't all that bad. The majority of Class 1 had assembled to buy their equipment together. They had many people recognize them because of the sports festival, especially seeing as Izuku had been the winner. The crowd was a bit placated after a bit of pictures, and soon enough the shopping went underway. They had decided to split up and meet later. Izuku was flanked by Momo and Uraraka, dragging him to one shop after the other. Izuku had been meaning to spend more time with them and really didn't mind the girls' exuberance. He had to admit, it was not like the others had mentioned at all. The other guys were worried that Izuku might snap at being dragged around by the two girls, yet he felt almost privileged at the two asking for his input in everything they bought. Izuku also didn't spare any expense in purchasing anything that caught his fancy. His mom could be considered well off with her job, and it's not a surprise that Izuku himself earns a rather large sum during his part-time work at the hospital. He had to make sure to visit the doctor during his break. They were very understanding of the developments in his academic life and had granted him a leave during his semesters at UA with only a request that he try and dedicate as much time as he could to further his own knowledge and return to work whenever possible. His other explained that it was because of his special talents and circumstances that he was allowed to work, and the reason they were so keen on having him back. It was then he felt an accumulation of darkness. He knew this energy signature, even though it felt like it was ages ago. He couldn't forget this feeling. The same one at the USJ, the one which accompanied the Namu. He dropped the shirt he was holding and rushed to the door. His mind was in a frenzy. His feet carried him as fast as they could. His thoughts were centered on the plans of being able to apprehend his target here. He'd nip the bud at the tip. The entire plans of the League of Villains would crash to a halt. All Might, his sensei, would be safe. With a flurry of emotions, he reached the place where he felt the concentration of darkness. His eyes searched everywhere until it rested on a shaking Aoyama. As he drew in closer, he bit back a curse as his eyes met that of his target, Shigaraki Tamura. Neither of them moved a muscle. Izuku's body tensed at the shaking figure of Aoyama next to Shigaraki. Shigaraki tightened his grip on Aoyama's neck. A smile spread on his face as he saw the wonder position he found himself in. "Don't worry, I won't kill him here, even though my fingers are itching too. Let's talk peacefully." The way Shigaraki had said it didn't ease Izuku a bit, yet he was powerless in this situation. With Aoyama as a hostage, he couldn't make any careless moves. "You can't kill him unless you were willing to get captured yourself." Izuku had said this with more confidence than what he actually had. It wasn't quite true about what he stated, especially with the possibility of Kurogiri being here. His only hope was for someone from the UA or a pro to stumble upon them. "I told you before, all I want to do is talk," Shigaraki drawled, "and believe me, I would have plenty of time to vanish if all I do is disintegrate his throat. These civilians won't notice me until it's too late, and at this range, my quirk will activate faster than yours." Izuku went pale at the threat. It wasn't just activation time. His quirk factors were still unstable. He'd tear himself apart by the time he got himself up and running. He threw a discreet glance at Aoyama and couldn't help but get worried when he saw that Aoyama was shaking like a leaf. But let's not do any of that. Izuku glared at Shigaraki as he continued talking as if they were old friends. "All I need you to do is answer one question. Why is it that none of my actions are being noticed by the world? That trash of a hero killer is making headlines, while my Naumus aren't even on the front page. I never even allowed Stain to be in the league, but the media seems to think otherwise." The fingers around Aoyama's throat twitched dangerously. "Tell me why I'm being brushed aside." Izuku had to restrain himself from rushing in. At this range he wouldn't be able to do anything, so he took a deep breath as he repeated Tamura's question in his head. Izuku didn't understand the exact meaning at those words, but he had to buy time, which meant answering the question. "I don't know. At least I don't know the real reason, but for me, I can understand the motivation behind Stain, even if I can't accept them." For us, it all started with All Might. Stain was living by his ideals. But I don't know about you. I can neither accept you nor can I understand you. Izuku could see a shudder passing through Shigaraki. He tried to move to get closer and rush, but the fingers tightened around Aoyama and started to choke him. That's it. That's why I hate both of you. It's because of All Might. That insolent grin that makes it seem as though he can save everyone. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It was at this time the pedestrians saw the three of them, a few curious eyes staying focused in them longer than needed. Izuku hoped that none of them would recognize Tamura. It would lead to a bloodbath that he wasn't prepared for. Deciding to risk it, Izuku focused on the flow of ether and slowly channeled it to his entire body. His gamble was successful as the ether was able to strengthen his body for a fight. But he had to grit his teeth as he felt his body being slowly ripped apart. His senses slowly picked up on Momo and Uraraka coming towards him. He had to work fast. Turning to Shigaraki, he saw the grin on his face, making sure to memorize as much as possible before speaking. You got what you needed, Shigaraki. Leave this place before you get caught. Shigaraki's expression changed to that of anger, causing Izuku to berate himself on screwing up. But it was put to rest when Shigaraki nodded and released his hold on Aoyama. Remember, if you follow me, you'll have at least a dozen dead bodies on your conscience. With that, he started to wave through the crowds, disappearing right around the time Momo and Uraraka showed up. Izuku shuddered as he let his ether die down when he felt the remains of the darkness warp away, leaving them all empty of his presence. He rushed to Aoyama, who hadn't budged from his spot. He could see that he was really shaken up. He felt Momo and Uraraka sit right next to him. They too tried to comfort Aoyama. In the end, he explained the situation to both Momo and Uraraka, causing them to become as white as a sheet. They were about to call the police when Izuku stopped them, telling them that it would be useless. He instead went to his cell and called Aizawa-sensei and explained everything. He placated his sensei's worries by confirming again and again that Shigaraki had indeed warped away with the help of Kurogiri and that they weren't in any immediate danger. Even so, Aizawa and Present Mike had come to accompany the students back to their homes, explaining the situation to each of them. Aoyama was immediately taken to Recovery Girl, where he was given a thorough checkup and was scheduled private personnel for any trauma he may have gained during the event. Aizawa told him that he was glad that Izuku kept his cool in what was a hostage situation. After a few questions about Shigaraki and whatever info Izuku managed to get, he was dropped to his house. It was when he entered the kitchen he saw his mother stirring a hot pot on the stove. After a tense few moments, she turned to Izuku, her eyes a bit red with tear stains on her face. Izuku wasted not but a moment as he engulfed his mother in a hug. He knew that his mother supported his dream, but the call from his sensei must have shaken her soul. He felt his shirt dampen with his mother's tears. Izuku lost track of time as he slowly heard his mother's sobs die down slowly. I'm sure all of you heard the developments that happened yesterday. Because of this, we are changing our summer plans entirely. The entire class erupted into murmurs at the information. The fact that one of the villains would be capable of targeting you in the open has caused us to accelerate our course plan and made this training camp all the more necessary. Izuku stared ahead with a blank look. If he had been able to capture Shigaraki, all of this hassle would be unneeded. He bit his tongue. His mother's state had dealt an emotional blow he was unprepared for. He could understand his mother's concern, but this was bigger than just his own life. He was the inheritor of a power that was the only hope against the greatest of all evils. He had to become the next symbol of peace and save everyone. His life was inconsequential in the bigger picture. This power, this body, ... it was made to save. A chalk piece made contact with Izuku's head, causing him to return to reality. Izuku, did you listen to anything I just said? Aizawa had said it with an annoyed voice, yet his eyes showed concern at the boy who was in the middle of everything. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle, causing Aizawa to sigh. Your vice president will bring you up to date. With that, the semester is over and get ready for the summer camp. Soon enough, the only ones left were Izuku and the gang. A moment later, they all huddled together around Izuku, each of them with varying levels of concern. Momo took the initiative and explained the changes in the summer training camp. After that, an awkward silence filled the room as they all waited for Izuku's reply. It was when Shoto was about to speak that Izuku finally looked up. Guys, no matter what happens ... we have to get stronger. Strong enough to be able to protect anyone in danger. The others were surprised at those words, yet they couldn't find themselves to utter a word. They nodded at the words and continued to converse about the plans to train at the camp. Everyone please form a single file, Izuku shouted as he walked around. They had been informed that their training would be handled by a special team of heroes, helping them break past their limits. Izuku watched as Momo and Kendo conversed with each other. They'd hit it off pretty quick, and Momo had taken to introduce them to her. All in all, she was a great person to hang out with. Of course, Monoma had been persistent in annoying them. It was when Aizawa-sensei had finally arrived they stopped their talks. The bus was lively with everyone having fun and playing games. Uraraka and Momo had taken the seats beside him and quickly dozed off a bit into the trip. Them leaning on him had got no small amount of catcalls from the others. Although Izuku had a healthy blush on his face, he ignored the noise and went back to his hero analysis notebook where he continued to write down the developments in his quirk. He remembered all the things that happened in the first semester. He had to admit he had told Shigaraki that everything began with All Might. Truer words couldn't have been spoken. It wasn't just the inheritance he had received from All Might. Even his earliest memories was that of him watching the very first rescues by All Might. His dreams, his ideals, all of them were things he received from All Might. And that is why he was determined to repay All Might. He gazed outside of the window. The scenery warped past them as they started to climb up to the hills. His eyes started to droop until he finally dozed off. I leave the rest to you, Sorahiko. I watched as Sorahiko took Toshi away. I could feel the coldness crawling up my skin, but I couldn't run away. Doing so would be mean that all I did was for nothing, and I couldn't accept that. I watched as Toshi cried out my name. I could feel the tears, the sorrow inside me well up, but I can't show that to him. It would be too cruel for his final memory of me to be one with a sad face. I was surprised at how my face easily spread into a smile, but thinking about it, this smile is everything that defines me. I glimpsed at All for One. He was still charging up his quirks. A few seconds might be all I have. So, I turned to the shrinking figure of my protege and my best friend. My arms raised to a final thumbs up. It's your turn now. My voice must have reached him. I stared at Toshi's face. I'm sure of it. This kid will be great. A worthy successor indeed. Do your best, Toshinori. I turned my gaze back to All for One. The final flames of One for All blazed in my heart and soul. This power entrusted to me by my predecessors. The power which we spent countless hours cultivating fought the coldness. My arms dropped to the side as I took a deep breath. This is the final. I eyed the powers cackling around All for One's figure. There was no doubt about it. This would be the final fight of my life. I will sacrifice everything. My mind, OFA coursed through my body, damping the pain from the wounds I accumulated from this battle. My vision focused on the onslaught of attacks coming towards me. My body, my muscles released an explosion of power pushing me to the limits. The gap between me and All for One was decreasing bit by bit. Yet, I knew it was futile. In the end, he was still just playing with me. He didn't consider me a worthy foe. But I was all right with that. I had already resigned myself to knowing that I couldn't defeat him, which is why I had to give Toshi as much time as I could so that he could escape. I lost track of time as I continued to dodge the barrage. Each and every moment was taxing, but I powered through. The flames within me were dying out, so I had to make them count. A scant few meters separated the two of us. I readied my body for a final strike. I roared as I threw my last punch. For a second I thought it connected, but then I felt the entirety of the blow come back to me. It threw me back and my body rolled until it crashed into a wall. I could feel the blood dripping down my head. I must say, I looked to where All for One was leisurely walking towards me despite everything. You did give me a good warm-up. I tried to move my body, but it was useless. I was utterly spent. I could see the end right before me. The coldness was back with a vengeance. Yet in the face of death, I refused to go down quietly. You can kill me, but you're gonna lose in the end. I spat blood as he closed in on me. I felt my lips pull into a smirk. It was bizarre. How I'm able to be so calm about the end. All Might will be your end. My successor will bring your kingdom down. All for One seemed to pause at that, his features softening. For a moment no one would think that this was the mastermind that was the world's greatest threat. But then he started chuckling until it was a peal of full-blown laughter. Ha! Now that was funny. All for One wiped away some tears before he raised his hand. Black energy condensed in his hand. You think that dog that ran away with his tail behind his back will be my end? The energy roared as it reached maximum output. Hilarious. I closed my eyes. They would have been able to get far enough by now. I felt my mind wander. My life was playing out before me. Each and every moment, right down to my emotions and thoughts, were brought to the surface. But then, I saw where it was all headed. This was the only weapon to kill this corrupted god. Even the tiniest of embers were still connected to the grand blaze that was OFA, a power that was transcendent, something that built upon the sacrifices and wills of those who cultivated it. I hope to meet you again, Toshi. What you inherited from me is everything. Your inheritance is no small thing. The power within you is everything. A power that carries the greatest thing we can offer, our souls, even if it is an echo, a remnant of something greater. I will live on within you, along with all my predecessors. Thank you for such a wonderful comedy. I felt myself become engulfed by whatever attack All for One released. I could feel the cold leave me, and suddenly a comforting warmth spread through me, much a lover's embrace. And so I could feel myself drift off, to a deep slumber, anxiously waiting to meet with my successor. Even though this was my end, a symbol of peace shall rise, and he will battle the darkness. One hero may have fallen, but another will rise. This is only the beginning. This is one for all. Izuku woke up to the bus slowly come to a stop. He sighed as he remembered the memory he witnessed. It wasn't the first time he had experienced this, and he was sure it wouldn't be the last. He had been reliving the memories of Shimura Nana, bits and pieces of her life. Everything she had experienced down to the rush of emotions and thoughts were what he faced whenever he slept. The memory he had seen just now was special. It was a recurring memory. He had watched it happen countless times ever since the fight with Endeavor, and almost 2 weeks after he still couldn't help but flinch at the enemy Shimura Nana had faced. And yet, she never gave up. Up until the end she was sure that All for One would fall. And even after her death, she stood there inside the core of OFA, waiting and hoping to meet her protege. His sensei had been silent when he had mentioned it to him. He had ended the training session early that day. Izuku had been respectful and didn't pry too much into it. He was helpless at how to handle this. But All Might had told him that it wasn't something to dwell on. In fact, he had expressed his joy at the fact that Izuku himself could learn from his master. That he was happy that Izuku had been given something that would protect him even if he himself wasn't there. He felt something soft wipe his face. It was then he noticed that it was Momo was wiping his face, which was now full of tears. He gave her a smile which was returned by her squeezing his hand. He looked to the sleeping face of Uraraka and gently tapped her awake after wiping his face. He knew that Momo wasn't the type to pry into his secrets. She was also the only one among his friends other than Katsuki to understand that his quirk wasn't normal. She had expressed her interest in his quirk and both had an engaging discussion, which is why she was giving him time to explain it on his own. They all exited the bus to a small rest stop. Everyone's eyes wandered over the vast expanse of the forest below them. Izuku's eyes were then brought to the two heroes Aizawa-sensei were talking to, who suddenly struck to a pose when the attention was brought on them. Izuku's golden eyes shone with recognition as he eyed the cat ornaments decorating them. "We are the wild pussycats." The pose and their introduction got many of his friends to know of them to shake their heads now. "Kids will be the ones instructing you over this entire course of your training. Your lodging is there at the foot of the mountain." Mandalay gestured as she pointed to a far-off mountain. "It's around 9:30. I'm guessing around noon maybe." Many of the students broke out in cold sweat at the ominous tone she used, as well as the fact there was a lot of ground to cover. It was Kirishima who swallowed his spit and asked, "Then shouldn't we be back on the bus?" Pixie Bob and Mandalay giggled at the innocent question before replying, "Where's the fun in that? Besides, your training started the moment you stepped off the bus." Everyone suddenly felt the entire ground warp and lift themselves towards the forest. Izuku tried breaking free, but his concentration was broken when he crashed to the ground. "You all have 3 hours to reach the lodge by foot." They suddenly heard Mandalay's voice in their heads. Izuku marveled at the telepath quirk. "This is our private property, so don't hesitate to use your quirks. And as an added incentive, those who don't reach by the allotted time won't get lunch. Do your best, kids." "You know," Aizawa said as he looked at the figure of Mandalay, "they're gonna reach by that time unless you step it up. You should have given them a deadline of an hour, 2 at most." Mandalay looked absolutely surprised at Aizawa's proclamation. Before giggling at the absurdity, "I know you like those kids, Eraser, but our own team would take 3 hours to reach the lodge by foot from here. Maybe more, if Pixie went all out." And she wasn't kidding. It was a monthly ritual for them. Their best time was 3 hours, and it was absolute hell for them. And Aizawa expected these kids to do better than them. Aizawa shook his head at Mandalay's words. "You're just 5 heroes. These are 20 heroes." Mandalay was surprised at Aizawa's words, heroes. Izuku did a head count of everyone and was relieved that everyone was here. A roar from the front caused their hands to stand on end. Mine to slowly walk to a bush to relieve himself. That is until a massive creature jumped out. Zero acted quick enough and pulled Mineta out of the beast's range, and Koda immediately tried to calm the beast to no avail. Izuku nodded to Katsuki and Todoroki as they took his flanks. Without a doubt in their mind they attacked, and they're being led by one of the most powerful group of youths. Pixie Bob let out a yelp, causing Mandalay to look at her. A barrage of attacks destroyed the entire monster. Izuku looked to his classmates and bellowed, "Everyone, stay together. We're gonna work together and get through this." With a roar of affirmation, Izuku blasted to the sky. Finding the direction of their destination, Izuku prepared to descend but suddenly sensed a hostile. His ether formed an orb and shot to an earthen beast that was flying towards him. He looked at the rest stop and saw a thoroughly perplexed Pixie Bob and Mandalay, along with a smirking Aizawa who was looking at the pros with an "I told you so" expression. His eyes then met with that of a small kid who he never noticed before. Izuku gave a small smile to them all and shot to the ground, crashing onto a beast that was stalking them. Aizawa smiled as he looked at their shocked faces. "So yes, I believe my class will reach within that time." With that he climbed to the bus as the driver took them away. "Guys, we are going to gun it towards the lodge. Short-range fighters, split yourselves into 2 teams. One team will guard the rear and protect the long-range fighters, while the others with me and Katsuki will cleave a path forward." Charisma flowed through Izuku's words and was met with no complaints as they formed a spear formation and pushed through. Izuku smiled as he punched another beast, slowly falling into a rhythm as the monsters came one after the other. Gyro and Koda along with Izuku himself were able to easily detect the beasts before they entered combat. Everyone was able to tag team with someone else and was able to beat them easily, with some like Bakugo and Todoroki handling multiple beasts by themselves. Their attention was brought to some trees that suddenly fell to the sides. Izuku's grin widened as he laid eyes on a Goliath beast. His body shot straight to the beast's chest. The torrent of power in his veins urged him to take the initiative. Meteor Smash. Ever since he had started his internships with All Might in the fight with Endeavor, his power grew exponentially. As seen as the blow was strong enough to disintegrate the entire upper half of the beast, Izuku dropped down to the cheers of his classmates as they fought with a renewed vigor. A rush of pride entered Aizawa as he saw the forms of his breaking through the forest cover. Each and every one of them looked as if they were a second from passing out. But the fact they were able to make it within the time frame given to them spoke volumes of their prowess. Class 1B had barely reached a third of the way from their starting position. It was a surprise to see Katsuki and Ida leading them. He suddenly became worried when he saw Izuku being supported by Shoto and Kirishima walking in the middle of the pack. It was only when he reached halfway through did he understand that the rest of the students kept him in the middle to protect Izuku, who was the only one having someone supporting them. But what was thoroughly shocking was that some of them were actually having faint outlines of gold, specifically Kaminari, Ida, and Kirishima. Izuku was at the edge of unconsciousness when suddenly the mentioned three came and spoke with him. He saw Izuku nod, and then the traces of gold left them and entered Izuku's frame. Izuku's eyes suddenly gained a glow as if his vitality was restored and wasted no time in catching the falling bodies of his friends. Aizawa knew what happened. He himself had experienced the same thing at USJ. Izuku's ability to empower others at his own expense, supercharging another's quirk and body to levels close to their prime. Izuku had been requested by Recovery Girl to not use that ability until his quirks finally synchronized. He shook his head at his most puzzling protege. He was about to greet them when he was suddenly knocked aside by an excited group of pros. "I can't believe it," exclaimed Mandalay, who calmly walked to Aizawa, whom Tiger was helping up. "These kids managed to tie in with our best time. Even if you're 20 people, the fact you were able to pass Beast Forest in 3 hours speaks volumes of your potential." Everyone broke out into smiles at that. "And to think we'd have the chance to train the cream of the crop. Now that everyone's here, let's introduce ourselves." It was almost instant as the 4 pros suddenly went to a formation and bellowed, "We are the Wild Wild Pussycats." The students were enthralled with the introductions of Ragdoll and Tiger, who explained their individual quirks. It was then their attention was brought to Pixie Bob. "To think you kids were able to beat my Earth Beast so easily," whined Pixie Bob. "And you?" Izuku was surprised when Pixie Bob invaded his personal space. "You were amazing. You were like Kapow. And then you went bam." Izuku's sweat dropped at Pixie Bob's childishness. It was nice to see them so laid back. "I'm marking you right now. You're gonna be mine in 3 years. Izuku's eyes widened at the proclamation and saw that she was being restrained by Momo and Uraraka. "Don't worry about that," sighed Mandalay. "She's just worried about remaining a spinster her entire life." "Spinster? You're not that old, right?" exclaimed Izuku. "I mean, right." Everyone laughed at Pixie Bob's denials, and as they walked to a hall which was lined up with various treats and dishes. "Diggin' kids, this is our treat for you guys who absolutely broke our expectations. Although keep in mind this is just a one-time thing." Everyone tackled the feast with no abandon. The hall was filled with shouts and songs. All in all, it was the picture-perfect victory feast. The Pussycats were hovering around Izuku and his friends as they were the most interesting among the new additions. It was after they all cleaned themselves off at the natural hot springs and changed themselves did they head to the lodgings and finally to the grounds to begin their training. The Pussycats had expected you to be too tired to begin training and wanted to begin tomorrow. Aizawa threw a softball to Shoji and said, "But I say, there's no time like the present." "Shoji, your record at the quirk apprehension test for this was 652.6 meters. Let's see how much it is now." Shoji, while surprised, gave a nod and prepared himself. With a grunt he threw the softball as hard as he could. The softball flew far away until it was away from their eyes. Shoji looked at Aizawa, who showed him the device. 657.8 meters. It was a shock to everyone who had expected a great development in their powers. Aizawa smirked. "It's no surprise here, even though you've been through a lot these past months. Most of your growth was on mental and technical levels." Everyone looked surprised at the given information. "This also means that your quirks haven't been able to keep up with the progress made by your sudden growth, which is where this camp comes in. This camp is to improve your quirks and get you your provisional licenses so that combat the threats looming in the shadows." Aizawa's grin spread and slowly seemed a bit maniacal. "We are gonna push you to the limits. So much so that you'll feel like dying. So, welcome to hell." Izuku groaned as he fought both Kirishima and Ajiro. He was wearing the same protector restraints to help develop his physique. He groaned as he tried to raise his arms to block an overhead strike from Ojiro's tail. He had a total of 8 restraints that wouldn't even let him stand. Only by channeling his power throughout his entire body would it let him move around. And to make matters more difficult, he was to engage in a 3-way fist fight for him to integrate Shimura Nana's fighting style into his own. Shimura Nana's fighting style was a bit similar to his own, but this style was tempered and adjusted by thousands of fights. Small alterations caused the style to be a formidable weapon. Izuku groaned as he felt Kirishima power through his guard. This helped all 3 of them to form a well-suited fighting style. Everyone was training with all they had. The hours passed by until it was 6. The darkness had already set in. It was when they were heading back to the lodge did they meet the class of 1B already in the hall scarfing down food as if their lives depended on it. Everyone was at a stare-off as Class 1A was surprised that they had only reached now, while 1B was silent at the fact that their rivals had already managed to squeeze in training on the very first day. Before a scuffle could emerge, Izuku and Momo went to talk with Kendo, who had knocked out Monoma. While Kirishima went towards Tetsu, soon enough the awkward silence was a thing of the past as everyone interacted with their year mates. The pros had a small smile on their faces as they saw the kids interact with each other. Aizawa was especially happy as he was counting the cash he received from a grumbling Vlad. This generation was gonna be the very best UA would ever produce. The big 3 of this generation were determined in their very first semester. It was also noteworthy that they only separated from each other when it was a team exercise. They went out of their way to interact with their classmates, and their friends reciprocated in kind, not shying away from their help and friendship. It was something he was thankful for. He had found no one in his class unworthy to the title hero, even if he refused it vehemently. He knew that these kids had wormed into his heart, but now there was something he had to do. Tucking away the money into his pocket, he walked towards the students with remedial and mentioned the directions towards their extra classes to be held after they freshened up. Meanwhile, Izuku was focusing his attention on one specific person, the small kid he had seen in the beginning. Mandalay had mentioned that he was her nephew, but for some strange reason, the kid reminded him of someone. He put it to the back of his mind as he felt Katsuki grab him by the scruff of his neck and drag him to where everyone was heading towards, the springs again. After a great many deductions and theories, I have finally formulated a plan to reach my goals. Everyone sighed at Mainta's pigheadedness. They were spared in the noon, mostly because of training. But from sounds coming from the other side, Mainta had already made up his mind. He was going to reach the heavens or die trying. Izuku watched as Ida berate Mainta on his conduct. And Izuku couldn't deny the faintest bit of rage that dwelled at the thought of Mainta having lecherous thoughts about Momo and Uraraka. Izuku was caught by surprise when he saw Ida rush out of the pool. It was then he saw Mainta climb up the wall shouting out their school credo. Izuku was about to summon Enkidu when Koda interfered and pushed Mainta off. Izuku snorted when a naked Mainta crashed into Ida, but it was Koda's scream that caused him to move. Alefe coursed through his veins as he moved with a surreal grace. His mind thought to the accumulated fighting prowess he had inherited from Shimura Nana had given him what he sorely lacked, a fighting style and reflexes honed from countless battles. Yet, his mind could only process a small part of Shimura Nana's entire fighting history. So, even with an accelerated pace, it would take years before he could use it entirely, and his own fighting instincts had to integrate with the accumulated memories. But as he looked at the unconscious form of Koda in his hand, he knew he had other things to worry about. Poor kid must have fallen unconscious from the fall, sighed Mandalay as she put a wet cloth on Koda's forehead. I can't thank you enough for catching him. Pretty good reflexes you have there. Izuku waved away the thanks as he explained, I'm just glad no one got hurt. I guess Koda must have been put on guard duty. I sensed him beforehand, but I didn't think that he'd get caught in the entire thing. If I'd known, I would have handled Mainta alone. There's no need to beat yourself over it. Besides, like you said, everyone's alright, so there's nothing to worry about. It was Pixie Bob who spoke as she entered the room with a tray of tea. Izuku accepted a cup from Pixie Bob as he slowly wrapped himself in a blanket of ether, hiding his partially naked physique from the ladies in the room. Pixie Bob pouted at the loss of eye candy, while Mandalay was surprised at the fine control Izuku possessed. She had read the various reports of what Izuku had involved himself in. He had an impressive repertoire of special moves, and along with his teammates, they've apprehended many villains altogether, the most noticeable being Stain and a special Namu Izuku had fought in the USJ. I know it's not my place to ask, but was one of Koda's parents a hero perchance? Izuku's query brought Mandalay out of her thoughts and she slowly nodded her head. Both his parents were heroes, fine ones at that. Koda looked up to them much like kids his age do. It was no wonder that his world shattered when they fell in duty 2 years ago. Izuku's eyes widened at the words. They died while protecting a group of civilians from a villain. They died an honorable death, giving their lives to save another's. There's no better way for a hero to go, but to Koda, it was anything but that. To him, it was like they left him all alone. When the public sent their condolences and praised them for their deeds as noble and great, he didn't care for any of that. In fact, he grew to hate everything related to a hero. Mandalay watched as Koda's unconscious face contract as if he were having a nightmare. She reached out to grasp him but retracted before making contact. I don't think he likes us much either, but with no other relatives, he cooperates. To him, heroes are people he can't understand. Izuku watched the interaction and let his ether slowly flood the room. Mandalay and Pixie Bob watched as Izuku's hand glowed a bright gold and rested itself on Koda's forehead. Almost instantaneously, Koda's face relaxed. Whether Izuku noticed or not was debatable as his gaze was unfocused as he thought of Koda's views on heroes. To him, it was a foreign thing. Heroes were people who risked their lives so others don't have to. They were people who gave their lives away for upholding one thing, an ideal shared by no one. To save everyone. Izuku could feel a hand rest on his shoulder. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. He had never expected Shimura Nana to play such an important role in his life. Reliving her battles, her training, it forged a bond that went beyond logic and reason. Yet, he couldn't help but feel he was stealing something from All Might. Shimura Nana was never waiting for him but was, in fact, waiting for his sensei to give him the gift he received. The entirety of Shimura Nana's fighting skills, her tactics, her fruits of labor, just so that All Might would never have to waste time learning them, so that he could hone other skills, so that Di didn't need to make the sacrifices she had to make, so that he could defeat All for One and live his life to the fullest. To have a child that needn't fear of the demon in the shadows, he wanted to tell Toshinori-sensei, to cry at snatching away something so precious. But he remembered his sensei's face as he expressed his joy at the fact that Izuku would learn from Shimura Nana. He wiped away some stray tears and gave a small smile to the ladies and walked out of the door, towards his own room. The ether died from his frame as he reached his wardrobe. Quickly changing, he laid on the bed. He vowed to repay his sensei. With the help of Izuku's 2 medical teachers, the doctor and recovery girl, he would cure his sensei of his ailment and let him live his life to the fullest. And Izuku himself would bear the burden of number 1 just so his sensei could finally take it easy. Class 1B gazed upon the training grounds, which had patches of it covered with different equipment for each individual power. But as they saw the entire thing, it resembled a scene from hell. They watched as their yearmates duke it out with each other. Massive explosions ripped through the sky, screams echoed from the darkest caves, and then their eyes went to a fight between Izuku and Tiger. The very earth rippled with each step Izuku took. Each strike from Izuku wobbled as if they were under strenuous weight. But the speed at which they fought brought many to gulp. Tiger grinned as he fought the child. No, the man in front of him. Even when weighed down by the protector restraints, he was able to go head to toe with him. Each strike from the child was getting better. With each and every hit, Izuku's skills were slowly being honed. They had been at it for an hour. Yet Izuku wasn't done. Tiger extended his fist at breakneck speeds at Izuku's head, who dodged it by a hair's breadth. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku's fist blurred as he went for a body blow. Tiger folded his body together to dodge the blow. The accompanying wall of wind didn't surprise him anymore as he landed on his feet for the umpteenth time since the fight began. Tiger suddenly saw the audience and signaled Izuku to stop. Izuku looked around and gave a nod as he wobbled away towards Takoyami for a session with him. As Tiger gazed upon the disappearing figure of Izuku, he looked at the newest recruits and gave them a bloodthirsty grin. Izuku walked over to the mouth of the cave, which was guarded by Aizawa and Pixie Bob. Takoyami was training to control the more powerful forms of Dark Shadow. Izuku wanted to train with Takoyami such that he could further refine the control of his divine construct creation. It had been Aizawa-sensei to suggest it. The entire camp was for them to strengthen their quirks, pushing beyond their limits and growing stronger to fight threats that were prepared to claim their lives. So what better way than to break limits than testing the malleability of their quirks, using them in ways they had never thought before? Under the guidance of All Might and Gran Torino, he and his teammates had already undergone quirk enhancement training. They had been given a strict regime to follow, while simultaneously figuring out different ways to use their quirks. Bakugo had already gone to create an all-new close-range combat style, which had strikes powered by his explosions to land devastating strikes, while Shadow went with a similar path like Izuku and focused on creating constructs such as spears and shields to aid him in combat. Izuku, on the other hand, wanted to mimic Dark Shadow. He had already understood the process of shape creation with his various constructs. And then were creations such as Roeas, which were imbued with concepts, a conceptualized weapon. Now, he wanted to take them to their utmost limits, to create an entity similar to Dark Shadow. His interest was piqued when he had fought Pixie Bob's earthen beasts. He immediately asked for help to develop his own variation of beasts. Pixie Bob had mentioned that her beasts were different from Dark Shadow as they weren't made from a form of energy, but were merely puppets that she could control remotely. She had explained the various processes she used for the creation. Izuku was grateful for all the help she provided. Izuku would have had to spend years to create such a beast, as he would have had to be self-taught, but with Pixie Bob, he would be able to accelerate his training. Takoyami finally exited the cave, sweat dripping from his body almost as though he ran a marathon. Aizawa-sensei spoke to him in soft tones before finally dragging Pixie Bob away as they left to help others with improving their quirks. It wasn't the first time Izuku had spent time with Takoyami. He was always fascinated by Dark Shadow, a spiritual entity that coexisted with Takoyami that allowed him to combat enemies. He also found a lot about Takoyami himself. But the most interesting thing about him was his belief in fate or destiny. He was hesitant at first, but he gradually warmed up to Izuku. Slowly but surely, they were found having multiple debates on their own views of something. Takoyami watched as Izuku's ether slowly dominate the area. It never failed to surprise him. Izuku was the same age as him, yet his power was leagues ahead of him. It was only after seeing many fights that Izuku fought did he understand something. Izuku was born to fight. Not many could see it, but he could. It wasn't that Izuku was born brave or born strong, but he was born to fight, and it'll be tested. This cosmic metal of his, he will face countless trials and be broken and damaged in countless ways. To Takoyami, it was a miserable existence, a pawn of fate, of destiny. Yet, what he saw when Izuku stood utterly alone against the tyrannous might of the Goliath, he couldn't help but bow his head when he felt the energy that erupted from the depths of Izuku's soul. Unlike the others, his quirk allowed him to manifest Dark Shadow, but it also allowed him to be in touch with the dark energy his quirk was bathed in. Hence, he had been mere seconds from turning back and rescuing Izuku from the robot. But then the most breathtaking event in his life occurred. A symphony of lights, birthed from the planet itself, covered Izuku from head to toe, healing all his wounds and bestowing him the most beautiful illusion, one that is most noble and sacred. The pure energy, the celestial force of the planet woke from his slumber at the call of her most favorite child. Takoyami could still feel the torrent of energy that washed over him as he watched the motes of light rush over to Izuku. It was then he understood that their powers were so similar yet so different. One was the embodiment of light, blessed by the heavens to wield the power of the universe, and himself, blessed by the darkness to protect the light. He knew of the violent powers that existed in both their bodies, heavily chained by their iron wills. He had seen how powerful Dark Shadow was, and will be in the embrace of the night. So, possessing an iron will was a prerequisite to him. He watched as Izuku formed a vague body of a beast. Dark Shadow floated around Izuku, an excited expression on his face. Takoyami watched on as the golden energy warped in itself, attempting to be born into the world. Yet, much like the previous times, the ether dispersed into the world, wisps of it slowly fleeting into the sky. Dark Shadow let out a whine of disappointment, but was immediately quick to wish Izuku more encouragement on his quest for a battle partner much like himself. Takoyami passed a bottle of water to Izuku as he sat beside him. The glow of ether never left Izuku's frame, working tirelessly to relieve the pain from Izuku's body. "I still can't do it," groaned Izuku. "It's just too hard to create this complex of a construct." Izuku emptied the bottle and placed it on the ground beside him. All this time Takoyami remained silent. Takoyami was one who could understand the deeper meanings behind his quirk. Takoyami, much like Izuku, was always in contact with the foreign energy granting Dark Shadow life. But he had never been able to create other such constructs like Izuku, nor was he capable yet of expending the energy in blasts or by augmentation of his body. "Give it time, you shouldn't tear yourself apart." Takoyami gave a sideways look to Izuku, who stared at him with wide eyes. "All of us here will be there to help you fight against the evil contaminating the world. There's no need for you to take this burden alone." Izuku gave a smile to Takoyami, yet it didn't fully reach his eyes. Izuku changed topics to Takoyami himself, asking about how his quest to gain control of Dark Shadow's higher abilities were working out. Both of them slowly turned back to their training. Takoyami had requested that Izuku to not venture into the cave while he was training. Izuku had gone towards the beast forest where he laid against the trunk of a tree. He stared at the sky, an empty look in his eyes. "There's no need for you to take this burden alone." Takoyami's words resonated in his mind. Izuku knew that those words were meant to quell his desire to get stronger. But none of them knew about All for One, a tyrant who controls the vast darkness of the world. Izuku had gained first-hand experience from his predecessor of the strength All for One possessed. From shrugging off blows that carried kilotons of force, to changing landscapes to his whim, All for One was a monster in every sense of the word. As OFA's successor, he had to be strong enough to defeat All for One. He couldn't let anyone else interfere. He had seen the countless heroes losing their lives to a casual strike from that monster. Heroes whose names struck fear in the hearts of villains were mere ants to the tyrannical might of All for One. This caused Izuku to promise himself to never let anyone else get involved in the battle against All for One. OFA had given him the accumulation of power from 8 generations with the hope that this power would defeat All for One. Izuku was brought out his thoughts as he felt Aizawa-sensei and the other pros enter his bounded field's sensory range. He knew what was next. Ever since the fight against the Goliath, he had never been able to summon that sword. He could sense it as clear as day, but it was always a step away from his grasp, as if telling him that he wasn't ready yet, so he had requested Aizawa for help. Aizawa, true to his word, had brought Ragdoll and Pixie Bob to help him. As they entered the beast forest together, Izuku steeled himself for the upcoming battle. Now everyone, it's chow time, but if you want to eat, you gotta cook it yourselves. The groans of the students caused Mandalay and the others to laugh. Of course, they'd passed through the same torture, so they could understand what they're going through. Slowly, the students gathered the utensils and started their quest for cooking their dinner. Among them, Sato, Izuku, and Momo were feeling as if they were at home with themselves. Their cooking prowess garnered much attention and joy. Soon enough, the students were chowing down with reckless abandon. Izuku laughed as Siro was beaten down by Gyro for a bad joke. Yet his eyes followed the figure of a boy going farther away from them. Soon enough, night had fallen and the campfires were put out as the students returned to the comfort of the lodge. Yet, Izuku silently went to the kitchen and took a small container filled beforehand with the leftovers of the day's dinner and slowly walked towards where he could feel the presence of Koda. He found himself on top of a hill with an ample plain that overlooked the entire forest. He had put off meeting Koda for a while, mostly because he had no idea how to actually interact with him. He had long since found out about his identity and past, but he couldn't relate to him. For Izuku, who had grown up with endless love showered upon him by his mother, the respect and admiration from his peers, he had nothing in common with Koda. But Izuku couldn't sit still watching a soul suffer alone. It might be because of OFA, but he finally had a dream. To others it would be ridiculous, but for him, it was everything. A dream that was trained by the heart alone, the strongest fantasy, to save everyone. Izuku felt this was his inheritance, a successor to a dream that was shared by every one of his predecessors. And today, as he fought against the army of rock golems, he found a way to reach Koda's heart. He gazed at the exhausted figure of Koda, who rested against a rock. "You'll catch a cold if you sit here without a blanket." Izuku's voice was gentle as it carried over to a startled Koda, whose face shifted to one of anger. "Why are you here? How did you find me?" Izuku stopped in his tracks. He slowly took a step forward and raised the bento in his hands. "I thought you might be hungry." Izuku was as careful as he could be. He knew that if he scared Koda, he would never open up to him. "I don't want your food," sneered Koda, "and stay away from here. This my secret base." Contrary to Koda's expectations, Izuku merely smiled and looked around the place. His eyes slowly returned to Koda. Izuku understood what Koda meant. For him, this place was a sanctuary and gave him peace and strength. Izuku sat down on the ground and watched Koda's body tense up. "I know that you feel it's none of my business, but I'd like to talk." Koda ground his teeth as he stared at the hero in front of him. With a small twitch of Izuku's fingers, the bento floated towards Koda. Soon it landed right in front of him. Koda's eyes darkened at the display. "All of you are the same." Izuku's eyebrows raised at that, "flaunting your power, calling yourselves heroes or villains, and then just going around killing each other. All you do is brag about your quirks. All of you are just idiots." Izuku watched as Koda's body shivered in frustration at how he actually despised the very foundation of heroes and villains. It was heartbreaking for a child no older than 5 to have this much anger and rage. And the more Izuku stared at the eyes of Koda, which were ablaze with hatred, his fists clenched. Everyone views quirks differently. There are many who wished for these gifts to have never existed. There are others who praised them as the saving grace of the world. Among all of these views, none of them are absolute. Midway through, Izuku stood up and looked at Koda with his golden eyes shifting through a turbulent wave of emotion. "But if you keep rejecting everything, all you're gonna do is hurt yourself, and I'm pretty sure that's not what your parents would have wanted." Koda stiffened at the mention of his parents and spoke in a low voice. "You don't even know who my parents were." Izuku watched as Koda's eyes channel his entire hatred towards him, but it was useless as he continued to speak. "I know who they were, Koda-kun. Water Hose, a team of great heroes who laid down their lives to protect a group of civilians from a villain. And I know that they hoped that you would also be safe." Izuku was stopped halfway through as he had to dodge a torrent of water that rushed to him. He watched as Koda breathed in with almost palpable rage. "Hoped that I would be safe. Great heroes." Koda's voice cracked. It was barely a whisper. "And look at where that got them. Ashes in the wind. That's what." Izuku bit back a retort when he saw the tear-filled eyes of Koda. "Instead of fighting these villains, they should have survived and been here with me." Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine as an image of his mother overlapped Koda's frame, with the same tear stains in their eyes. "I never asked them to be heroes. All I wanted were my parents at home, taking me to school, teaching me how to ride a bike, having picnics. I wanted us to be normal." Izuku had to strain his ears to hear the words that came from Koda's mouth. There were many things Izuku wanted to say, words that were filled with logic and facts, but, staring at the tear-filled eyes of this child, those words never left his tongue. After a moment, he conjured a blanket made of ether which immediately wrapped itself around Kota. The purity of the energy released by the blanket caused Kota to lessen his anger. His hands, which were raised to remove the blanket, slowly fell to the sides. Izuku at that moment had closed the gap between them and hugged Kota's figure to his chest. He could feel Kota stiffen in his arms, but the ether slowly started to lull him to sleep. "Those words you spoke, they're something no kid should ever have to say." Kota struggled against the warmth that broke down his defenses and tried to shut away from the words Izuku said, but it was useless. "I can tell you that they were great heroes, but they were even greater people because they were selfless and gave their lives so that others could live on. And you, Kota, are the son of those two heroes. You are their last gift to this world, the inheritor of their power, of their dreams. And I assure you, while they were fighting against each and every villain, their sole thought would have been of you, to make a better world for you, because that's what heroes are for." Izuku watched as a stream of tears left Kota's eyes before he finally fell asleep. Izuku wiped away the tears on Kota's face and carried him to the cabin and handed him over to a stunned Mandalay. Izuku paid no heed to that as he exited the cabin and shot towards the sky. He broke through the clouds and gazed at the full moon that showered him in light. He took a deep breath but let out a choked sob as he remembered the image of his mother, with tears in her eyes, and hugging him as if otherwise he would vanish into the mist. "Mom." He stayed for the better part of an hour before he silently descended onto the window of his room and tumbled onto his bed, his mind finally resting after the day he had. The next morning came, and with it, the training camp continued to go full swing. The students who had reached a bottleneck slowly broke through, and others were perfecting their abilities to a higher level. Their routine training had allowed them to shed their weaknesses and come out stronger. Kirishima and Sato roared as they traded blows with Izuku. Ajiro took the initiative and whipped his tail at Izuku, who was in a deadlock. Izuku grunted before releasing a burst of energy to overpower the deadlock, causing the tail to miss him by an inch. But, without a moment's respite, Ajiro swung his leg towards Izuku's head. Izuku's arms shot to a guard which successfully blocked the blow. Izuku's arms caught the leg before Ajiro could retract it, and with a bellow, he threw Ajiro towards Kirishima, who tumbled under their combined weights. Izuku let out a breath but suddenly heard the wind splitting as a first cut through it. Izuku's frame burst with power as he caught Sato's full-powered punch by the wrist. His grip never let up as he landed a body blow onto Sato that caused him to go to the knees. Izuku let out a breath as he finally sat on the earth. They had been at it for an hour. In the beginning, it was him who'd ritually be beaten into the ground, but now after a whole 2 weeks, he had finally gained the upper hand. He looked to the others. Much like him, Todoroki and Bakugo were also placed with handicaps and were made to fight. Kaminari and Takoyami had also become much more proficient in their own fighting styles. Kaminari was able to limit his total output considerably, giving him 3 shots before short-circuiting, as well as developing a close-quarters combat strategy. Takoyami had been taken out of his comfort zone and made to fight in close quarters with people. But now, there was an undeniable confidence in their steps. While they weren't the best, they were certainly better than most. Izuku had been put through the ringer as his ability not only gave him a heightened physique, he was a jack of all trades. And so, Aizawa had made Izuku go through every possible combat situation possible. Izuku had been restricted to certain aspects of his quirk, some situations involving no use of his majestic attire, others where he wasn't allowed any construct creation, and in some, he was made to use only his body to survive. He had it tough, but Aizawa had no reservations in slowly bringing others to these combat training. The first was Bakugo, then Todoroki, and then Kirishima, Kaminari, and Takoyami joined together. On the other hand, Mandalay had taken over the girls' training, and with the help of Pixie Bob's earthen beasts made them improve greatly. Along the way, the camaraderie between the two classes improved beyond expectations. It became a ritual to hold games in the night. Slowly there was an unbreakable friendship between the classes. Izuku rested his head against a tree as he waited for Pixie Bob and Mandalay to reach. He had to hold back on his destructive abilities along with Todoroki and surprisingly Bakugo. Bakugo had finally broken through his bottleneck and exuded an aura of destruction. His damage output was now on the same league as that of Todoroki when using his flames. The sudden jump was mainly due to Bakugo's obsession with absolute control over his quirk. He was capable of unleashing 7-8 high-end explosions capable of destroying Mandalay's earthen beasts in one go. Each day one of them would go to the forest of beats and let loose, and under the supervision of the pros, they grew stronger and stronger. Izuku's eyes watched as the 2 members of the Pussycats reached along with Kota. He smiled at the child who only huffed in response, but one could see the corners of the lips were tilted up. Izuku lightly laughed at that. He hadn't fully got through to Kota, but nowadays Kota would be willing to spend some time with him. He was sure that by the end of the training camp he'll get through to Kota. He sighed at the thought of the camp ending. The past 2 weeks were the most practice he had been able to get all year, and after another week, he'll be stuck with classes and other stuff. Other than trying to construct a battle partner, Izuku solely focused on refining his already existing abilities and powers. Shimura Nana's inheritance had pushed him to new heights. His mind had experienced countless battles, ingrained with countless tactics, imbued with conviction. He could never repay this gift. At the same time, his ideal became his obsession. He could feel the slow turning of gears. He was wholly prepared to pursue his inherited dream. Izuku walked into the forest of beasts, his arm extended to the side. After a minute or so, an assembly of lights sprung from the planet. In the middle of the forest, Izuku was the lone soul in it. The motes of light seeped into his body, rejuvenating it. Much like his mother's embrace, he could feel the comfort and trust in each speck of light. He looked to his hand, and it was a sword, one that was so very different from the ones he could make. This sword was a gift. As strange as it sounded, he knew that it wasn't something that could have created by him. At least not yet. It was made entirely of light, but its edge was sharper than anything he had ever seen. A beast entered his view. With a roar, it shot towards him. Izuku stood his ground, slowly tensing his arms and legs. Ether flowed unrestrained throughout his frame. The beast was a scant few feet away, and that was when he moved. There was a flash of gold that came with his signature high-speed movement skill. Ether burst allowed him to increase his speed at an almost explosive level. The sword in his arms sliced through beast without an indication of resistance. It was no exaggeration in saying that his strength was jaw-dropping, and with the experience of a hero in his head, there was one word that could explain Izuku's battle power: monstrous. His powers really did not befit his age. In fact, it was solely because of All Might and the backing of the UA that he was able to walk around without any restriction. He knew that without them, he would be heavily monitored and restricted. It was a common thing, where people with this much strength were always under the scrutiny of higher powers. But it was due to his sensei's overwhelming power and charisma that he was able to be so free. The same carried to his teammates. The three of them in terms of pure power were superior to many of the pros. His movements were precise, and it almost felt like he was a natural with a sword. He weaved through attacks, and every brandishing of sword caused many a beast to fall. It was surprising to Izuku at first. He had never held a European sword before. He was overly familiar with kendo and martial arts due to the many classes he attended from when he was 6. Before he joined the UA, he was considered a battle genius in many dojos. But the moment he held this sword, it felt like it was a part of him. The only reason he restricted its use was because of its overwhelming power. Each strike carried an explosive amount of power, and when used in tandem with his ether, it was a weapon that could bring harm to the gods. A weapon that once unsheathed would bring about absolute victory. This was his final trump card, a sword that promised victory. Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts when Pixie Bob glomped him. He finally registered the chopped-up beasts around him. This was the power of this sword. Even without the application of its ultimate attack, there were few who could resist its might. Izuku let out a smile and let the sword vanish back into the earth. The motes of light swirling around him was a sight that caused the two ladies to blush a pretty pink. It was a sight that was worthy of being painted. As Koda watched as the motes playfully float towards him, he extended his arm to catch them, but they spun around and played around him. A warmth spread to his entire body. It was a feeling that he was unaccustomed to, yet it was so familiar to him. His eyes shimmered with tears. The lights danced in a symphony, showing him a memory, something he thought he had long forgotten. Koda laughed as he felt his mother tickle his tummy. He could see the purest of smiles on his mother's face. His father let out a grand peal of laughter as he tackled both of them into the bed with a bear hug. He could feel the happiness of this moment. He relived this happiness. Both of his parents looked at him, their smiles full of warmth, full of love for him. His eyes were wet with tears as they slowly spilled down his face. His mother gently cupped his face and wiped his tears away, and looked at him. He was surprised at the tears glistening in her eyes, but for some strange reason, he understood. His mother's lips moved, and his eyes widened at the words, and the tears flowed again. But he wiped them away and nodded his head. His mother kissed his forehead and hugged him to her chest. He felt another pair of arms hug him and knew without a doubt that it was his father. Koda's frame shook with sobs. He was happy. Happy to feel this warmth, happy that he remembered this love. Their figures slowly broke into the motes of light and entered his body. This warmth would never leave him. This love that transcended beyond life and death. Izuku watched as the motes of light seep into Koda's body. This was why he understood that this sword was special. It was the ability of it to connect hearts, bringing out everything that was good and letting it spread throughout the soul. This was why he was scared of it, an ability that didn't stem from any desire of hatred. It was wholly pure, but it was imbued to a weapon, a sword. A blade only had one purpose, but as he watched the smile of Koda's face, he knew, deep down, it was worth it. He moved forward and lifted Koda onto his shoulders. The peal of laughter surprised Mandalay and Pixie Bob once again. They had long since become used to the cold and detached Koda, yet for the past week, they saw the changes in him. They would catch him smiling. He became kinder, more happier. Mandalay had no idea whether to be happy or scared. On one hand, Koda had finally started to open up to them, but on the other, there was a child who was capable of swaying hearts left and right. She knew that if he were a few years older, Pixie Bob would never let a single girl near him. It was the first time she had been like this. It was only the assurance of Ragdoll that allowed her to trust Izuku. Izuku brought Koda to the lodge where he ran towards Ragdoll to help with shifting the food from the pantry. Izuku was about to help them when something caught his eye. His eyes saddened at the sight. There, far off from the rest of them, was Momo, looking at him with a rather sad expression. His heart shook at the scene. A burst of ether escaped his feet and carried him towards Momo in a single go. Izuku stood in front of Momo. Both their eyes stared at each other. Momo was startled at the closeness but made no effort to move. Izuku understood why she was sad. He could count with one hand the number of times they had actually spent time with each other. Izuku had ignored his friends as he dove into his training. And watching the rather fragile look on Momo's face, he felt as if he were a villain. "I'm sorry," Izuku wiped away the tears streaming down her face. "I'm at fault for ignoring everyone. It's just that I have to get stronger. There's so many villains and too many crimes that happen. And I want to be helpful and I just..." Izuku was stopped when Momo placed a finger on his lips. Izuku subconsciously registered the softness of her skin. He looked into her eyes, which slowly filled with mirth. A healthy blush covered her face as she giggled at his rather red face. Izuku faintly noticed that he liked her laugh. "I know you want to get stronger, Izuku." Momo slowly let her finger fall from his lips and slowly took one of his arms. "I know there's a lot of things going on in your life right now, but I want you to rely on us as well. Don't get swept away by this monotonous life of training. Talk to us. We miss you." Izuku felt like he kicked a puppy after that. He had never been more than a few feet apart from his friends till the stain incident. Yet, after that, he had slowly pushed them away. Their interactions were limited, and he understood that it was disheartening for them. Izuku was also very aware of what Momo and Ochako meant to him. He had been aware of it ever since the integration of the accumulated memories. Izuku's abilities were a world apart than before. His sensing abilities had to be deliberately locked down to a smaller radius because of the amount of data his mind had to process was sky high. He could feel the happiness overflowing whenever he was in their company. It was also why he made space. A selfish part of him couldn't afford any distractions. With the looming threat of all for one, he poured his all into training. He had promised himself to confess his feelings on a later date when there was no threat to his loved ones, when he was powerful enough to not worry about any danger. He was a bit concerned about how they would take it. While polygamy wasn't common, a majority of harems were found when people were born with certain quirks that emphasized on the more sexual part of their lives. In fact, some pros had multiple wives, and as long as both parties were willing, there were no drawbacks to their lives. But, for Izuku, he was unsure whether they would agree to it or not, and he was at a loss on what to do. They were one of his most precious people. He remembered the pure rage that flowed through him during the USJ. The bruises on their bodies, the dried-up blood, and their weakened auras had caused him to pour out everything he had. It didn't take a genius to understand what that meant. But he couldn't bring himself to focus on that part of his life. Right now, if he brought any one of them into his life, they might become targets for all for one. His very own house was continuously monitored by a group of elites to ward off any villains who'd attempt to kidnap his mother. It was a security concern that was managed by his sensei himself, just so that Izuku could gain peace of mind. All of this fueled Izuku's desire to get stronger, to finally repay everyone for their kindness, for not taking advantage of him, for nurturing him. Maybe after all of that, he could focus on himself and carry out Shimura Nana's dream himself. Izuku shook his head as he tightened his grip on Momo's hand and walked towards where their friends were. The entire field lit up in a golden glow as Izuku unrestrainedly channeled ether to the surroundings, empowering everyone in the radius. Soon enough, war cries were heard as everyone dropped their training and went for a free-for-all competition. The sound of laughter was high in the air, and it was hours later did the cheer finally die down. Soon enough, everyone was in the cabin with high spirits, and one could even spot Aizawa nursing a drink with a small smile on his face. "It's sickening. A dark cloaked figure, to think that they sent us to take care of a bunch of kids. Shut it, compress. The head honcho would obviously have his reasons sending us in." The figure carried a large set of blades that was bound with cloth. "Tomorrow ... they'll find out that how fragile this piece of theirs really is." A blue flame lit up in his arms. "Then this entire world will face reform, and the word hero will be cleansed once more. Now, kiddas, today marks the beginning of the last week of your training camp." Pixie Bob was all smiles when she spoke, but there was rather a melancholy when one looked at her face. "It's hard to think that you guys were those small brats that came to us at the beginning of the month." The students themselves were holding back their sadness. Each and every one of them were thankful for the 2 weeks these pros dedicated for them. They were all leagues ahead of their past selves. One could see the confidence in their very bones. Their bodies were covered in grime. Yet the entire students together formed an unshakable aura of power. None were more surprised than the pros themselves. Within the span of 2 weeks they had reconstructed themselves into hardened fighters. The daily spars and contests had shown a remarkable change in their souls. So, today we're gonna do something special. We're gonna have a test of courage, where the two classes will face off against each other in the forest in an attempt to test each other's nerves of steel. The winner, of course, gets bragging rights for the whole year. Monoma and Kirishima wasted no time in shouting out their intentions of winning the entire event. But a few capturing tapes later, both of them along with the 4 other students were instructed to accompany him for the final week of classes, which unfortunately would cut into their fun time. The students continued their training with a renewed vigor, and soon after the stars once again shone in the night sky. Class 1B was the first to enter. They were well prepared in their tactics, and there were quite a few screams from Class 1A. Izuku sadly got the shorter end of the stick and was forced to have no one as a partner. But luckily Kota had expressed his interest in the game and tagged up with Izuku. The entirety of Class 1A had gone in except for Ada, Minta, Ajiro, Kota and finally Izuku and Kota, yet none of them were prepared for the next set of events. The burning smell that wafted through the air was the first sign that something had gone wrong. Izuku's mind was inexplicably blank as his ethos-bounded field suddenly burst into being. Izuku's eyes widened as he shot a line of ether towards Pixie Bob. But his reaction was a split second late. Izuku watched as Pixie Bob get knocked out with a bang. A chill swept throughout his body. He grabbed Kota's hand and pushed him behind. His body lit up as his majestic attire burst to life. He could sense the villains in the area. There were at least 6 of them nearby, and the auras of many of his classmates were horrifyingly low. His majestic attire was because he could feel the concentration of darkness in each of the villains, and among them, 3 had auras of absolute darkness. It felt like it was staring into an abyss. Get everyone going, Midoriya. Keep them safe. And do not engage in combat. The villains, Magni and Spinner, had just introduced themselves, and immediately after Mandalay's shouts reached everyone's heads as her quirk activated, Izuku's body stiffened under the command. But he didn't fall back. Ada, take Kota and the others. Run along the path where we came from, there's no one blocking it. Mandalay tells Sensei to head into the woods as soon as possible. There's a lot of our classmates in danger. Make sure he gets them to safety. Ada's and Mandalay's face was covered in shock as Izuku ignored a pro's order and instead gave out commands of his own. Mandalay's face turned ugly, but before she could reprimand him, Spinner took the initiative. She tried to block the attack but was surprised to see it getting intercepted by a barrage of golden swords. Mandalay, there are at least 6 villains here. You need to trust us. Me, Katsuki, and Shoto are your best deterrents against a battle of power, and there are 3 villains that are more powerful than any of the others. And one of them is behind Magni. Almost as soon as he said those words, a bone-chilling laugh echoed in the area. The figure discarded his cloak and a writhing mass of muscles were shown under the moonlight. The remaining Pussycats and Kota immediately registered who the villain was. There was a heaviness in their chests as if they were weighed down by an invisible force. The villain shot towards the downed heroes while a fist pulled back. Izuku's ether reacted immediately and countered the pressure, and with a burst, Izuku let loose his most powerful physical blow. Meteor Smash. The villain was unprepared for the sudden counter from Izuku and was unprepared for the overwhelming power of the punch, which sent him crashing into a tree. Ada, run now. Get them to safety and stay safe. Izuku let loose a roar as he rushed towards the downed villain, who was no longer laughing. Instead, all the muscle fibers exploded outwards and covered his body. This time the clash caused a wave of wind to originate. That was a good punch, kid. Muscular's face was twisted into a bloodthirsty smile. I'm gonna enjoy breaking you, before handing you over to the head honcho. Izuku's eyes widened when the villain grabbed his arm and threw him deeper into the forest, breaking a dozen trees with his own body. Mandalay cursed herself at stalling, but she couldn't deny the truth in Izuku's words. Against villains of Muscular's caliber, they were utterly useless. Their only hope was Pixie Bob, who was unconscious, and then the 3 students who could go toe-to-toe with her. Mandalay couldn't believe the risk she was taking. Ada, go listen to Izuku. At this stage, we can only hope for help to arrive. Ada spared a final glance at the direction where Izuku and Muscular went off to, before grabbing Kota and running away. The others soon following. Mandalay exchanged blows with Spinner, while Tiger kept Magni on the defensive. Izuku's entire body shook as he clashed again with Muscular. He knew what did was stupid. Facing off a villain of Muscular's caliber was synonymous with suicide. But he had no other choice. The pros other than Aizawa-sensei could never hope to restrain him. Muscular was nothing short of a demon, and against a 3-on-3 fight, the remaining Pussycats and Izuku would be too overwhelmed. That was why Izuku decided to take Muscular to a secluded place. Izuku's plan was simple: get all of Muscular's attention on him and run directly to camp and intercept Aizawa-sensei. Currently, all he had to do was keep Muscular occupied until he could sense Aizawa-sensei nearby. He was stretching his mental abilities to the thinnest, readying himself to escape at a tip of the hat. But Muscular was not making it easy. Each strike was vicious, each one carried an intent to kill or at least to cripple. Izuku was pushing his body to the limit. OFA and ether flooded his veins till each strike was capable of breaking down mountains. Muscular was laughing the entire time. Every strike was accompanied by a flurry of curses, each one of them goading him to get stronger and stronger, else he would rampage through the forest killing anyone he saw. He couldn't feel the presence of Aizawa-sensei, and his entire plan revolved around Aizawa-sensei and his quirk. This is amazing. Muscular was roaring with battle lust as he fought Izuku. He was giving it his all, and this kid ... I know this warrior was giving as good as he got. The blood in his veins was flowing with adrenaline. This was what he signed up for. To be able to fight unrestrained, to hold nothing back. Midoriya, you're amazing. You piece of shit. I can't wait till I beat you. This is the best fight I've had in my entire life. You better not lose anytime soon. I want to enjoy this as much as possible. Izuku could feel his bones grind against each other. Each and every strike was like a double-edged blade. His ether was healing his muscles and bones faster and faster. Each strike was causing him to lose the feeling in his arms. This monster in front of him refused to leave him even a second of breathing space, forcing him to fight in close quarters the entire time. Izuku was restricted from using any of OE attacks due to the forest, and the ill chance of him accidentally striking someone who may have escaped his sense of perception. But there was also the fact he actually couldn't gather the time to actually unleash such an attack. Each and every second was filled the earth-shattering sounds of fists colliding and the roars of the two combatants. Izuku's heart was beating a mile a minute. There was no way for him to continue such a high-level battle for more than a few more minutes. The only glad thing was that the aura of his classmates had stabilized. He prayed to every deity that they could weather this storm. Izuku sensed his reserves of ether declining at an inconceivable rate. His bones and muscles were breaking apart and snapping back together almost instantaneously. His roars were a mix of pain and adrenaline. The ether was no longer contained by his mind. Each drop of it was squeezed to every nook and corner of his body, slowly mixing in with his majestic attire. While the healing was negating any drop in his battle power, the echoes of pain were slowly becoming unbearable. He knew he had no scope of winning in this fight. All he could do was hold on. It was only when he felt a second presence of evil did he realize he'd been duped. Izuku swerved past one of Muscular's punches and prepared himself for an escape until he heard the telltale cries of Koda. He looked to see a man with a patchwork face holding Koda by the neck. Izuku had to restrain himself when he saw the bruises that littered Koda's frame. An oppressive aura descended onto the field. At its origin stood Izuku. Golden wisps of energy escaped his body. To anyone, it was clear that Izuku resembled more of an angry god than a man. TCH, don't get cocky, kid. Make one move and we'll see how fast this kid can turn to ashes. With that, he tightened his grip around the back of Koda's neck, causing a whimper to escape his lips. Muscular looked at the man with a sneer on his face. Oi Dabai, what's the big deal? I thought this was my target until you finished up all the other pests. It was easy for anyone to see that there was no camaraderie between the two of them. Yet Izuku noticed none of that as he formulated as many plans as he could to escape the current situation. He was worried about Ida and the others. He didn't know whether or not they were all right. Moreover, he was worried about Koda. With a single look, Izuku understood that Koda was roughened up much worse than he let on. Looking between the two villains, Izuku was at a loss on what to do. Keep it quiet, you muscle-brained idiot. This kid isn't some toy you can break and throw away. We have special instructions to make sure he was brought back in one piece. Dabai glared at the frame of Muscular. Izuku at the same time was cursing his luck at the situation. Muscular, on the other hand, was angry. This was the first fight where he could let loose. This kid was the best opponent he faced in his entire life. He walked towards Dabai, whose eyes never left Izuku's frame. Look here, Midoriya. All you have to do is accompany us towards where Shigaraki is staying. We assure you, the moment you give yourself up, we'll retract all our forces and we'll free this brat. Izuku's mind slowly thought about what Dabai said. In a position like this, there was no way for him to gain victory over the two of these villains. He was about to speak when he suddenly heard Muscular again. Oi, back off, Pipsqueak. I'm not done with the brat yet. And until our fight is over, you gonna stay the fuck away. Muscular grabbed Dabai's head and started to squeeze. Dabai's eyes widened, but it was useless as his head burst like a bubble and his body returned to mud. Muscular wiped the remaining mud away from his hand and looked at a shell-shocked Izuku. He snorted before looking at the kid that scurried away from him towards Izuku. Muscular raised his arm to catch the brat but was suddenly caught off guard by a blast of gold. He saw that the kid had actually blasted him, show that the horned brat could reach. Why did you kill your teammate just so you could continue to fight with me? Izuku's ether was already healing the various injuries present in Koda's body. Sparing no expense, he flooded the small body with ether, allowing a peaceful smile to rest on Koda's, which heavily contrasted with the tear-filled eyes. His mind slowly registering the dullness of his ether, he bit his lip as his body began to feel sluggish. "Ha, you think that zombie would die that easily? He's one of the strongest bastards on the team. I just didn't want him to spoil our fun. The only way you're getting out of here is over my dead body." Muscular's words caused a shiver to run down his spine. Izuku watched as Muscular dip his hands into his pockets and pull out a blackened eye. "Playtime's over. We're against the clock, so I'm gonna get serious now." Izuku's eyes widened as the aura around Muscular suddenly changed. No longer was it a raging wildfire. Instead, it was like a still lake. Izuku's body broke into a cold sweat. This time Muscular was 100 times more dangerous than before. He'd seen the same expression on Katsuki. This was the look of a man who'd caused the devil to take a step back. "Kota. Run as far as you can away from here. Get Izawa sensei to come. No matter what happens, don't stay here." Izuku didn't wait for a response as he saw Muscular rush at him with an insane level of speed. Izuku flooded his limbs to the uppermost limits of his power. He could hear the grating of the bones against one another. Each movement was placing more of a burden on his already failing healing factor. Yet the power trade-off was well worth it. 20% of OFAS stock of power, in tandem with the celestial force of ETH. Izuku blurred from his position and met the strike head-on. "That's right, Midoriya. Fight me head-on. Let's find out who's stronger, me or you." Izuku understood that Muscular had lost all reason. He wasn't paying attention to any of his injuries. His mind was only focused on beating Izuku. "This is the best. Do you know how fucking fragile these worms that call themselves heroes are?" Izuku spat blood as a punch broke through his guard. Muscular didn't let up as his arm reared back for another haymaker. "But you're different from them, aren't ya? You can take it. You're not like those wusses." The punch was barely deflected by Izuku's own strike, causing it to miss his head by a couple of inches. Izuku let loose a roar as he went in for a body blow. He felt his punch land solidly against the softer part near the kidney. The resulting force caused Muscular to fall to his knees after stumbling a few feet away. "You're a monster, aren't you?" Muscular's face was twisted into a bloody grin as he spoke. "That's right, you're just like me. Our strength isn't just because of our training. You're a natural-born monster. Those moves were things that would take years to see, more years to develop, and even more to perfect." Muscular roared with almost deranged laughter. "But you managed to do it at this age." Izuku's breathing was heavily labored. Every breath felt as if it would be his last as he stared at the monster in front of him. The sole reason he was able to survive all this time was due to the accumulated memories that took over his body. Each time his body fought, it was being invaded by the accumulated memories of a hero. With each strike, his abilities were being tempered. He would never be at this level without the help of the others. "But I want more. Last time you were fighting for the sake of your friends, weren't you? Should I go kill them first?" Muscular immediately charged towards the frozen form of Kota, who had not moved a single step since the beginning of the fight. The oppressive aura, the meeting of his parents' murder, and the fact that his idol was fighting for his life was all too much for the 5-year-old. "Kota." Izuku's body blurred from his position, the very earth cracking beneath his feet. Izuku slammed himself against Muscular's body, crashing him against a tree. "Your enemy is me. I won't let you harm anyone else." Izuku was slowly losing his grip on his rage. It was a sore point whenever a villain or anyone mentioned harming the people he cared about and harming children. His rage that he always controlled was slipping. "That's right, get angrier. Get stronger and stronger. Let's have some real fun." Muscular had long since abandoned any semblance of sanity. Completely losing himself in the pure thrill of the fight, he would do so until he annihilated the person in front of him. And until doing so, he would use any methods needed to squeeze out every bit of strength from the warrior in front of him. Izuku couldn't help but take a step back. This psychopath had no regard for his own life. If Izuku was honest with himself, this person scared him. He was ruthless. He would use any means necessary to reach his goals, from beginning to end, not caring about anything else other than the goal. Izuku knew that if he fell in battle today, there wouldn't be anyone else who could stop Muscular. Kota watched on as Izuku fought against the murderer. Each time they clashed, the resulting shockwaves would be deafening, each one carrying enough force to sway the trees that stood tall for decades. Even though he stood behind the largest one of them, he could still feel the monstrous strength behind the blows. He had lost track of time ever since the fight began. This clash between them may have well been hours or even a scant few minutes. He wouldn't know the difference, even though he saw countless heroes and villains fight on the TV. The difference was as far apart as the sky and the earth. The clothes he wore stuck to skin, sweat poured down his face, his heart was beating in such an erratic manner, and even breathing placed a tremendous strain on his body. But no matter how hard he tried, no matter what he did, he couldn't move. Fear had locked him into place, the fear of dying, the fear that the monster that fought against Izuku would chase after him. But what he was most fearful of was losing his hero. He was someone who saved him, who brought light to the darkness he was surrounded with. In these 2 weeks, Izuku had utterly saved him from himself. Kota didn't care if it was because of his abilities or because of any cheap tricks. The moment he saw his parents once more, the moment he heard his mother speak to him, it was enough. In this forest, where he had no idea where they were, or where anyone else was, he was prepared to die with his hero. He would not hesitate. Because if Izuku died, then what was left? None of the others had gotten through to him before, but Izuku did, and that was why Kota considered him his hero. Not because of his power or his connections, solely because Izuku cared enough, was stubborn enough to climb over his walls and save him. Izuku needed more. His power, as astonishing as it was to the others, was being evenly matched and surpassed by Muscular. With each clash he could feel it. He was slowly losing ground. Each strike was losing energy bit by bit. It didn't surprise him one bit. He had been using his abilities non-stop since the battle began. He had been operating at his peak for the entire duration of the battle, simultaneously using 20% OFA and his ether. Then the continuous breaking and healing of his bones and muscles had finally got to him. His muscles were burning. Each movement was accompanied by an indescribable torrent of anguish and pain, as ether was trying its utmost to repair his body. But the accumulation of damage was far greater than his healing factor. If not for the dull glow of the majestic attire, one would see the countless ugly bruises and scratches that dripped blood. Izuku had long since given up on a battle of attrition. He was trying his hardest to knock Muscular out. But, against absolute strength, all manner of trickery and techniques were meaningless. There was no grace in Muscular's attacks and movements. He was a rabid berserker that traded his rationality for pure unstoppable power. Izuku made no mistake in thinking that he would remain standing if one of those blows struck, even if his body was 1,000 times more durable, and his powers restored back to their peak. Against the tyrannous might of the blows Muscular launched, he wouldn't remain standing. He was slowing down more and more. Slowly it began to show. Izuku's offensive crumbled, and soon enough Izuku was focusing on defense alone. This, of course, got Muscular's attention. "What happened to my Doriya? Don't tell me you're winded from this." Though he said this, Muscular himself wasn't faring much better. Numerous pains shot all over his body. Yet the pure battle lust drove him forward. Izuku didn't speak. His chances at winning were already stretched thin. His only hope was to catch Muscular off guard and finish him in one blow. His mind had already decided the actions he needed to take. Yet the sheer stupidity of such actions left him hesitating. But he steeled his heart and prepared his final stand. All the ether on his body shone with a renewed life and rushed towards his left arm, encasing it a cocoon of gold. Muscular paid the change no mind as he swung his right arm towards Izuku. It was only when the punch was caught and the golden aura locked the arm to Izuku's did a small speck of fear ingrain itself in his heart. Izuku paid no heed to the thoughts of his opponent. In a fight like this, every second mattered. While Muscular was immobilized, for now, he didn't know how long it would hold. It all depended on his next strike. Izuku's right arm burst with power. Like a surging river, OFA flooded his arm. This was his final trump card. This would be his last stand. Muscular could see that this strike would be different from the rest. Yet it was all too late as the strike connected. Meteor smash. The entire area was buffeted with a solid wall of air that uprooted everything in the vicinity. Trees that towered over them and withstood the test of time were utterly powerless against the effect of Izuku's most powerful strike. Kota was lifted from his feet and was about to be launched far off, but was saved from that future by Izuku, whose broken left arm hugged the boy close to him. Kota stared at the broken down frame of his hero, who stood with a broken left arm and purple bruises that lined up everywhere, the blood which was predominant everywhere, and worst of all was Izuku's right arm, which was mangled beyond belief. Blood poured down the arm into the ground without stopping. In fact, it looked like the blood vessels burst from inside of the skin. "It's all right, Kota-kun." Kota looked to see a tired smile on Izuku's face. "It might look bad now, but I'll be right as rain, Tomo." Izuku stopped midway through as a chill worked its way down his spine. "How?" The sound of twigs breaking rang as a figure walked through the dust clouds caused by the aftermath of Izuku's last-ditch effort. The form of Muscular soon made its view in the fear-stricken eyes of Kota and Izuku. Muscular's mouth was still dripping blood as the front of his chest was dyed red with a visible imprint of Izuku's fist. "That was a good punch there, Izuku." Muscular's words were enough for Kota to fall to his knees. Eyes wide as if he had just met the devil, Izuku fared no better as his mind couldn't grasp the fact that Muscular, even after the entirety of the battle, was able to survive a 100% smash. That was no less powerful than one of All Might's blows. "You've been holding back on me, Izuku. If it were anyone else, that punch would have done them in." Muscular's steps were slow, but each one caused Izuku's heartbeat to slow. The situation is hopeless. Izuku's eyes dulled. The golden orbs that shone with power were now utterly spent. His ether was so spent that couldn't even feel a sliver of it. The pain was the only thing keeping him awake. His mind was blank. At this stage there really was nothing to do. Their fight would have attracted enough attention to show their location. Yet none of the teachers or the villains arrived, which meant that the fight was still going on with each of them preoccupied with the other. A whimper caused Izuku to look back. A flicker of light returned to his eyes as he stared at Kota. Izuku couldn't let him die here. He had his entire life ahead of him. Izuku back straightened as he stood in front of Kota. Both Muscular and Kota were surprised at this. A torrent of power was unleashed once more as Izuku's muscles bulged. Muscular grinned as his fibers covered him once more. He prepared himself for their final round. Izuku's mind was exceptionally clear now. There was doubt in his head. He was a hero, and now he had someone to save. He couldn't fall now until Kota was safe. He'll struggle against Muscular. He'll use everything to delay him. And maybe someone would save them. Why? The tiniest voice escaped Kota's throat. Please ... stop this. We can't win against him. Let's both just run. We'll hide in the forest or at my base. Anywhere is better than fighting that guy head on. Kota's shouts carried with it a sense of pleading, begging Izuku to listen to him. Izuku ignored the cries as his eyes never left Muscular, who seemed to be preparing himself. It's not a matter of running away, Kota-kun. If I leave now ... the rest of my friends will die. And that would be on my head. If my actions were to save even one of them, then I have to do it. Kota gazed at the back of Izuku. His eyes blurry with tears, saw the silhouettes of his parents right beside him. Please ... not again. I can't lose someone again. Please listen to me. Muscular at that moment engaged Izuku with a full-powered punch. The tendrils of muscle fibers were like snakes as they writhed against each other. The power behind that punch was colossal. Izuku wasted no time as he reared his right arm and flooded it with all the power he could channel. Run, Kota. Run back to camp. Just run. The following clash drowned away all sound. Izuku couldn't hear anything other. He could only see the writhing tendrils of muscles that threatened to swallow him over. The sound slowly filtered back in as heard Muscular shout, "What happened, Izuku? That's weaker than before." The mass of tendrils was both a shield and a spear. The damage of Izuku's strike was being transferred over a large area, lessening the damage. Izuku had no idea how much longer he could hold out. His arm was straining to hold Muscular back. Each passing second was agony. The pain resonated to every nook and corner of his very soul. Muscular's roars drowned everything out. Izuku could feel his consciousness begin to fade, his body gone well past its limits. It was a battered mass of bruises that it could no longer support itself. "Show me your blood." The intensity of the punch finally threw Izuku to the ground, a cloud of dust debris lifting into the air, but even still both sides didn't let up. Muscular wanting to absolutely destroy his opponent, and Izuku resisting with his weakening body. Izuku's mind was struggling to push out any semblance of power into the body. The soulscape, usually lit by the sun, was now embraced in the cold, unfeeling darkness. Izuku was closer to death than he ever was. His power had been thoroughly spent. This fight had taken everything out of him. He could feel his body becoming colder and colder. At this moment, amidst all the pain and coldness, his thoughts were jumping to the people he held close to his heart, to All Might and the inheritance his sensei had given him. The surging river that was Ofa slowly reduced in intensity, causing Muscular to gain more ground. To his friends who he had spent the best year of his life with. The force of the blow slowly burying him deeper and deeper into the ground, his arms desperately and subconsciously fighting back. To the image of his mother, eyes red, as she hugged him for dear life. The final flickers of Ofa finally died. Even though his mind desperately fought against it, the darkness crept up, swallowing him whole. "Stop it, you monster." On hearing those words, Izuku felt a drop of water on his forehead. His hazy mind unconsciously focused on what he was hearing. "Don't worry, you brat ... you're next." Izuku's mind, through the pain and anguish, finally connected the dots. Kota. He was still here. Kota was still here. In the bleary darkness that threatened to consume him, a single thought relentlessly pushed itself to the surface. Kota is still here. Izuku's eyes shot open, focusing on the bloodthirsty grin on Muscular's face. Both of his arms were suppressing Izuku to the ground. Izuku knew. He knew what Muscular was thinking. He could see the bloodlust clouding his eyes. He was going to kill Kota. Izuku tried to concentrate on his power. He desperately searched for a speck of it. Anything that would help him. Anything could force his broken body move to fight, because he still needed to save Kota. Save him, Midoriya Izuku. There was no grand rush of revitalizing energy. His ether didn't rush forward to his aid. Instead, inside his soulscape, in the absence of his ether, the sky, which was darkening, lit up in a flurry of colors. High above the sky, far away from his sun, was a myriad color that slowly descended downwards before stopping at different positions. From each was the birth of another star, a chain creation of 8 stars, each one giving off its own vibrant color. And from the farthest of stars, a beam of fire shot out and connected to the next sun and added more power before coming to the next, until finally, it crashed onto his own sun. The dying embers were revitalized and a warmth spread throughout his body. OFA amplified whatever remained of his reserves of ether, but more importantly, it gave him power. The darkness that threatened to swallow him was pushed back. The pain that tormented him was forced into submission. Strength flowed through his limbs and his mind finally regained control. Through it all, he heard a voice, one that was tired but determined. This power was meant to save. Muscular was about to move when suddenly he felt movement underneath his arms. Nothing could mask the surprise that showed on his face. This kid who had broken himself over and over again still had something left to give. The split second he took to think was all that Izuku needed. A roar tore through his sore throat as the flood of energy forcibly reopened his pathway. His broken body under the rush of adrenaline and power stood up to the tyrant that wanted to kill. It was a scene that reenacted the stories of old, where the hero fought against the monster that stood before him, where he called forth all of his strength to vanquish the monster and protect the innocent. There was not even a second for Muscular to even process the drastic change that occurred on the battlefield. A violent punch that surpassed all others. It was a straightforward punch, yet it carried the strength of 1,000 men. Megaton smash. The punch completely broke through any guard that Muscular put up. And as he sailed through the air, crashing through the trees, he gazed on the figure of his opponent. One covered in blood and bruises, one that carried the most severe of injuries. He remembered his name, Midoriya Izuku. There was a loud bang as Izuku watched the body finally stop after breaking through a dozen trees. His feeble senses alerted him that Muscular was still alive. He waited for a few seconds, his body tensed, ready to counterattack, yet the body didn't budge. He won. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.